Hey, he's live. He's live. Have you seen the Discord? He's live. If you looked at the Discord, you'd know that he's live. Wow. You're a valid target now. Fuck. Made this fucking chair. Hang on. I feel like when you do the adjustment, you've got to do like you got to have a really good squat strength, because otherwise it'll drop too much. There we go. There we go. That wasn't too difficult. The streamer is streaming. Not any streamer, just so you know. Not sure why people think we can use gay as a pejorative here. Um, that's probably because I use it as a pejorative. Listen, okay, we can't we can't afford to be purity squeezing people out of the stream. You know, we've already got too many. We've the fucking list of criteria for banning people is getting very fucking broad. Okay, very broad. I imagine over the next couple of days with the Ethan Destiny spats, it's probably going to get even bigger. We'll see. This streamer is so boxed. What the fuck? What do you mean boxed? What? What? I don't even. What? How? I changed my lighting a little bit, but it still feels like there's some unresolved shit going on with it. Are we going over Destiny's reaction? We did it yesterday. I have not gone over all of the leaks, the all the H3 Reddit posts from 15 years ago. Yeah, I don't know. Watching you from Moscow right now. Really? Wow. Well, watch what you say, okay? Because authorities and shit. Wow. We need more wall decorations. Maybe, maybe. I just don't know if I can be. Whew. I just don't know if I can give any fucks about covering the rest of this. Oh god. It seems like in a nutshell the response is that again this is kind of what you get for glass houses, I suppose. But it's the thing again that like Destiny did some things that are clearly inexcusable and there's like no getting around it. The problem is that Ethan spoke about those, but then he also went and spoke about a whole bunch of other things that are more just like edgy pre 2016 internet shit that it turns out Ethan and Dila did quite a lot of themselves. So yeah, yeah, well. I love it though. I love it. Maybe I should just maybe I should just go back to the pro pally side and just be like, hey, listen, isn't it funny, guys? Isn't it funny that the two Zionists are fighting over who the bigger nonce is? That's great. I'm surprised I haven't seen more of that joke going around. I feel like it would be everywhere, everywhere. I was a bit curious about this dark media allegation because I'm not sure how much of that has to do with progressive victory. They do mention an organization. Obviously, it might be the overarch, like an overarching org. I'll have to have a look at that. Hmm. But we'll see. Ethan, old posts are so cooked. He really thought Zerg were imbalanced. I haven't even I haven't even looked at I haven't actually looked at Ethan's posts. I don't know if I do I want to. Kind of just want to do slightly news adjacent stuff. I don't like it when these things just are just interpersonal drama, whatever. He deleted them. But are they not? They'd be archived, surely. Surely they'd be archived. No? I love going stuff that's over 10 years old. Yeah, exactly. Like, why would you? Why would you go over stuff that's 10 years old when you can go over things that are 140 years old? Why don't we do the origins of Zionism again? Let's just keep doing that. What? You have a CSV of all his you personally have a okay. It's so 2010 coded that he had an account called Pedo Troll. Pedo Troll. Pedo Troll. It's like a peep show. We're not calling the bar. If we start a bar, we're not calling it Free the Pedos. There is it. Yeah, when they got a pub.
So, this is the place you're going to be running for Merry?
Yeah.
Blimey. So, this is a pub?
Well, it was, and it will be again. Just imagine, me in the pub all day, but no one can say anything because it's my job, so I've got to be there. I'll literally get paid to go to the pub.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it won't be quite like being paid just to go to the pub because you'll be doing all the pub stuff, the barrels, the tubes, the debit card authorizations.
Mark, do you have to live quite so relentlessly in the real world?
Okay, Jez, fine, but have you done your market research?
Market research? If you build it, they will come. That's my market research.
Your market research is Field of Dreams? I mean, a man who made a baseball pitch in his garden for ghosts. That's your role model?
Oi, oi. Mr. Motivator.
Isn't that kind of true with pubs, though? Isn't that the case? Isn't that why all these pubs have existed since, like, 1720 or whatever the fuck? That's why you go into a pub and they're like, yep, EST 300 years ago, because they're a fucking pub. What? It's not really like it goes out of fashion to get shit-faced, right?
Listen, I'm sure this place is going to be great.
Yeah, well, you're barred. Because I can do that, I have the power to bar, and I won't necessarily be using it wisely or compassionately.
Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah, look at this place.
Yeah, I know. Still, we can move all this crap out and put a bar in, what, over there?
No, mate, no way. Don't change nothing. It's perfect.
Perfect. Soup Hands doesn't even look like a pub.
Exactly. I've been down enough bloody city boy chain pubs with their logos in the foam and disinfectant in the lager, air freshener in the mayo. Nah, I want to run a place that makes a difference.
Yeah, well, I'm sure we can sort that out somehow. Let's start by getting rid of this.
That stays. That's the reason I fell in love with this place.
You want a washing machine in the pub?
It'll freak 'em out. What the fuck's a washing machine doing in a pub? Jesus, I need a drink. Yeah? And boom, they'll have to have one of our organic scrumpies.
Right. The thing is, Hans, as I've said before, I really just think we should serve at least one lager. And nuts. You know, people like lager and nuts.
People like Coldplay and voted for the Nazis. You can't trust people, Jeremy.
But
Maybe I should go solo. I'm starting to have serious doubts about you.
Wait, where's the fucking pub name? Oh, come on. What? They actually skipped the fucking pub name. It's not this. Oh, wait.
So listen,
I've been busting the gut trying to sort the pub.
Okay.
I tried to get European Bob on board, but he's a jerk off. He's still stuck in the crisp age. I mean, what next? Bloody mead on tap.
Yeah, right. Arsehole.
So, what do you think? The old team, back together?
Well, maybe, but we need to agree on some stuff. Like, and don't fly off the handle, but I'm just really not happy with the name Free the Pedos. I mean, can't we call it something more normal, like the Swan and Tomato?
Yeah. Or compromise. The Swan and Pedo.
Yeah, okay, sure. And what about lager
pedo.
and...
Details. Listen, we need to get some fucking proof of ownership, right? We need property deeds. We need to get keys cut, borrow some start-up wonga for the overheads. So, let's go over to Mary's.
Could be a problem there. Mary, see, Mary's been sectioned.
Mary's been sectioned? You're kidding? Jesus. Who's going to be next?
Is this fucking Spider is he's such a fucking drama frog. Look at this. He's already made a segment about me watching Queeman for like 1 minute and getting annoyed. Brilliant. I've taken up like, but I look like I'm frozen for most of this. What?
Cool.
Counts as hiding /
Will
destroy.
Letterboxd actually say something? Mick, rewind the stream, you media illiterate fucking retard cunt. And then see if I've said anything or not. Jesus Christ, I'm not going to repeat myself every fucking 10 seconds because someone who has no time for me or my content anyway, and who I don't need and I don't give a fuck about, to just come in and be like, is Lorna going to even say... I don't know. You clearly don't know because you haven't fucking checked.
Evidence, and I reply, talk to a lawyer. That seems crazy to me. Who keeps
Fucking Mick, man. Mick.
this sort of counts as hiding.
I almost want to go watch some of his coverage now.
He loves it. He couldn't hold
Because
back
why do
that.
I feel like, listen, I haven't seen that much of it. I only saw a little bit. And it just seemed a little bit bleak. It did just seem like his two gay dads are fighting and he doesn't know which side to take. And he doesn't want to too firmly say anything in either direction because it could alienate him from the other side and he doesn't know which one's going to win.
You see, the funny thing here is that since we're like just making shit up with no fucking evidence, it's like you heard at the beginning of that Queeman, he couldn't even hold back the laugh at my little ramble, but then he has to go in and say like, oh yeah, Lorderbox just playing both sides. Yeah, because he's definitely sitting there juggling whether or not he would ever go on Ethan's show again and be friendly with him or be friendly with Destiny, even though I have been on Ethan's show this year. Haven't even humored the thought of ever doing anything with Destiny ever again in my entire fucking life. I've supported one court case against Destiny, at least one, none against Ethan. I still support that court case. It seems like probably the second one seems quite deserved as well, if the, Rose 17 thing has the merit that it strongly appears to. But that's the thing, He's just the problem is that you can see at the beginning he's like laughing at the little ramble, but then afterwards he has to say some like fucking cringe shit, and that's because you see the thing with Queeman is that he's got to like appease the new audience of Hassan and Bad and Panada fucking Glazers. That if he's ever too nice to me, he's going to be in trouble. I don't have any evidence to prove that. I can't really see inside his head or haven't watched enough of him to make that determination, but it's true. Okay, it's true. There's no getting around it. White House holds meeting on day after in Gaza. But Lauren De Laguna. Yes. Where is Now, speaking of audience capture, here's why everything Israel does is based. As an Arab.
Hi, welcome to the Times of Israel's Daily Briefing. It is Thursday, August 28th, and I'm Jessica Steinberg. I'm speaking today with U.S. Bureau Chief Jacob Magid. Hi, Jacob. How you doing?
Hi, Jessica. Good to be with you again.
Good to be back with you again on the Daily Briefing. It is day 692 of the war. As the White House hosted U.S. President Donald Trump's meeting on Gaza, we'll discuss who was at the so-called policy session and what was discussed. We'll also hear from Jacob about his sit-down with a fired...
Are you all going to be gobsmacked when the Rose thing never gets prosecuted? If it never gets prosecuted, I don't know if I would be gobsmacked by that. If it's anything like it is in the UK, then it's quite unlikely that it would, because the problem is that the evidence of... Yeah, I'll actually compare this to the UK, because I know how it would work in the UK. If it was in the UK, and I learned this stuff because of all the fucking grooming gangs research, is that you can be in a situation where, let's say an adult is in a bar and they meet someone and they get on with the person, they hook up, they have a one night stand, whatever. And then the next day they're like, oh my God, turned out she's actually 16 or 17. It's like, it's very unlikely that a judge or a jury is going to prosecute that because of the venue that you met them in, the circumstances and all that. With the Rose situation, it's not quite like that, because on one hand, you can say, well, she was doing NSFW content or whatever else. She said she was this age, 18, whatever. But on the other, it's like there were maybe a couple of hints there that there should have been some fucking extra caution exercised. And then, but unfortunately, like that level of ambiguity is probably enough for a judge or whatever to just not do anything about it, because I think the sad truth is that most people just don't really see 17. I kind of just took her word for her age despite a couple of hints and whatever. It's like, that's not really gonna... I don't know how many people are getting thrown in jail for that or fined or whatever else. Like, it's true about strict liability, but I think in the UK that's the case as well. Like in the UK, it's still a crime. So our age of consent is 16. That we do have, in the sense that it's still a crime, but the way that it's prosecuted, I think, varies, because in the UK, there is also, as well as I think we have an equivalent of strict liability, but we also have a legal gray area for the ages, because it's the UK, between 13 and 15. You know that we have our gray area for 13, 15, and that's because of two things. One, because quite a lot of child sexual abuse is committed by other children, right? So quite a bit of that law is just to avoid prosecuting like Romeo and Juliet relationships or like very close ages. But the other reason it's there, and it does actually get applied, is it's to avoid criminalizing relationships between teenagers, but also where someone reasonably believed the child was older than they were. Yeah, that's what we do in the UK. They say it here, right? No, it's not here. It's from the, what's that report called? Casey report, UK full grooming. Nice one, Loner Box. Okay. I think it was under executive summary, because that's the only bit that I fully read. Reasonably believed, would it be? Reasonable. Oh. Is this not it? Oh, this is a different thing, because there's a 2023 review. This is on Sarah Everard. Where's the 25 one? That's a parliament hearing about it. National audit on CSE. Okay. UK allows accidental grooming. Well, if it's grooming, it's by definition not accidental, but it does allow accidental Leon lying about her. Hey, sorry. All right. So no, I would not be gobsmacked if she lied about her age, quote, works in a court of law, but that doesn't really exonerate the moral indictment there. This is due to a gray area in the law where, although any sexual activity with 13 to 15-year-olds is unlawful, the decision on whether to charge and which offense to charge with is left more open to interpretation. The purpose is largely aimed at avoiding criminalizing someone who reasonably believed the child was older than they were, or criminalizing relationships between teenagers. But in practice, this nuance in law is being used to the benefit of much older men who had groomed underage children for sex. The law should be changed so adult men who groom and have sex with 13 to 15-year-olds received mandatory charges of rape Oh, so they want to change it so it's actually like mandatory charges of rape. Yeah. Is that what the case is in the UK as well now? In the US? In the US, even if someone lies about their age, even in a convincing scenario, not like on Twitter or whatever, but would that still be, like, say they show you a fake ID in a bar, like, would that still be, is that mandatory rape charges in the US? Or is it this thing again where it's unlawful, but charging is interpretation, open to interpretation? Yeah, strict liability, but that just means it's unlawful, doesn't it? Does strict liability mean that there's a mandatory charge? Wait, does strict liability mean there is a mandatory charge? I don't think it does, but I'm not Mr. Legal, so. Not required to prove mens rea. Well, yeah, that's obviously, it's like always unlawful, right? Don't make me ask ChatGPT. No, strict liability in criminal law allows for limited statutory defenses such as diligence. I don't think strict liability, I think strict liability is this. Like it's just unlawful regardless of your intent. No? They don't have to. Okay, it's prosecutorial discretion. Okay. Okay. But obviously in the UK, they're wanting to do groom. If you groom and have sex with a 13, 15-year-old, that should be mandatory. For 13 to 15, like, yeah, it probably should be. What the fuck? Yeah, they do it in France as well. But yeah, UK baby. And if this was a US equivalent, if this was the case, they'd be recommending it for 15 to 17, right? Or whatever the fuck their bar is. Anyway.
State Department press
Anyway.
officer, and take a brief look at what's been happening in the West Bank over the last week. Stay with us.
What in the specific terms is the moral issue, though? Jay, okay, again, my threshold for, we're going to have to add more bannable things because it's just getting kind of infuriating. Okay, if you don't see a moral issue with someone who is in the DMs of someone who they think is, I believe, either 18 or 19, they are suspicious enough, or they're like, at least even as a joke, like mentioning that they might need to see someone's ID because there's like a huge age gap there and it's online, and the only places where she's selling content are in places where you don't have to age verify, and you're talking about them coming to fucking fly out and see you, and they're saying they can't because their parents are too strict. At that point, like, and you're just kind of being like, well, I'll just take your word for it. That's safe. Nice one. I don't know. That's kind of fucking weird. Sorry. And I say that as someone, by the way, who I generally, in terms of all this fucking pearl clutching about age differences, I generally don't give a fuck, okay? But there comes a point where it seems like there's like a pretty basic lack of due diligence, okay? That's all I'm saying. And it should be quite clear. Anyway.
Okay, why don't we start with the White House meeting, how it came about. I discussed a little bit with Tal yesterday how Steve Witkoff, Mideast envoy Steve Witkoff, mentioned it first in a Fox News interview. I know you had some thoughts about that as well. So maybe let's start with the pre-discussion of this meeting and then what we know about it for the moment.
Sure. So as you mentioned, Steve Witkoff previewed that this is going to be happening, and this comprehensive plan, he called it, that was going to be discussed during this large meeting, is what he said in this Fox News interview on Tuesday. And what we ended up seeing was something a little bit more downplayed, I think, by the White House on Wednesday, where they called it basically. I spoke with one White House official who said this was just a simple
Oh
policy.
fuck me! I've sparked a chat discussion. I've sparked a fucking chat discussion. People are arguing that your response yesterday was too vague. I don't care. They're fucking like. The only opinion I care about whether or not like my responses are sufficient or satisfactory is Pixies. That's it. I don't care about anyone else fucking policing my response to fucking any of this. Sorry. And by the way, I have still not been credited for this meme. And it's quite appropriate for the people in chat who are like, listen, yeah, it's weird, but it's maybe not as intentional or whatever. But it's like it's like this, okay? We're simplifying a little bit, but it's this kind of gist.
How old are you?
18.
18?
Want to see my license?
No. Just look a little younger.
Thanks.
No credit. I have been uncredited. I'm very angry. All right.
Routine policy discussion. What made headlines from it was the inclusion of two interesting figures. One was former White House senior advisor and current still son-in-law to President Trump, Jared Kushner, and then as well as Tony Blair, the former Prime Minister of the UK. Two interesting figures. They've been kind of working, from my understanding, speaking to a couple of Arab diplomats, they've been working in the kind of the shadows over the past few months to try to come up with this plan for the day after in Gaza, a post-war management of Gaza plan. And they've been meeting with different stakeholders in the region to try to get support for it. Jared Kushner has met with Netanyahu. He was in Israel in July. And Tony Blair met with Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas in July in Ramallah, I believe. And what's notable about that is that it indicates that at least Blair, for his part, wants to involve the PA in his post-war Gaza plan, which will likely be an issue for Israel, because if you recall, one of the 5 conditions that Israel set for ending the war is not having any sort of role for the Palestinian Authority in the Gaza Strip. So I assume Tony Blair has been in contact, or definitely Jared Kushner has been in contact with Israeli officials. How they plan to get over that obstacle is maybe anybody's guess. But I think that will be something definitely discussed, because I think Blair recognizes in order to get in order to get Arab support from the region, everyone is saying that their condition is to have some sort of PA involvement. They don't want to be seen as occupiers coming in without any connection to the Gaza Strip. These Arab countries want to have PA security forces coming in after they've trained them, which has actually just started in recent months. We've had Egypt confirm that. But again, the key is the PA. So that's the interesting tidbit regarding Blair. It's also noteworthy that what he's very much known for is the Iraq War and his involvement in that. And I think, I don't know if that's the right blueprint for Gaza, because I think what the concern has been is that Israel is getting bogged down in Gaza right now, similar to the way that U.S. troops and others got bogged down in Iraq, thinking that it was simply something they could get total victory on or occupy and then simply hand over. That ended up being a much more difficult scenario in Iraq, and hopefully won't be the same thing in Gaza. But that's Tony Blair and Jared Kushner. That they were in the White House meeting. Someone who came slightly before, which is noteworthy, was Ron Dermer, and the strategic affairs minister, very close to Netanyahu, and he held meetings at the White House with senior officials, some of them who were involved in the policy meeting shortly thereafter. And it just shows how close the relationship between the U.S. and Israel is on this issue, that basically similar with the hostage talks, where basically the U.S. has taken every Israeli position over the past few months in terms of whether they want a partial deal, a comprehensive deal, that this seems to be the case also with the day after plan that the U.S. is trying to put together. I think I would still maybe taper expectations a bit regarding how significant this plan is. If If you recall, there was also a lot of talk about this Gaza aid plan that never really came about, and they ended up just sufficing with expanding GHF, which hasn't really happened in grand scale yet. We saw the IDF yesterday talk about expanding 1 or 2 new sites for the GHF, but this grand plan that Trump talked about has not really played out. And I think Witkoff might have been getting a little bit ahead of himself by saying we had this major comprehensive plan, because to date, the White House has really decided to rely on Arab partners, on Egypt, to come up with the plan.
I've heard it said that if Ron Dermer is at the meeting, whether it has to do with hostage negotiations in Qatar or at the White House, it means that there is a real sense that this is the next step that's going to come about. Now, I think it's interesting that we had here in Jerusalem, the cabinet met on Tuesday as there were these major protests, and they did not even vote or speak about the negotiations or the Hamas proposal that's on the table, but that Ron Dermer was at the White House for this post-Gaza war plan. What's your take on all of that? Are we just seeing the U.S. taking a step back from hostage talks?
Yeah, I think maybe there might be a recognition or some willingness to accept that currently we need to allow Israel to advance its plan to take over Gaza City. And that in the meantime, let's focus on trying to put together a plan for the day after in Gaza. I also think that Dermer might be going to Washington to keep tabs on the situation and make sure that the Trump administration isn't taking steps that Israel isn't comfortable with, like, for example, possibly involving the Palestinian Authority in Gaza in some way. I think what else came to mind in seeing this play out, and just going back a little bit to the Witkoff interview, is a lot of, it seems like, inconsistencies regarding with what the U.S. really wants to do. Witkoff was asked specifically who is to blame for the current impasse in the talks,
Yeah, this fucking White House talk on post-war is so fucking weird, man. It's the fact that talking Mr. Blair, Tony Blair is involved. Tony Blair, Middle East envoy for peace, Nobel Prize winner 7 times in a row. He joined a White House meeting with US President Trump to discuss plans for post-war Gaza. Witkoff said that the US is putting together a very comprehensive plan on the next day after the war. However, little else has been disclosed about the meeting. Blair served as Middle East envoy for a few years, leaving office in 2007. The evacuation of Gaza City was inevitable, prepared to conquer it. Continuing operations as well as Khan Yunis and Jabalia. Dozens killed by strikes and gunfire, including while trying to get aid. Well, it's probably GHF, right? UN and non-government organizations have warned that an Israeli offensive in Gaza City, where a famine was declared last week, would have a horrific humanitarian impact. Man-made crisis. Where is the... Is there a checklist on... Is there a checklist on what... Is there a checklist on where the what the Americans actually have come up with through this meeting? Is there a checklist on what they actually want to do? Because I know Trump has already spoken about US administrative control, but again, I don't know if that's just like a plan or just something he said one day because of the fucking jet fumes that were like pummeling his brain in front of the outside his flight in the interview. You don't see any statement of them reaching 2 deaths per day per 10,000. Yeah, no, they haven't done that. No, that's the whole contention with it. And there's like a 3-point test. They claim that the first 2 points are met, but the third one, the death count it's not even close as far as I know. The 2 per 10,000. That's like you're talking well over 100 a day, maybe even 200 a day, depending on how much area of Gaza you're applying it to. And those are just from starvation, not from airstrikes or anything else. Starvation and malnutrition and all the rest of it. Tanks pushed into northern Ibad al-Rahman. Okay. We'll see.
the fact that we haven't had a deal, and he says Hamas is 100% to blame, that they've slow walked us last month. But then when he's asked about, wait a minute, there was a deal that they actually accepted that's very 98% the same as the one that you proposed several months ago. And now they're saying we're ready, even if they did slow walk you last month. Don't we have an opportunity to actually move forward? And Witkoff doesn't really give a clear answer or address that or say that he wants Israel to accept the deal. And he actually even seems to agree with the Israeli position, saying that the U.S. position itself is that we no longer are interested in partial deals or phase deals, which is, again, what Witkoff himself was the one putting that forward for the past several months. He then makes this point that we think we're going to settle this one way or another, certainly by the end of the year. But it's really unclear how they plan to do that, because the Gaza City operation is likely to take, I think IDF officials briefed the cabinet saying 4 to 5 months. And even if that's accurate and somehow that gets you right around to the end of the year, actually a little bit after. But there's still another operation that Bibi's talking about moving forward in the central Gaza camps. And I'm not really sure how that squares with this idea that Trump initially had said 2 to 3 weeks, we're going to get a conclusive ending. I don't think that's happening, but definitely even by the end of the year, that timeline doesn't really jive with what Israel's talking about. Bottom line, I would just say I think there's a little bit of dissonance between President Trump's repeated frustrations about how this war is dragging on and how the war needs to end. At the same time, there's not a real strategy it seems like, for how to go about bringing it to an end. They're saying major hardline statements like Hamas can no longer be in Gaza, or that Hamas needs to simply give up all the hostages and end the war, but without a real plan for how to do that beyond, I guess it seems like, greenlighting Israeli military strategy, which hasn't proven to bring about success yet.
Right. Okay. Let's take a break for the moment. When we're back, I want to talk to you about your sit down with the fired State Department staffer and what's been happening in the West Bank over the last few weeks. So stay with us. Okay. So you sat down with a press officer for the State Department. He was fired very summarily. He was handling press statements for the State Department having to do with Israeli-Palestinian affairs. Tell us how that came about, how you got to talk to him, and, of course, what he had to tell you about his experience working for the Trump State Department.
Sure. So this is Shahid Qureshi. He was the Israeli-Palestinian Affairs press officer. So when reporters had questions or looking for statements from the State Department regarding any issue on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict front, he was the person that you were reaching out to try to get the statement. That doesn't mean that he personally was the one often drafting it. Sometimes he was, but he was involved in the process, and maybe people above him were signing off on it. But what he said happened was earlier in August, actually in 3 days in a row, starting I think on August 10th, he had disputes with others in the State Department, either in Washington or in Jerusalem at the embassy in Jerusalem, at the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem. The first one took place, as I said, on August 10th, where after there had been that strike in Gaza City that killed several journalists, and Qureshi said that he drafted a statement that said, "We mourn the loss of journalists and express condolences to their families." He argued that this was a standard statement that the State Department issued in the past.
There's news on that, actually. There's another update. A new video reveals that there was a third strike in this double tap.
A live Reuters.
Which really means it's not a double tap, it's a triple tap. Or a double tap plus one tap. Whatever you want to... They hit it 3 times.
A live Reuters feed of the Gazan city of Khan Yunis at 10:08 a.m. The shot freezes.
In what seems to be a strike that, if it's what they say they were aiming for, they could have done with something that's not a fucking tank. Like, if they're saying that there were dudes doing military surveillance from a stairwell in this building where you could actually film them and see them from outside, then it's like, yeah, why didn't you use like a sniper or like a smaller munition or like a drone? Like there are other things they could have used, yeah. Like,
and the sound drops. Israel has targeted the 4th floor of the Nasser hospital where the camera stood.
Look, because you can see, yeah. Apparently there was someone using a camera for surveillance up here, but I'm like, no.
Reuters cameraman Hussam al-Masri is killed. Emergency and health workers rush to the scene, along with journalists from a ground floor media tent. It is all broadcast live by Al Khad TV from the street below. The damaged camera and live streaming unit are held up and shown to the crowd. Visible on the staircase is Mariam Abu Daga working for AP. Al Jazeera cameraman Mohammed Salama and freelance journalist Muath Abu Taha in the final moments of their lives. Reuters cameraman Hatem Omar, seen here in a red t-shirt, films the scene on his phone. A rescue worker says they carried 2 body bags down as they gathered remains of a third body.
And then they strike it again.
There was a second explosion.
That's the second one.
It was 10:17 a.m., 9 minutes after the first strike.
Bro, this is fucking insane. Look how many people there are. Look how many people have come to this scene, and people outside as well. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Reuters cameraman Hatem Omar, seen here in a red t-shirt, films the scene on his phone. A rescue worker says they carried 2 body bags down as they gathered remains of a third body. There was a second explosion. It was 10:17 a.m., 9 minutes after the first strike. Footage filmed seconds later is too horrific to show. Lifeless bodies piled on top of each other. New video obtained by CNN reveals that this second explosion was in fact 2 near-simultaneous strikes. The second and third strikes, less than a second apart, appear to have caused most of the deaths. One weapons expert says, quote, "It suggests a more carefully coordinated attack."
Wait, this isn't a vehicle. Hang on, am I retarded? If tanks fire shells, did they go on a rainbow curve? Like, did they do that, or the tank's not obviously higher than the building? This would be like, is this a mortar shell? This is a mortar shell, no? Or like artillery, or some kind of artillery fire.
Less than a second apart, appear to have caused most of the...
Everything has dropped. Yeah, but obviously this is like the 3rd floor of a building, isn't it? A tank can... I don't know if they can. I don't know if tanks can go like that. Can they do that? I don't know.
Deaths. One weapons expert...
They will fire upwards for long range. I don't know if they do like that level of long range.
Says, quote, "It suggests a more carefully coordinated attack rather than a single vehicle firing at a target of opportunity."
Tanks can do anything. Wow, thank you, Consciousness Inc. That's really fucking helpful. Hang on. Like, how far do tanks fire from? Because obviously they don't fire from that far. How far do tanks fire shells from? Oh, they can fire from 3 to 5 kilometers. Okay, if you're doing that, that probably would mean... Let me see. Tank shell firing path 5 kilometers. Yeah, they do. They do. But it would have had to have been from really far away. So the tank can function like artillery. Okay.
What is the point of waiting the humanitarian and medical staff to arrive to a specific area and target them once they arrive?
Israeli statements have evolved over the past 48 hours. Israel's Prime Minister called the deaths a, quote, "tragic mishap." The IDF now says it was targeting a camera, quote, "positioned by Hamas in the area of the Nasser hospital that was being used to observe the activity of IDF troops." No evidence was offered. The IDF claims 6 terrorists were killed, disputed by Hamas and health officials in Gaza. The IDF has not addressed the double strike, adding gaps will be examined, including the decision-making process and approved munition. Satellite images show Israeli combat vehicles, including tanks, stationed nearby the hospital. An Israeli security official tells CNN the military fired on the hospital with tank shells. The staircase was often used as a live camera position by Reuters, AP and other global media outlets. With international media kept out by Israel, local journalists grouped together here searching for cell signal to feed their material to the world. The last functioning...
Am I going crazy, or does everything have to follow an arc trajectory? Yeah, but if you fire a fucking bullet or a tank from like fairly close, it's not going to go 4 floors high and then back down, right? That would imply it's from very far away. I just didn't know that tanks were used like as, they can basically be used as a mortar, like they'll fire shells from really far away. Okay.
Hospital in southern Gaza already struck multiple times. The United Nations says targeting hospitals, journalists and rescue workers is forbidden under international law, calling for accountability and transparency, adding neither have been readily apparent in previous incidents where Israel has investigated itself. Paula Hancock's CNN Abu Dhabi.
Whoa. And I guess the next bit of information that's going to come beyond that is what IDF investigation. Because they're not denying that this was their tank. They're not denying that this was their target. They're not denying that there was at least an initial target. But the second and third strike does not make any sense based on what we're seeing. Like there's so many people there. So that, whichever way you look at it, is just a war crime. Like there's no way around it. Like, what was it? 20 people died, right? 20 people. And you can see them before that next strike. They're saying they got 6 terrorists. So if they got 6 terrorists but with this many people, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. This is just in one frame. This guy looks like a child.
To feed their material to the world. The last functioning hospital in southern Gaza already struck seconds. Teenage carried 2 body bags.
This is when they're carrying the 2. So the first strike kills 2 people. Is that what they're saying? And then the second one is what kills like the other 18
shown to the crowd. Visible on the staircase is Mariam Abu Daga working for AP. Al Jazeera cameraman Mohammed Salama and freelance journalist Muath Abu Taha.
And the thing is, if you're lining up tank fire from several kilometers away, then you've presumably got someone else on the line. You've identified these people.
In the final moment,
you're saying how many people there are.
Of their lives.
I guess you're saying how many people you think are fucking
Reuters cameraman Hatem Omar
seen the number of people outside, which I guess is like
final moment.
Considered, I don't know how likely it is for a tank shell to miss.
Of their lives.
That range.
Reuters cameraman Hatem Omar, seen here in a red T-shirt, films the scene on his phone. A rescue worker says they.
Look how many people there are. You can see them all like jumbling around here as well. So if they're claiming to have got 6 terrorists, does that mean that they are claiming that they were watching these people for a few minutes, taking the bodies down and identifying them like facial recognition? If they say they got 6, surely that would mean that the first 2 of them would be the dead ones in this scene, right? From the first strike. Surely that would be the first 2 targets. So that it would actually mean there was only 4 afterwards.
Abu Daga working for AP. Al Jazeera cameraman Mohammed Salama and freelance journalist Muath Abu Taha in the final moment.
So really they're claiming that the first strike killed 2 people who were conducting military surveillance, and then the second thing they're saying that they found 4 people who came in afterwards who were also, in their view, soldiers, but they're surrounded by like 20 odd people and hundreds of people outside. And they were like, yeah, go for it.
Reuters camera.
That's quite wacky. That's fucking insane. First strike got 3 dead. Oh, so the 2 body bags are just from... Okay. So what, 3 then?
What?
3 out of 20... Yeah, it's fucking mental. That's completely inexcusable. Yo. How is Prometheus back? I don't know. I did some unbans yesterday because I was trying to find someone who I accidentally banned. Also, I forgot to do the goal. I can't see them though because they're getting fucking What'd you call it? Autumn wadded. Do people know? Do people know when they've been unbanned? Because they just seem to come immediately. Or are they just watching the entire time and then they realize that they can't talk? Huh. Has Israel tried to justify the double tap yet? No. They're saying that they're investigating. I think, well, one person who seems to have been overseeing the strike, I think maybe one commander did say that it was justified, but I don't know. And the IDF are saying they killed 6 terrorists, so I guess someone's trying to say that they've... But numerous IDF officials have already slammed the decision to use tank fire in a hospital, as opposed to other precise targeting measures. Yeah. Reuters AP journalists were not a target, Intel spokesperson says. So they're not claiming military journalists this time. Military media, whatever the fuck Hamas calls them. Media martyrs. Chief of Staff Eyal Zamir did not make this declaration to clear the military of mistakes in the operation. Okay. Second release of additional details. More probing necessary into why tank shells were mistakenly approved for the operation and who gave the order. Distinguish between potential errors made by commanders in the field as well as commanders back at Southern Command headquarters in Beersheba. Oh yeah, this is the whole... I remember people fucking clowned on me for this, but it's true. There are different levels of commander. A commander can have control over, like, between anything from 5 people to fucking 10,000. Like, a commander doesn't mean that, yeah. The type of commander is fairly important. The target was a video surveillance camera and not the 6 terrorists. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? He's saying they just incidentally got 6 Hamas dudes afterwards. There have been reports that IDF Golani soldiers in the field had seen suspicious movements. The order to fire was given without knowing for sure that there were Hamas forces there, how many there were, or who they were. So far, the IDF has not presented all of its information regarding which of the 6 were terrorists, though information about some of those killed has already leaked unofficially. Where? One was involved on October 7th. Videos have shown the individual carrying a flag into Israel, not specifically carrying out any of the 1,200 murders. Oh, this is stuff that they're not going to release yet. Okay. The IDF already admitted that the attack, or how it was carried, and its result was a mistake early Monday afternoon. The issue immediately swelled to major global media coverage, partially because well-known journalists, including from Reuters, were killed in the attack. According to the IDF message on Tuesday, clearly some, and likely the majority of these journalists, were not Hamas. The military said it did not intend to harm journalists or innocent Palestinian civilians. They said the address for managing any such attack would have been IDF's Southern Command, which is headed by Yaniv Asor, though different levels of officials approve targets of varying levels of sensitivity. You would think you would have to go higher up if it's a hospital, right? Did not deny there were 2 separate rounds of fire in the hospital. The second round caused additional deadly harm to medical and media officials who came to the scene to assist after the first strike. The military's message on Tuesday did not address the justification for the second round of shelling. The likelihood that there were 2 rounds of shell firing was condemned even more strongly in global media coverage, appeared to be an issue that would be even harder to explain. They can confirm the Reuters and AP journalists were not a target of the strike. 3 other journalists also killed. Holy shit. Reuters had a news feed from their own camera equipment. Hamas claimed in a statement that one of the 6 Palestinians whom Israel alleged were terrorists was killed in Al-Mawasi, some distance from the hospital. Oh no. Did not clarify whether the 2 who were killed elsewhere were also civilians. The military statement identified what it called several gaps that the Israel's Chief of General Staff has instructed to be further examined. Further examination of the authorization process prior to the strike, including the ammunition approved, and examination of the decision-making process in the field. These are probably the more important things. And especially the difference between the first and the second, third one, because the second and third one are the ones that did most of the killing, right? Higher-level officials must approve an attack on a hospital. Well, obviously, okay. Don't even take any pride in figuring that one out. Even if there's a terrorist in the vicinity, IDF tries to avoid striking civilians. Brigadier General Effie Defrin said Monday night. Oddly enough, Defrin gave no specific information about the Hamas assets that were struck during the incident. That led to speculation that there were disagreements within the IDF about what the target was and whether it was negligent to fire using shells as opposed to a more surgical and precise strike. Since Assad took command of the IDF operations in Gaza in March, sources in the IAF have periodically slammed him for being less thorough in avoiding civilian casualties than his predecessor, Major General Yaron Finkelman. Finkelman is the guy who tried to deal with Yehuda Vash, the division commander in Gaza. 252. So they have let go of this guy and replaced him with someone who is less careful. I see. My own Finkelman. Yes, your own Finkelman. Well done. Well done. Civilian to terrorist ratio likely the worst since October 7th. IDF's recent ratios of civilians harmed compared with terrorists have likely... Blah! The fuck? Likely been worse since the start of the war. For much of the war, a ratio of 60 civilians to 40% terrorists harmed seemed broadly accurate, various IDF officers said off the record. That would have put Israel in good standing compared with other countries that had to fight terrorists in urban areas with the systematic use of human shields, but this was at the stage when the IDF was sometimes killing thousands of Hamas terrorists per week or month. In contrast, over the past half year, the IDF said it has killed more than 2,000 Hamas terrorists. Yeah, this is where the ratio has gotten a lot worse, right? They say it's like 1 to 5 according to their numbers as well. Numerous examples of Hamas exaggerating or downright inventing non-existent mass civilian casualty incidents. Have they done this besides the Al-Ahli blast that we know? I don't know if they have. Not that I've seen. They haven't tossed Hamas estimates completely out the window. It's amazing how much you get from just listening to what IDF dudes are saying themselves, eh? Has declined to provide its own estimated civilian casualty tally. Yeah, right. Something that it always did in prior conflicts in Gaza. Cameraman Hussam al-Masri, one of the journalists killed in the strikes, was a contractor for Reuters. Photographer Hatem Khalid, also a Reuters contractor, was wounded. The officials in Gaza named 3 other journalists as Mariam Abu Daga, Associated Press, freelance for the AP, Mohammed Salama, Qatar-based Al Jazeera, and Moaz Abu Taha. Rescue worker was among those killed. Gaza health officials said the hospital was reportedly operating at full capacity, treating more than 1,000 patients. Yeah, because as far as I remember, Khan Yunis is one of the more controlled parts of Gaza now, because the IDF is actually technically is like occupying all over part of that area now. More than 50 people wounded. Okay. Well, definitely sounds like someone should be getting fired or jailed. We'll see if they. We'll see. Okay. I'm sure that will happen. Listen, don't hold your breath. What is it? Move to another post is more likely. Yeah, they'll become prime minister in 20 years. Egg. Yo, okay. What is this? Hebrew Twitter? Oh no. This is the language, this is where they say all the genocide. Okay. This seems quite stupid if they didn't fire 2 shells just because they felt like it, but rather tried to take down the camera and the operatives by another means that failed. What? According to who? What? They tried to snipe the camera and the camera was too strong. The sniper-proof camera. Then they tried a drone and the camera threw a stick at it, like Sinwar. Bruh. Whatever. Alright. Can't be fucked, man. Fuck that. Fuck that. They had reasons, they were just terrible. Okay. In other news, I guess since we're doing a little news segment now, Hezbollah are still very much on the back foot, but whether this actually goes all the way, we will know fairly soon, actually. The United States and the Lebanese government, well, the United States has given the Lebanese government an end of the year timeline for fully dismantling Hezbollah's arms. This is what the US have said in their proposed plans. And I don't know if the Lebanese government has actually said, yes, we are going to go full on with this timescale. But the US are aiding the Lebanese armed forces right now. And they are coordinating quite a bit with each other. But yeah, it does seem like there's fairly, again, this is quite ambitious, right? This is quite ambitious to say that that by December 31st, Hezbollah will be fully disarmed, and then also Israel will withdraw from the 5 hilltops that they still have in South Lebanon, and the strikes would stop. Phase 1 would require the Beirut government to issue a decree within 15 days committing to Hezbollah's full disarmament by December 31st. In this phase, Israel would also cease ground, air, and sea military operations. So they're actually offering for Israeli strikes to stop as the Lebanese government finishes the job. Phase 2 would require Lebanon to begin implementing the disarmament plan within 60 days, with the government approving a detailed Lebanese army deployment plan to support the plan to bring all arms under the authority of the state. The plan will specify disarmament targets. During Phase 2, Israel would begin withdrawing from its positions it holds in South Lebanese, and Lebanese prisoners held by Israel would be released in coordination. Oh yeah, they're doing prisoner exchanges as well. During Phase 3, within 90 days, Israel will withdraw from the final 2 of the 5 points it holds. Funding will be secured to initiate rubble removal and infrastructure rehabilitation and preparation for reconstruction. In Phase 4, within 120 days, Hezbollah's remaining heavy weapons will be dismantled, including missiles and drones. And then in phase 4, the US, Saudi, France, Qatar, and other friendly states will organize an economic conference to support the Lebanese economy and reconstruction and to implement President Trump's vision for the return of Lebanon as a prosperous and viable country. The big issues here, I suppose, are going to be the estimation of how strong Hezbollah is and how strong the will is to disarm them. The problem is that when you poll Lebanese people, and to be fair, this poll that I found was from a Hezbollah-funded think tank, so pinch of salt, but it's not surprising numbers. It said that 58% of Lebanese people oppose disarmament, but the poll in question, and the reason I bring up a Hezbollah poll is clear in a minute, it said that they oppose disarmament of Hezbollah without a coherent national defense strategy. So if the Lebanese people, and this is according to Hezbollah's polls, which, even according to their polls, it seems that only a fairly small majority, fairly slight majority of people in Lebanon would see Hezbollah disarmed conditional on there being a national defense strategy. As in, if they believe that there can be an alternative military force in Lebanon that they feel defends their interests against threats or against Israel or against Syria or whatever the fuck, then they believe that would be enough of a reason to accept Hezbollah disarming. And that's why the American input there is very important, because the problem with Lebanon is that Hezbollah spent so long being stronger than the Lebanese army. They were more powerful, they had more devoted fighters, they had a lot of funding from Iran, they were more well armed, they had everything, they had every advantage possible. Whereas the Lebanese army, which again, incidentally, is mostly Shia Muslims, a lot of people don't know that, is full of corruption, they're quite weak, they have a lot less military experience, they haven't been beefing themselves up in Syria and accumulating like years of military experience against Syrian rebels or fighting alongside Russians or the Assad government or anything else. So they do need quite a lot of strengthening, but we still have a situation right now in Lebanon where the two top offices, the prime minister and the president, both see the disarmament of Hezbollah as a top priority. Nawaf Salam, who's the Sunni prime minister, who used to be the president of the ICJ, incidentally, said that the disarmament of Hezbollah is the goal. It's not the starting point. It's just that that's the goal of his office. Same with Aoun as well. But it's been difficult. I think just earlier this month, there was an incident in Tyre, which, for context, is there in the south, fairly southern city. There was an incident here where the Lebanese army were clearing a Hezbollah weapons depot, and 6 Lebanese soldiers died. And we don't actually know yet exactly how they died. It's just like one of those things where there are so many of these mysterious deaths that happened across the decades that loosely or directly involve Hezbollah, but we will never actually know or get any proper investigation into how it happened. It's pronounced Tyre. Well, I'm white, so I'm calling it Tyre because it's pronounced. Okay, Tyre. Yeah, okay. Okay, I should really behave myself. Yes, Tyre. The problem as well, though, that there are also still estimates that the number of rockets hidden around the south is still in the tens of thousands. So it's a very ambitious proposal to get them out fully disarmed by the end of the year. But I mean, according to everyone, according to Israel, the army, to the United States, it seems like they've done quite a good job so far. So, and the other issue is that Hezbollah are still fucked in the sense that their Iran, Iraq, Syria land corridor, where they could get arms from Iran through Iraq, through Syria into Lebanon, that's gone now. So this is the best chance for it. The rest of the Arab League, like the other Arab powers, don't really have that much time for helping Hezbollah. Funding is an issue because Hezbollah still have some Iranian money. And with Iranian money, they can say that they can get their kind of like foot in the door with public approval by saying that they want to rebuild and clear the rubble in Dahia and in the south, or even in the Bekaa. And the government obviously needs to match that. They need to see that and raise that, which they can only do with foreign support. So it's a pretty ambitious slope, but that seems to be the expectation now. The expectation is that they might actually there might be a disarmed Hezbollah by the end of the year. Wouldn't that be cute? Because I know it sounds nice to have a country with two armies, but it's actually not. It's actually quite bad. And then if that becomes the case, it's also the ripple effect, because if Hezbollah are disarmed, that also means that all of the killings that have potentially, or quite, in some cases fairly clearly, been attributable to Hezbollah, but we just don't know if they're actually going to be a thing, right? Because there's the murder of the prime minister, Hariri, in 2005, or there's the murder of a bunch of anti-Syrian occupation activists, a lot of which is attributable to Hezbollah. There still, to this day, has been no justice for the Beirut port explosion, which killed about 200 and something people, destroyed a good bunch of Beirut, which a lot of people blame Hezbollah for, not least of all because Hezbollah blocked the investigations into it. George Howie, another one, communist actually, yeah, quite a lot of leftists as well, have been murdered in mysterious circumstances that more likely than not involve Hezbollah, or at least Hezbollah sympathetic groups. So yeah, there would be quite a lot of downstream effects of them actually being fully disarmed. There'd be a lot of investigative material into stuff that they've done in the past, into how they actually fought in the previous war with Israel. There'd be a lot of internal documentation that might even get captured. So interesting. Exciting. You might get to actually visit South Lebanon. Hey, all right. I don't think it's that hard to visit South Lebanon as a Christian, right? Because there are Christians who live in South Lebanon. There's a really interesting map. I wonder if I could find it. There's a really interesting map from during the war where there was a map of the destruction and the operations that happened in South Lebanon. And obviously the entire south was covered in red, red meaning lots of fighting, lots of destruction. But there was this one little gap that you could see on the maps. I wonder if I can find it. Don't think I actually saved the picture, did I? Maybe? It's here. Wait, is it? I forget the... It doesn't help that this fucking town has different spelling every single time. This fucker here. Ramage, destruction, Lebanon, map, south. Is it here? Map of the attacks? Is it images? It's not this, is it? I think it's this. Hey, wait, this is an Arab media map. No, wait, that's not the best. Hang on, where's the other? Yeah, do you see here? You see how there's this there's a couple of them. You see this little blind spot here? Rumaish, or whatever you pronounce it. I don't know how you say that one. It sounds like a very difficult word. That's because this bit here is a Christian town. And there are a few Christian areas in the south, but this one was particularly notable because I think it's their mayor, but as well as just the local community, actually fought fairly aggressively to push Hezbollah out of the area. And because of that, they spent most of the war with their civilians just staying in the town, and just the entire bit surrounding them was just fucking really aggressive gunfire the entire time of the war. And they're just kind of sitting there everything just happening around them or beside them or above them. Yeah. Look how close it is. It's really close to Yarun. I think Yarun was pretty much completely destroyed. Marun al-Ras was largely destroyed. Bint Jbeil was seen as the kind of terror capital according to the Israelis. All these areas were just fucking rammed. And there's one area here. There are also quite a few mixed ones as well. Marjayun is a fairly Christian area, but I think it does have Hezbollah presence. So yeah, you can go south if you're a Christian. I went south actually with my family when I was in Lebanon because family friends live in one of these areas. Won't say where, but you can see the border. Let's go. Wasn't Marjay in the headquarters for the SLA? I believe so, yes. I could be misremembering that, but I think it was, yeah. What if you're Jewish? Can you go there safely? What, to Lebanon? Bro, no, probably not. There are about 20, last I checked. There are about 20 Jews who live in Lebanon. And they're all old as fuck. And they probably, over the years, have been so loudly anti-Zionist that they're probably all a bunch of fucking Zachary Fosters or whatever. Yeah. They hate each other. Do they? Did the last Jews in Lebanon hate each other? They probably do, actually. They probably scream at each other all the time. They probably celebrate when one dies. Like, I mean, quite a few northern Israelis, like northern Israeli Jews, are actually, you know, again, like Soviet Jews who went in the 90s and all that. Quite a lot of Jews left Lebanon during the Civil War. They're not even that like old revivals. Obviously, it's one of those things where during the Civil War or during the 48 War, a whole bunch of Jews left Lebanon. And then after, even during the Mandate period, quite a few would have. Definitely after the 6-Day War, a few would have. But some Jews in Lebanon actually stayed all the way up until the Civil War. And then in the Civil War, quite a few families got murdered, or a few people got murdered, so their families just fled. They went south, yeah. And during the occupation as well, because when Israel was occupying South Lebanon, that actually gave a path for Lebanese Jews to move south as well. It was like that fucking Israeli intel lady that I met in the north. She's like, "You're Lebanese, eh? Eh? I'm Lebanese." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Touche. Wow." Reverse Uno. Because her family, her extended, either her parents or her grandparents or whatever got murdered during one of these conflicts in Lebanon. And then they moved. And then she just stays around the north. The last Jews in Afghanistan. We love the last Jews in Afghanistan. Well, they're both gone now, aren't they? I think one of them died and the other one went to Israel. I have never seen any videos or anything ever about the last Jews in Lebanon. I don't know if I've ever seen any video footage of them or photos or any documentary. I don't know if they just keep their heads down. The last 2 Jews in Afghanistan fighting.
پارسال همه رو پیدا میکنیم خوب آسان چند نفر بودن 3 نفر نه 2 نفر 2 نفر یکی تبله میزد یکی چی میکرد اما شما گفته که خوب نبودن این خلاص شما گفته که خوب نبودن یادتون رفت خب چی کنه ابو صدرالدین نیامد آمد گفت بهش گفتم شما مجله داریم اومد من بهش گفتم گفت خب زولان باز ریزنی کرد زولان گفتن
These guys have the same culture as Ethan Klein. That isn't an excuse for them to land grab or anything. Okay.
شما بیا چرا دو میزنی زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا گپ بدی نگفتم من به تو گفتم صدرالدین میگه بیا صدرالدین میگه بیا یه براش تار بزن چی دو میزنی زولان من تو چی گفتم چی گفتم من تو را اینو چی میگه اینه من به تک برای تک کپی نداره همینه دان اینجا شیشه بیادش فرسان کن علی دانی یه شیشته بیا پرسان کن این من برای تو چی گفتم زولان دیونه شدی چی بلا من بسه بدی نگفتم دانی اینجا شاشته اینه یه سال نان میخوره بیا من به تو گفت بدی نگفتم دو میزنی دیگه چی گفت داری پدر میگی مرده میگی زن میگی فاش میگی هرچی میخوای میگی چرا بیگناه بشی تقصیر اسرائیلی چی شد افریقی چی شد دوستی رفیقی چی شد من یکی با پدرت کردم با مادرت کردم با برادرت کردم تو که یکی اکبر هم برباد کردی من گویی من نصارا من گابر من تاسا تو خوب خب یالا کار من دیگه یالا کار من هر چی که تو میگی من هستم چی میگی زده من یالا کن تو خوب من بعد
گوش نمیکنم
من بعد سگ بارینو به جون میفته ببینی چی میگه
گوش نمیکنم
I need to find the article again, but this guy died, and the guy who's shouting at him said that he was happy to be rid of him. I think it was for show, right? I think this was for like to get journalists to come over because I know that I don't know about this one, but the other one would charge like extortionate amounts for any interviews. So I think they're hamming it up for fucking for money and clicks. I think that's what they're doing.
من به تو گپی ندارم میگو سعددین گفتم سعددین گفتم زولان گفتی پیش دو بره تو خب پیش دو بره
They probably didn't like each other, but there's definitely incentive here to hype it up a little bit.
مرده بزنده فاش کنی میگی
Okay.
Doesn't get too specifics, just offers condolences. He argues that really this is just an ability to show empathy. This is important in diplomacy. We're not trying to take a stance. But ultimately, that others in the administration felt that we couldn't actually issue the statement at the point because we didn't know whether or not some of the reporters, namely Al Jazeera's Anas al-Sharif, whether or not he was involved in any Hamas activity as an operative. So that statement was scrapped. And then the next day, on August 11th, there was a reporter issued a query about a report that had been in, I think, the Washington Post about the U.S. being in talks with South Sudan, or Israel being in talks with South Sudan about taking in Gazans. And Qureshi prepared a response saying, we don't support the forced displacement of Palestinians from Gaza. And that line, too, was scrapped. Qureshi says this was actually in line, what he did was in line with what Trump and Witkoff had been saying, that yes, those two leaders obviously were talking about, or Trump himself was talking about the takeover of Gaza, the permanent resettlement of all of its Palestinians elsewhere, but he's actually moved away from that plan, the Gaza Lago plan, in more recent months as it's come under a lot of criticism. And he has said, when asked, is this an expulsion plan? He says, no, we're not supporting expulsion. So Qureshi thought that if you say we do not support displacement, in this case, that would be something that the administration would support. Evidently, that was not the case, and that line was scrapped. And then on the third day, what happened was he had prepared a press guidance. He noticed that an aide to U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee named David Milstein had gone into the document and tried to change the term West Bank and make it into Judea and Samaria. And Qureshi decided to scrap that reference, feeling that that's not administration policy. There hasn't been a directive to switch that to that language of the biblical terms for the West Bank. And Qureshi felt that if Marco Rubio and Trump and others are not using that term, that the administration shouldn't be either. So he scrapped that line out. And actually that changed to its day because there were others in the administration who agreed with him. But several days later, I think August 17th, he was informed that he had been fired from his position. There was no reason given, as he was a contracted employee, and they weren't required to. But Qureshi thought it was those three reasons that led to his ouster.
Now, he also told you that he was hired during the Biden administration, correct? So he was a holdover from there.
Sort of. Yes, he was. He started in the Biden administration, but he's not like a political appointee. I don't know if you call him a career diplomat because he was contracted, but really he was expected to work under any administration. And he argues that he was willing to, yes, you could see from his past that he has definitely more progressive views on various issues. But he was willing to work under the Trump administration. He argues he was inspired by Trump, be it regarding his desire to end wars, but also his speech in Saudi Arabia in, I believe it was May, where he talked about an end of the era of neocons and nation builders. This is something that Qureshi said that spoke to him, and trying to argue that he's not some activist that was trying to come in and just shift what the administration was trying to do. He tried to frame his position as being important about putting in guardrails to make sure that general policy is kept. and and assisting the political appointees in their efforts. And he actually tries to argue that really the activists that were going against Trump's agenda are people like Huckabee and his advisor David Milstein. That's the argument that he makes. We did reach out to the embassy, to the State Department, to Milstein to offer an opportunity for them to respond to some of the claims that Qureshi makes, and then they declined to do so. But basically, I think that was his take, that he was really in line, and that there are people who are usurping Trump's America First policy. It also, I think what's trickier about this is that you have Trump making comments from here and there, where he says on the one hand that there is people starving in Gaza and disputing Netanyahu, on the other hand going in line with Netanyahu regarding his conduct of the war and saying that Hamas needs to be eliminated and Israel should be allowed to finish the job. And I think it's allowed people on both sides of, I guess, the Republican aisle, or even obviously in Qureshi's case beyond that, to hear what they want to hear, and then therefore try to extrapolate what the real position of the Trump administration is.
Finally, let's finish up with developments in the West Bank. It's been very problematic throughout the West Bank for a while. Lots of IDF coming up against Palestinians in the West Bank, people getting injured.
Lorna, do you think Hamas will agree to any full hostage release deal? Now, Hamas's whole thing now is that their most recent broadcast has been that they spent such a long time stonewalling on the Witkoff deal, or countering with, say, something like they were offered 125 prisoners and they actually said, no, we want 200 people with life sentences. They also talk about how they changed a few of the parameters, and then they didn't get anything. But then on August 1st, Netanyahu announced that he doesn't want any half measures anymore, that they just want a full deal or nothing. And then Hamas, like a couple of weeks ago, after they'd said that, were like, actually, we'll take the Witkoff deal and we'll say actually like 150 prisoners instead of 200, or we're gonna get rid of our demand to dismantle the GHF, and we're going to accept a smaller or a slightly larger buffer zone on the border than we initially asked for. So it's like that thing where they say no to a deal for ages, and then Israel pumps up the gas, says they're going to take Gaza City, says they're only going to accept a full comprehensive end to the conflict now, end to the war, and then Hamas says, actually, we'll go and accept the last thing, right? That's kind of where they are. Chris Kunzler is covering you right now about how you called it an incremental genocide before, and now you supposedly got paid to say the opposite. I love how people use clips of me in the past when I was more ignorant then than I am now, and where I read more about the conflict in the last 2 years, and now my positions have moved a little bit. He's talking about back when I was, back when I had only read fucking some Ilan Pape articles, like 1 or 2 of his books and the Khalidi book, and that was it. Like where I was basically like a pamphlet politics fucking commentator. Yeah, of course my opinions change when I read more and learn more. No? Isn't that normal? But yes, I'm sure it was the money, that definitely, from the, Progressive Victory. The people who didn't even do that much about Gaza. Yeah.
And spreading to the more urban areas like Ramallah and Nablus. So tell us what you've been, sort of paying attention to, what's happening on the ground there.
Sure. There was a raid in Ramallah that the IDF conducted a couple days ago, where they were focusing on a currency exchange that they said was, they accused of transferring funds to Hamas operatives in order to finance terror activity in the West Bank. And that you had 5 suspects who were allegedly involved in terror activity who were arrested. And then more notably, at least on social media, was the confiscation of hundreds of thousands of shekels in what IDF says was terror funds. That's one angle of this raid, but it wasn't just we're going into the currency exchange office, but also there was a lot of destruction that took place during this raid. You had the Red Crescent.
I mean, if he's talking about me now, he can come on and talk if he wants. If he wants to actually show any evidence at all that I was paid for any particular position, he can go for it. But,
The Palestinian Red Crescent say that 14 people were wounded, including 7 who were hit with live fire, while others were injured by rubber bullets, and there was tear gas inhalation. And it said that Israeli forces actually prevented their medics from being able to reach those who were injured. Now, the IDF responded and said that it opened fire on Palestinians who were throwing stones, and confirmed that some were hit without getting into numbers.
This is past the story about the White House meeting. I'm guessing with the White House meeting, nothing's gonna happen, eh? Hmm. It would be really good for you to do a segment or video explaining your evolution of opinion. Probably not. That's just because again, the only people who I think give a fuck about that, I don't think fans really care about that. Because for most people who watch me, they can kind of see my process live all the fucking time. Like they can see it. Like I don't hide any of it. I don't hide my fucking live stream segments like other streamers do. They're all there. I would rather just them ask, like, hey, wait, what opinion have I ever given that you think I couldn't back up? Like, in the last year or 2 years. I can tell you why I believed things in the past and why I believe things now. And some of them have changed, some of them haven't. But whatever. These guys can, you know, as long as these guys keep on milking the fucking death in Gaza, and then we'll see where. It makes me wonder what a lot of these guys are going to talk about once the fighting in Gaza is done. Like, say if Hamas gives up or if they get defeated, like what are they going to talk about next? They'll talk about China. Well, if China invades Taiwan, that would be an interesting pivot, wouldn't it? If that becomes the main news. Where is... Let's palette cleanse before we go on to PBD. As a fan, I care about that. I've been following you for a while, but it's still hard to think of a clear summary of the main reasons your thoughts have changed. Like on what? On what particular issue? On what issue are you just like, I don't understand how someone could say this 2 years ago, but then say this now? Because if it's just on particular positions, then I can just talk about those particular things. Like on the issue of genocide, like I've made videos about that. So I don't know, you can go through my stream segments and you can find segments where I specifically talk about genocide, where I give you my reasoning. And it's not just, whereas the one where I said the incremental genocide thing, that's just me quoting fucking a Pape article. That was the depth of my understanding there. I just said it because I saw someone else who was an academic say it. And I'm like, okay, that's it. Whereas now, if you can look at me talking about the ICJ case, well, I'm actually reading the documents of the case, or I'm reading the judge's opinions on it, or I'm reading about case law and genocide, or I'm reading about like UN website definition. Like, yeah, so you can just see like the process is different. That's it. Wait, where's fucking hell? The Yeet page is just going to be full of this stuff, isn't it? All day. That takes hours to track dozens of videos over time. It's not dozens of videos. There's like, you can look at one. I mean, on that question, I've given you an answer now. Like, I just said that because I read it on a fucking provocative electronic intifada headline, and I was just like, yeah, that seems legit. That seems like a good virtue signal to give. That's basically the beginning and end of why I said that. But Chris surprisingly doesn't just believe all of BE's claims. He's trying to be good faith somewhat, but he believes it's impossible you change your position sincerely. Well, he can ask me about it. Fuck. I mean, it might be difficult because he was so fucking petty that he wouldn't even take a friend request on Discord for me to send him a link. But do I still even have him in my DM history? No, I don't, because I couldn't DM him because I needed to give the friend request for a link. Is he in my Discord server or did he leave? Ethan respond. This is so fucking long. This is so long. My friends, I have a terrible confession to make. Yes, it is true. My 15-year-old Reddit account was identified by using a doxing website that lists a history of all emails and passwords that have been leaked in illegal data breaches. A post last night was made on the Snark subreddit by the person who obtained this information. With Reddit's help, this person was able to disseminate this illegally and maliciously obtained information to a community whose sole purpose is to harass me, my family, and employees. Terrible revelations were made. I had a username, pedotroll. Pedotroll. Pedotroll! A few bizarre and edgy attempts at being funny. It was common on Reddit 15 years ago to create a thematically named troll account to post silly things from. The method was to have Redditors read something crazy and check the username and realize that it was a goof. You can see evidence of this on most of the posts made in character. These troll stories include anecdotes that clearly never happened, including a story that references my children who were born 10 years later. Further evidence of this is simply that I was self-promoting my YouTube channel while doing these parody posts. I knew I was personally identifiable the entire time. I was trying to be funny so people look at my account and discover my YouTube channel. I was not ashamed of it then and not ashamed of it now. Embarrassed, yes, on par with cringing at my old YouTube videos. There are a few posts of me being a Zionist Jewish supremacist, which includes me mostly arguing with someone calling Israel Nazi Germany. What did he say about Israel in these Reddit posts? That might be fun. Wait, what's this? Oh, I saw this yesterday. Someone showed this in Discord. The last two videos have been buried in the algorithm beyond anything I've ever seen. In this time span, they usually have anywhere between 150 and 300k views. This one is at 19k, lol. Consider Patreon. Israel bombs hospital, kills 5 journalists. On live Bro, yeah, just put, where's Ethan's face and Destiny's face? You can even put my face in there, why not? You'll triple, quadruple. It's almost as if these guys and their audiences don't actually give a fuck about any of this. It's just beyond the fact that it's just like a means of moral fucking, moral self-aggrandizement. Wait, hang on. PF Young. Oh, yeah, I saw this. I was going to look at this.
A few days ago, I posted Did my debate with Big Joel about my Nick Fuentes video, and it revealed some things to me, some of which I already knew but needed to be reminded of. First, it showed that I am truly incompetent in a number of ways. Like, at this point, I actually do have a responsibility to, you know, prepare for contentious debates and not just come into them as this semi-ironic character that I play online. Oh, nobody loves you more than I do. And then when the debate happens, get mad, like take it personally, and then just say things that feel true in the moment, but that I don't actually believe.
Like an example would be incremental genocide, like him saying Biden was terrible with Israel by supporting them as pro-colonialism or something. Yeah, I don't know how else I can elaborate on the fact that these were things I was saying when what I knew about this conflict was like pamphlet politics. I was just saying these things because you saw other people who you thought were trustworthy sources saying it, and you just repeated it. It's like just reading headlines the only books I'd read about the conflict at this time were like the Khalidi one and fucking what do you call it? The Pape one, the ethnic cleansing, or maybe the Chomsky one as well, with him talking to Pape. Whereas now, when I talk about settler colonialism, Israel, Palestine, and all that, like I go quite into depth about like where the merits are of that argument and also where the flaws are. Whatever. Okay.
A few days ago, I posted
concern trolling. I don't trust you. I think you're a odd person.
Posted my debate with Big Joel about my Nick Fuentes video, and it revealed some things to me, some of which I already knew but needed to be reminded of. First, it showed that I am truly incompetent in a number of ways. Like, at this point, I actually do have a responsibility to, you know, prepare for contentious debates and not just come into them as this semi-ironic character that I play online. Oh, nobody loves you more than I do. And then when the debate happens, get mad, like take it personally, and then just say things that feel true in the moment, but that I don't actually believe because I'm just saying them because it's the opposite of what the person I'm debating is saying. And that's just, oh, well, I'm a debate bro. I got the debate bro tumor in my brain still. Like the claim that Nick Fuentes fosters Jew hatred is objectively true. Just go to his Rumble streams and look at the comments. It is straight up just disgusting, sick degeneracy. But because it's a debate, I gotta disagree. No, he can't be fostering Jew hatred because there's a clip of him saying that he's okay with Jews if they were Catholic, and that is by definition the most autistic cope one could imagine. Several people emailed me and pointed this out, of like, in any other circumstance, I would rightfully say that is the most autistic cope. You are narrowing the frame so much to give an autistic defense of, well, we can't say he hates Jews or fosters Jew hatred because he didn't technically say this, and it's just like, it's so fucked up. And it's also so gross because the actual point is, well, Jews are okay, but only if they're Catholic, which is insane, and like, there's plenty of religious Jews who are far more moral than 95% of people on this planet. So why do I do that? Well, I almost regret mentioning it at the beginning of the video because it was such a passing remark, and it made it seem like this is not as fundamental to who I am as it really is. But when I was a teenager, I had important relationships destroyed because people went down the full pro-Hitler, pro-Nazi, Holocaust didn't happen, but it should have line of thinking. And they did this because, in both cases, drug addiction and or schizophrenia. And so these are people that needed help more than moral condemnation. But I went down the moral condemnation route and, cut them out of my life and all that. And I regret that because it furthered their descent. So what that's caused is I have this Daryl Davis complex, the black guy who converts KKK members, where, someone gets called a Nazi. And my bias, my instinct is, that means they need to be listened to and not dehumanized because someone who goes down that path needs like help. And, I won't lie, that attitude does work well in like personal relationships. It's one of the reasons I'm able to communicate with a wide variety of people is because I do pathologically focus on the best of people. Everyone has a Jungian shadow and a bright side and all that. But it doesn't translate well when we're talking about someone who is the head of an online political cult who has millions of people listening to him and worshiping him. And so it just doesn't make sense. It just ends up being this incoherent, very bad looking, exercise. But the other practical problem that I still don't feel we have an answer to is Nick Fuentes has breached containment. His influence is spreading. And no matter how accurately you diagnose all of his disgusting immoral degeneracy and all of the horrible shit that he fosters in his audience, that's not going to curb his influence. I cannot tell you how much this clip has fucked with my mind.
A meeting with Nick Fuentes, who is a Holocaust denier, and
He's
got
a
a lot of
Holocaust
pushback.
denier?
Nick Fuentes?
He's a denier,
Yes.
or does he debate the numbers?
What does he think a denier does generally, Joe Rogan? Oh my God, he's such a fucking moron. You think he's a denier, or does he just have doubts about does he just deny the official narrative of the Holocaust? Oh wait, Is he just in denial of the historiography of the...
It's just like, I have no idea what the future will look like. And I'm trying to adapt in a way that does curb the extreme excesses that someone like Nick Fuentes could and is on track to and already is unleashing on the world. But like, how do you do that without being ineffectual and turning the minds off of people who would otherwise listen? And I don't know, you know, the whole radical centrism meme needs to be reevaluated. Listen, it's interesting because I do value being the most like right-wing person that left-wingers will listen to. But it's like, honestly, like maybe to truly make a difference where it needs to be made, I need to be the most left-wing person that the right-wingers listen to, you know? And we'll see. But even that, it's like, look, my heuristic is I need to say what I believe to be true. And if, you know, if that alienates whoever, I can't control that. So anyway, I am traveling this weekend. I'm going to go smoke weed in the mountains, do some further thinking, and then I'll come back next week with a plan. Or something. We'll see. Until then, good luck and Godspeed.
If you are currently... Whoa, chess. How to beat everyone. I love that. In 90 minutes, I will beat everyone. Destroyed. Smash. He's so dumb, but he has a really good heart. It's just fucking weird, man. These enlightened centrists are so bizarre to me. It's... I will never understand it. Imagine having autoplay turned on. Oh yeah. I'd actually remember turning it on. I thought I had it off. I've gone full degen. That's what's going on there. Any chess game is mate in 50 if you think about it. Good one. Not if they can do something to help it. What if it's mate in 51 on their end? What's this? What? Why are you sending me this? The DSA convention after expelling the dead Jew fetishists and house flippers. Why are you... Oh, okay, whatever. Memes, I guess. Memes. Chase James. Oh. Let's have a look. Yeet. It was floating around in Discord. Of course it was. Richie Torres went on Adam Friedland's show. Yeah, I saw that. I saw clips of it. Wait, what's this? Z Cohen Sanchez responds to Hassan. Bitch, please. You're not about to try and out-progressive me while you were sitting on your ass streaming. I've been getting progressives elected. Stay mad. Boomer laughing emoji. FYI, I used to work for TYT and my NDA recently expired. Oh no. Oh no. Is she gonna have tea? Is she gonna drop the TYT tea? Not that any tea on this side bothers anyone, but okay.
Wants a regurgitation of Chuck Schumer, but in like the TikTok sphere. Who the fuck was like, oh yeah, I really want to hear from Hakeem Jeffries, but this time from the mouth of like a 25-year-old TikTok Zoomer. That's what I needed. That's really gonna do it this time.
Hassan, bitch, please. You are not gonna out-progressive me. You know all those politicians you worship? Bernie Sanders, AOC, Zohran Mamdani? Yeah, well, while you were sitting on your ass streaming, I was out there boots on the ground actually getting them elected to office before they were famous. So who's the Chuck Schumer now? But Hassan doesn't know anything, and we're not DNC funded, so if you want to support our work and you want to fight back against Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, then please go to our website, unfuckamericatour.com, sign up to donate, sign up to volunteer, and as always, if you have questions after watching this video, send me a DM and I will help you.
Why is she on Hassan's fucking radar? Like why is she an issue to? Oh, is it because she hangs out with Destiny? Is that why? Because of the Unfuck America? Oh, okay. Well, what's the NDA? What's going on? What's going on? Speak of the lad. What is this? Epstein emails with Israeli PM leaked. Oh god, bro, it's so I can't believe I'm so surprised. Like it must be Learnerbox that's getting paid. You know, I can't believe someone would authentically just not align with the people who support Houthis and fucking Epstein conspiracies with Israel. Yeah, that's crazy.
And part of the reason why I'm doing that is because there are dumb fucks out there who immediately go, oh, the trans leftist.
What?
So obviously
Trans
it's important
leftists.
to address
Oh,
the
no.
truth in this circumstance. Anyway, we're gonna do a little bit more coverage on. We're gonna do a little bit more coverage on Gaza. Yeah. Also, by the way, the dude literally fucking hyped up Brandon Herrera. What are we talking about? The fuck? Hasman is a leftist. It's true. He really is.
Oh.
And part of the reason why I'm doing that is because there are dumb fucks out there who immediately go,
Okay. I can never tell when these clips finish. Jesus. Fucking pedo signs. Dude. Okay. He skipped the DMs. I guess he did, didn't he? Stay safe, banned for this clip. Well, we saw that. We're already caught up on the tabloids. Damn. We're caught up on the tabloids. Where is the Friedland thing? I bookmarked one clip, didn't I? Did I? No, I didn't. How could I not? I don't think I'm gonna have the stomach to watch this entire thing though, because holy shit. Where's the clip that everyone's soying out over? Is it this one? This is a pretty viral one.
If you have disagreements with the Israeli government, you should voice your criticism of the Israeli government. But there is no justification for intimidation or harassment against American Jews.
I'm telling you as a Jew right now.
As a Jew, oh shit.
That we are receiving a lot more hate because of what the people with the flag that has a Jewish star on are doing to other people right now.
That might
and
be
I'm telling you, as a Jewish person,
Oh god.
how painful it is for us to say, and it hurts my stomach to say this. So you're going to say, I disagree, that this is a genocide. And that hurts to say that a Jew could do that. It hurts because we grew up with learning about what hatred is. We grew up learning about this. And the same year the state of Israel was established, in 1948, the world saw the Holocaust, and they established standards for what a genocide is. It was the same year. And the world said that this shouldn't be a thing that happens. You know? And I just wonder, like, it doesn't make sense to me, I don't know, it doesn't track to
The world also excluded a lot of things from that definition that are far worse than what's happening in Gaza right now. But
me why there's this fixation with kids at a school that, and two examples of people at a restaurant that there was banging.
Two examples. I mean, there are surveys on it.
Give me the.
I love how he's doing this fucking. He's like doing this complete fucking soy out about fucking Jews and Jewish suffering and everything, but then he's completely downplaying the amount of like anti-Semitic. 2 people were fucking murdered, bro. 2 people were murdered at the Jewish Museum, targeted because they were because of the loosest fucking connection. Staffers at the Israeli embassy. One of whom was actually the only thing that she seemed to have been involved in was that Tech to Peace group. Come on. Hate crime stats are real. What the fuck is it? 2 people at a restaurant. Jesus.
A restaurant that there was banging.
Two examples. I mean, there are surveys on it.
Give me the.
Read the EDL surveys on it. Because
it's hard for me to talk about this in public
clearly,
because
I mean
you're being a dick. That's mean.
What?
And I grew up a Zionist, and we were told, and our whole community in this country is told, that we have to defend Israel and love Israel because it will stop the Holocaust. It will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities.
A Palestinian child and mother were murdered after October 7th too. Yeah, we know. Do you know why we know that? Because we covered that. There was no ifs or buts or, what were they saying kind of shit. Yeah, there was no fucking anything. It was very easily condemnable. No one objects to the condemnation. Boom.
His friends' parents, he will stop another Holocaust from happening. And my dad was born in 1951. That was 6 years after these atrocities. His friends' parents, he knew these people that had been through this hell, these skeletons. And it terrified us. And the understanding in our community is that we have to defend Israel. But I lived there, and I went to a settlement at the end of my year there, and I looked down a hill at a Palestinian village, and I saw how they lived, and I turned back and I looked at the settlement and saw how they lived. And people live in a world where they're demeaned and dehumanized and surveilled constantly by people and this isn't in Gaza, by people in SWAT team outfits with semi-automatic weapons, and that's what the world is seeing. And you keep telling me that the problem is someone's getting yelled at a restaurant? I'm sorry.
You're conflating two different issues. So I don't
please,
understand.
please. Me saying this to you right now will hurt.
Again, you would never in your fucking life say this about Islamophobia when it affected the Muslim community, except if you were a right-wing cunt. That's what people like Tommy Robinson would be like, where are the Muslims condemning all the terrorist attacks? And it's like, oh, they're over there. Yeah, they're actually Muslims don't like ISIS. ISIS mostly fights with Muslims. Most of the people who were fighting against ISIS were Muslims. What the fuck? Yeah, we kind of did this. We did this whole fucking song and dance. It's just that you never had people saying that. Look at the beheadings and the beheadings, the abuses against women, and the Yazidis, the videos, the orange jumpsuits, that set the car on fire. And you're telling me to get upset about Muslims getting harassed in a mosque? Yeah, you can. It's quite easy to not like both of these things. Fuck.
People in my own family, okay? Because this is a very important thing to us, and the fact that I still fucking care about being Jewish is embarrassing. I should just be a guy. But this feels like a stain on our history, and it feels like it's changed what being Jewish is, because what being Jewish isn't Israel. Judaism has existed for 4,000 years. This is a country for 75 years. You know, it is.
Yeah, you know what? He's right. Yeah, being Jewish and to do with Israel isn't really like a one-to-one. Yeah, these are not the exact same thing. Israel is not it's not like a cornerstone of existence for all the Jews. It kind of is for about half of them, for more than half of them, actually. Yeah. It kind of is, because unfortunately, the way that history went, this guy, American Jew, there was a point in history where Jews were kind of getting fucked by every nationalist emerging nation in the entire fucking world, and they had to leave. They had to go somewhere. Some of them left from a dangerous place like Russia to what would later become a dangerous place like Germany or Poland, or France. Some of them went from a dangerous place like Italy or fucking France or Spain or whatever to North Africa, which also became a dangerous place, and they had to go somewhere else. Some of them went to America, and America, they were like, whoa, yeah, we can become Americans. We're welcome here. We can actually be seen as equal citizens and live here without living under constant threat of pogroms or anything else. Well, that's cool. And America closed the doors on those Jews trying to go there with the Johnson Reed Act in the 1920s. And then they were like, oh, okay, well, do you know what else saw a massive uptake in Jewish immigration after 1924? Israel, Palestine, like that region. So yeah, for about half of the world's Jews, the only option was Israel. The only answer was Israel. So yeah, it does actually matter to at least most of them. Just over half of them.
One of the oldest monotheistic religions. Anti-Semitism is one of the oldest forms of hatred. People in my life are going to be mad at me about this, but I'm saying this because I am Jewish.
Yeah, I can't watch that. There's no way I could watch that whole interview. That would be so cringe. And Richie Torres is a bit of a dumb fuck as well, so I don't even know if his pushback to any of that is going to be particularly impressive. So let's see. Patrick, Bet, David, podcast. But I do want to see, because this is international relevance right now, is Patrick, Bet, David interviewing Netanyahu. Because I guess Netanyahu has decided that the answer to Hasbara, despite going for this long without an English-speaking spokesperson and not giving a fuck that the rest of the world is really, I don't know. I feel like Israelis probably should care a bit more about this than they do. The fact that all these international partners are kind of like turning their back. I think maybe they don't mind in the sense that most of it is symbolic, and I think a lot of the people who are celebrating this international turn haven't realized that most of it is symbolic. So, but it's still worrying, I guess, if you're Israeli. I don't know. But damn, Patrick Bet David, that's a step up from the Nelk boys, right? Patrick Bet David suits up. Okay, he's a big deal. He's also he is also the head of the Dads Council. This guy, the way he talks about, especially like economics or anything political, is like the ultimate Dad Council authority. This guy contributes to the Earth's fucking orbit by waving his finger at the youths at the dinner table, telling them what's what about the world with all the shit that he's just kind of made up or heard from other dads. But anyway.
Whatever Israel wants, they make a phone call to America. America better do or else. Do you agree with that?
Do you know President Trump? You don't make him do anything. He does what he thinks is in America's interest. And he's very forceful about it.
Would the war and the Hamas attack have happened if President Trump was president instead of Biden?
Probably not, but it's hard to say with these maniacs. I think Iran would have been more careful.
I'm curious, did you know the president was going to be saying this?
We're going to take over that piece and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs.
I'll bet you don't know this, Patrick. If America wants to come in and invest, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
So you would be okay if America takes over Gaza and it becomes something that we control. You'd be okay with that?
Yeah, but it's an American choice. Our victory will be your victory.
Why haven't you yet recognized the Armenian, Assyrian, and Greek genocide that the Turkish did to that community? If you step foot in their country, they're supposed to arrest you. They're calling you a wartime criminal, the offenses you've done, they're calling it a genocide.
It's been a battle that has been going on for 3,500 years. So I'll have to do what we have to.
Wow.
We'll fight with our fingernails if we have to. a lot of people felt in their gut, but they didn't have the guts to say
What did they
it
find 3,500 years ago that's relevant to this conflict now?
out loud.
I don't know if it's come from you, though. I don't know if it's come from the Prime Minister of Israel.
Yeah, I just did.
Okay.
Here you go.
All right. Well, thank you for doing that.
God, it's so fucking intense. Hype.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed to taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever saw. It's right here.
You are a one of one?
My son's right about
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's great to have you on the podcast.
Good to be with you, Patrick.
So I have a very simple, open-ended question for you. Why are you doing this podcast tour?
Well, number one, because I heard that you invited me. Number two, because I think it's a way to puncture the lies and the vilifications that are leveled at Israel. And I think that's part of the, we have a 7-front war with Iran and its proxies, but this is the 8th front, the battle for truth. So that's why I'm doing it.
It's interesting when you say that, because when we look at a couple numbers, if we think about the Pew Research that came out a couple months ago on the unfavorability rate of Israel, they have you 24 out of 5. If I look at the number, Rob, I don't know if you have it to pull it up. If you look at the numbers, you would see the 24-country median is 62 to 29 being favorable. Why do you think so many countries are unfavorable of Israel today?
I think it's a combination of historical trends, but also of the impact of social media, especially engineered social media with paid bots, and this new media environment that we're in. It has built-in parameters that really take their toll. So we're aware of that. But I think the most important thing is that for democracies to fight wars, they should be as short as possible. And my way of combating the PR war is by winning the ground war and winning it quickly. The quicker you win it, the better you'll come out of this assault.
So why do you think this has taken so long? Because if you think of a part of it, when you think about especially in America, there's 3 different types of people on social media right now or in America that follow you. One, they fully believe you're committing a genocide right now. They're part of the community that's thinking they compare you to some dictators, some terrible leaders in the past, many names you've heard of before. Some of them are blindly supportive of what you're doing, but there's the other community that's almost a little bit burned out, that's wanting this story to end. Obviously, it's tragic. We're seeing what's going on. We're seeing all the stories, but why do you think this is taking longer than it's taking?
Well, I don't think it's taken longer than it's taking. Look at what we had to fight. We were attacked viciously by the most savage attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. That's by Hamas on October 7th. I said on the second day of the war, when Hezbollah joined the fray, I said we're going to change the face of the Middle East, because it was clear to me, and it may be clear to you too, that we're fighting the Iran axis. Without Iran, I would say that all the axes, all the proxies collapse. Hezbollah collapses, Hamas collapses, Assad collapses, and so on. So it was clear to me that we had to topple the Iran axis and not just deal with Hamas. And what happened following that was that we went in, Hamas is in its last breath. We haven't finished it yet, but we crippled Hamas. Then we went and finished off Hezbollah, took out Nasrallah. That led to the collapse of the Assad regime, whose armaments we destroyed. The Syrian army's armaments. We dealt with the Houthis, still dealing with them. And then we had Iran itself that had struck us, and we had to strike back. And as you see, we changed the face of the Middle East, not only because we hobbled the proxies, but because Iran, which was a totally invincible enemy, throwing its weight around not only in the Middle East, spreading terror everywhere, and trying to arm itself with nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles to deliver them. We struck them very hard. So when you fight these 4 fronts, and there are another 3, by the way, that I haven't mentioned.
Hey,
when you're
7
doing
fronts.
that, a small
Don't forget
country,
7 fronts.
it takes time. But I think we're approaching the final leg, and that's really finishing off Hamas.
Again, the fact that they squeeze in like militia groups in Syria and fucking Iraq at the seven front, that's mental. That's just, bro, you're just trying to get more fronts. 7 just sounds better than 5, I guess. It's like the people who say that they were invaded by 7 armies in the 48 war, even though Lebanon didn't really invade. Saudi and Yemen sent like completely indeterminate or insignificant number of irregulars. And Jordan only went into places that were allocated to the Arabs for the partition plan. So, oh no, we're really running out of fronts now.
We can't have those monsters at spitting distance from Tel Aviv and
Yeah, they had a kind of like implicit agreement with Jordan as well on that. Yeah, Golda Meir was talking to Jordan about that. Yeah,
communities, and we're going to finish it.
Yeah, so when you say that for a person that lived in Iran, I look at the critics and they're giving, hey, let me tell you, it's not fair what he's doing with this. And you see ICC, which the average person, when they see ICC, 124 countries, that if you step foot in their country, they're supposed to arrest you, okay? And they're calling you a wartime criminal, the offenses you've done, the amount of, again, like I said earlier, they're calling it a genocide. How do you answer to the critics that they don't follow politics, they don't follow the stories closely? But if they see if they see 120 something countries that if you land there, they're supposed to arrest you, the average person is going to say, maybe this isn't a good guy.
Yeah, well, they said that about Churchill too. He was a warmonger when he was talking about the German Axis and the danger to the West. He said he warned of the slumber of democracies. And I guess if I learned one thing from our history, the history of the Jewish people, is that you can't sleep. When somebody says they're out to annihilate you, you better take it seriously and act to prevent it. And that's the central lesson that we learned in the rebirth of the Jewish state and the Jewish people in Israel. We don't wait to be annihilated. We take forceful action against our would-be annihilators. And I think that, people see it after you do it. After you do it, after you realize your vision, then people say, well, yeah, we begin to understand it. But they don't before, and that's certainly true of the case here. In the United Nations, you have 180 countries, 190 countries, and a great majority would tell you that the earth is flat. It doesn't make it flat. And the vilifications against Israel is a country committing genocide and other war crimes. That doesn't make it true either. Let me tell you, did you ask me about the ICC prosecution just now?
Uh-oh.
Well, let me tell you about that. So
I'm assuming you attempted to interview Bibi during your Israel visit. I mean, attempted in the sense that we asked people who might be in contact, and the answer was obviously no. Yeah, no, where there's no fucking chance of getting an interview with Netanyahu. Do you notice that he very carefully chooses his interviews based on clout and based on how many people that he or how easily he can wrangle the guest. His media team obviously is very prepared, and I don't think the kind of interview I would do with Netanyahu is ever something that he would accept. No way. David Walker, thanks for the $5, Canadian. PF Young posted a follow-up to the debate you watched yesterday. Oh yeah, I guess we saw it. Yeah. And Dense Pixel, thanks for the $5. Thank you so much. Wow. And if you're feeling up for it, guys, you can contribute to the goal in many exciting ways. You can support the stream by donating either $5 or above for a teal or above super chat. And that would, make me consider liking you. I don't know.
We were going to have this ICC prosecutor who's since been basically put to pasture. This ICC prosecutor was going to come to Israel in the beginning of the war. And he said, well, Israel has, it has a proper judicial system, and, I don't see any real problem there. And he was about to come. And a day before he's about to come, he suddenly cancels the trip. And 2 days later, he issues this war crimes charge against me and the former defense minister. And we didn't understand, why did he do it? It took us months to discover that a few days before that, he was confronted by one of his staff members, a senior staff members, who brought the charges of rape and sexual misconduct that this prosecutor carried out against one of his staff members, a woman, a Malaysian woman, by the way, who's fiercely anti-Israel. But she
He was
had
about to
suffered
come.
this,
Shut up.
this harassment and these rapes for over a year. And Khan believed that this was his ruin. His brother, who's a British parliamentarian, was in jail for sexual misconduct too. So he said, that's it, that's the end of me. And then he figured...
This is where the Malaysian woman testified to UN investigators. Does this mean that the actual arrest warrant request is gone though, or does it just mean it's moved on to a different prosecutor? This has nothing to do with whether or not the charges are still going, is it? Leading the case. So yeah, according to the paper, which paper was it? Wall Street Journal. Not independently confirmed allegations. According to the paper, the lawyer from Malaysia testified to United Nations investigators that Khan initiated unwanted sexual contact over several months, ultimately coercing her into sex, and that she remained in her job because she didn't want to leave one of the world's leading human rights institutions. Wow, what about human wrongs? She also reported fearing that losing her salary would leave her unable to pay her mother's hospital bills for cancer treatment. Damn. The court's announcement on Friday follows internal review and comes amid mounting pressure from the United States. So, are they what if they just get another prosecutor? Does that mean that is this the only prosecutor who wants to request these warrants? I don't think he would be. Especially now. Like, what the fuck? Okay.
Out that there's one way to get out of this, and that is to deflect the entire conversation, to preempt it by blaming the Jews and blaming the prime minister of the Jewish state. And that's essentially what he did. Since then, you should know that there have been 4 or 5 other women who charged him with sexual misconduct. So what you have here is the ICC, which is a corrupt organization, totally politicized, unelected, that wants to, basically preempt the sovereignty of nations. And that's why the United States is not a member. They won't tell the United States that its soldiers are committing war crimes because some woke people in The Hague are telling you that.
Woke.
This ICC, this corrupt ICC prosecutor, thought that he would escape justice by basically by condemning us. And that's what he's done. And I think a lot of countries are waking up to that. It's sort of embarrassing when your chief prosecutor is doing such a corrupt and heinous thing. But that's the ICC. I mean, President Trump has put sanctions on him. He's put sanctions on the judges who did this. I think he's just facing it. That's what I like about him. He just cuts to the chase. This is a corrupt organization, a corrupt prosecutor, corrupt judges. And it reminds me of that movie. You remember Network? I think.
Yes.
We're not going to take it anymore. And it's not just Israel, because if they target Israel and they say to a democracy defending itself against these savages, you can't defend yourself, then no democracy is safe, and America isn't safe. So I think that's come out. There is extraordinary vilification, extraordinary lies leveled at Israel, and they're meant to prevent us from exercising our legitimate right of self-defense. They won't succeed.
So if we talk about the legitimate right for you to defend yourself, you'll see the numbers. I'm a business guy. I'll see how this war has cost you roughly 120 to 130 billion dollars. Whether it's Hamas, Gaza, Iran, roughly 120 to 130 billion dollars. Reports that we read. Your debt to GDP ratio went from 60% to 75%. So some of the Americans, they're sitting there saying, yeah, we give you guys roughly 3.8 billion. For the war, America's given roughly $30 billion, which most of it was in weapons. But if you're going from 60 to 75%, how much longer can your economy or even the state be able to afford the war?
Patrick, I'm going to have some good news for you.
Please.
I led first as finance minister and then as prime minister, a free market revolution in Israel. And Israel became a wealthy country because we unleashed the genius in our population and innovators and just incredible capacity to produce products and services that service all mankind in medicine and communications. That cell phone that you're probably holding half of it is probably made in Israel. And the cherry tomatoes that you eat, they were made in Israel and so on. And medicines that you use, made in Israel.
So I don't know if it's about half of a phone or whatever. There is something to do with which technology is it? MEGA. What's the technology? Make Israel great again. There is one technology that did actually have quite a lot to do with Israeli R&D. Which was it? GPS. There's also, it's not just GPS. I think it's something to do with smartphones, not touchscreen. That's fucking American, isn't it? Israel benefit USA wash. BE dropped another video on Learnerbox. Based. Oh, that's why. That's why people are fucking frogging over the post-debate ramble that I did about Israel. Nice one. I can't believe this person used to believe a thing and now doesn't. That's crazy. Pagers. Really? I did not know that. Oh, financial transactions like PayPal. Secure financial transactions. I think that was quite a bit to do with Israeli IT research. Yeah. Okay.
Israel became a powerhouse, a juggernaut of innovation and enterprise, and it strengthened our economy. We went from $17,000 per capita to about $60,000 in a very short time. It's a tremendous success story. Now, here's the truth. This is something I just saw, a slide. I wish I had it here. Too bad. But the slide shows investments in R&D that a country receives from foreign sources. So number one is the United States, like huge. Number two, in absolute terms, now as we speak, today, is Israel, tiny Israel. The next country is Germany. It's 2/3 of Israel, and the rest of the Western countries fall further and further behind. So our economy is actually doing quite well, I should say, and it's amazing. And you're right to ask it. But there was an economic miracle in Israel, which I'm very proud to have led. And we just have this resilient capacity, both in our economy, but also in our fighting spirit. We've gone through the Holocaust, and I'm committed, as are my people, to prevent a second Holocaust that Iran was planning. And that's what we've been doing in this war. It's taken this long because we had to break this noose of death that Iran was going to put on us in their plans to conquer the Middle East, in their plans to then proceed to Europe, and in their plans to then proceed to America. They say death to America. We're just standing in their way. And boy, did we stand in their way.
So I guess the question to kind of move on from this one, do you see yourself, if you're saying the war is not going on for too long, if this thing takes a couple more years, do you see yourself getting to a point that you're going to need to the American taxpayers and need more money and support, or are you able to sustain the expenditure that you have right now?
Yeah, I think we've organized that, and we're perfectly able to do that. I want you to know one other thing. I think Israel is different from your other allies. We spend...
Wait, what happened there? Did a comment just get deleted from chat? Like a fairly inoffensive one. What? But I can't see it on my list. I can't see it on my feed. What the fuck?
Inordinate amount of our GDP, inordinate amount, to defend ourselves. I think one of your senators...
Just him and his wife in the background. God. I do. Yeah, it's making me... I'm really wondering why... Yeah, I don't know. Like, why does he think this podcast circuit is like the answer to anything? It's why? What the fuck is the point in this? I guess he's just really loving the idea that he can go onto these podcasts, and I guess he secures interviews that are very, very structured and controlled, and he can just fucking sail through it and damage control. Because I guess there's also, desperation, probably. It must be that, right? But also the fact that he is, it's so naive and tone deaf. Because once upon a time, Netanyahu, before he was a prime minister, he was actually like one of the big guys for doing Israeli PR in America. He understood like the Americanisms. He would go and do these like debates where he was all suited up and he was smooth and he was confident and everything. And he would, quote unquote, destroy PLO activists in the fucking audience. Like he would do that. But then obviously that was 1980s or 70s where people's approach to advertising and PR was very different. But now he thinks he can apply the same tactics in the modern world on like contemporary podcasts, and it just looks so flat and insincere, and like saying, oh, gays for Palestine is like chickens for KFC. It's like that's like 1980s branding, and I guess he's just so fucking arrogant like that he thinks he can keep doing this and yield any benefit from it, whereas all he's really going to do is he's going to make the Patrick Bet-David's audience really fucking angry with him for hosting him without bringing up the USS Liberty or anything else. He wants to get nitty-gritty with Zoomers. Yeah, but this is a pathetic way to do it. This is not going to... It's not going to succeed. It's not going to get him anywhere.
Said something very, very true. He said, if we had in Israel, next to in Afghanistan, or if we had another Israel there, we wouldn't have spent $1 trillion or trillions of dollars. Israel is receiving and is very grateful for the American military assistance at about $3.8 billion a year, and 80% of it is spent in the United States. That's the deal. So it helps American industries. But we also produce these incredible weapons that we share with the United States. We produce intel that is invaluable for the United States. You're familiar with the Five Eyes, Patrick? You know what that is? You know all these countries that are part of the American intelligence system? Well, there's a sixth eye, Israel. It's a very powerful eye. And we share our intel with the American intelligence services. And that's why the bond is so strong. It's not only a bond of values of our common Judeo-Christian civilization.
Judeo-Christian, let's go.
It is really a war of
all,
civilization against...
Like, the American right is past this. They don't give a fuck about this, like, oh, we share intel and technology and Judeo-Christian. This is like Bill O'Reilly, like 2010 Fox News shit. Like, people are so beyond this right now. It's really just a miracle that Trump was like a New York Republican Democrat, or a New York Democrat for such a long time, that he just has this ingrained appreciation for Israel, and also that he hates Muslims enough that he will never question his loyalty to the Jewish state. It's kind of like a miracle for Netanyahu that that's what's happened, because this is like really, I cannot imagine this having any positive impact for him. None.
The barbarians that we're fighting. But it's also a bond of utility, of great success. That partnership is very, very strong. I know it's challenged all the time, but it's very, very...
Meanwhile, the PBD audience is just like so fucking horny to hear about. It's just, they're just sitting there thinking, Epstein, 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 USS Liberty, Epstein, dancing Israelis, 9/11. Like,
very strong. And you should talk to some of the people in the higher places in the Pentagon. I wish you could talk to the people who share our intelligence or the weapon systems that we share. I think that you'll discover that they appreciate, as we appreciate enormously what America gives to us, and they appreciate what Israel gives to America. Somebody said to me, you're the one fighting ally we have. You don't ask us to put boots on the ground. You don't ask us to fight your wars, although President Trump did a great thing by joining in that precise strike that he did. Didn't start World War III. It didn't bring thousands of American troops on the ground in Iran, but it did. It was a magnificent addition to our brave soldiers. So I have to tell you, I think it's a partnership that is going to go on for a long, long time. As far as I'm concerned, for all time.
Prime Minister, what do you say to the critics who say, Israel owns America, Israel is who makes America do things they want them to do, whether it's through AIPAC, whether it's through, funding, money. You'll typically hear this. This has been overly said the last couple of years in a major way. And there's a community of Americans that at this point believe that whatever Israel wants, they make a phone call to America. America better do or else. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not. I think it's full of hokum. First of all, do you know President Trump? I mean, sort of, I've known him for many years.
Sure.
Okay. You don't make him do anything. He does what he thinks is in America's interests, and he's very forceful about it. When he sees allies who don't step up to the plate, he's not shy about saying it. And we have a different relationship altogether. It's not of one of coercion.
Oh, no, wait, I need to double check this.
Phone call to America. America better do or else. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not. I think it's full of hokum. First of all, do you know President Trump?
Hokum.
I mean, sort of. I've known him for many years.
Sure.
Okay.
We're
You don't
out.
make him
Oh, no.
do anything. He does what he thinks is in America's interest, and he's very forceful about it. When he sees allies who don't step up to the plate, he's not shy about saying it. And we have a different relationship altogether. It's not of one of coercion or manipulation. It's one of common interests and common values. And I think that people understand that, because Israel is different. It really is. We know that we have to fight for ourselves, and we do. But when we fight for ourselves, we fight for you too, because we fight Iran. Iran tried to murder President Trump not once, but twice. Iran killed and wounded thousands of Americans with their IEDs, explosive devices, in Iraq and Afghanistan. Iran killed 241 Marines in Beirut. They bomb your embassies. They burn American flags. They have mobs chanting, "Death to America, death to America." So when we fight Iran, we're not just fighting our war, we're fighting your war. But we are fighting that war here in the Middle East. And let me tell you what would happen. And as someone who had been in the Middle East as a child, I think you can appreciate this. It's not only we who are threatened by Iran, it's our Arab neighbors too. They know that Iran wants to conquer them, pillage their oil fields, take over the Middle East, the maritime routes that control world trade. So they know that. But if you look at who's actually fighting Iran, it's Israel. It's Israel, our brave soldiers, our incredibly brave soldiers. And this tiny country, President Trump asked me, how do you guys do this? I mean, you're such a small country, we're the size of New Jersey, bigger than Rhode Island, but that's it. We're slightly smaller than New Jersey. And we take on this enormous empire with all its proxies, this anti-American empire that threatens to kill the president and chants death to America. How do you do this? And I said, well, you're like...
I know there was a story that was going around, and I don't really want to report on it like it's a thing, because I think the original claim I heard was from Sky News Australia, and Sky News Australia are like, it's like Rupert Murdoch without the regulation. It's really bad. It's like very Fox adjacent. But they were saying that Iran was behind some of the protests in Australia against Israel. I know that the IRGC, or the Iran, they do have some input in like Western shit, but I'm not going to. I was wondering if there's anyone else that's spoken about that besides Sky News Australia. I'd be interested to see what that is, but it needs to come from someone a bit more reliable, because Sky Australia is kind of insane. So if anyone has that, stream suggestions, Discord.
An enormous lion, almost like a prehistoric saber-toothed tiger. You're enormous. We're not. But we are, we're the, the badger, this little animal.
Absolutely.
Badger. And you see a badger being, some tiger or lioness is trying to kill it, and it sort of turns around. It has very sharp teeth, and it knows how to go to the weakness points, to the points of vulnerability of the enemy. And you see these things, I watch NGO Wild when my wife lets me, because she likes to watch cooking shows, okay? So late at night, after we have this argument, we settle on some compromise. And on Nat Geo Wild, I see these films of this badger, this tiny creature, it's about this big, taking on a lion, and the lion runs away. So Israel is the badger of the international scene. It has the fortitude, the will to fight our enemies because of our history, because for so long we didn't have a state, we didn't have an army, we didn't have the ability to defend ourselves, which culminated in this crescendo of massacres that culminated in the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust, in which a third of our people were annihilated. We have that in our bones, in our hearts, in our soul, and we fight. And that's I think President Trump would like to see more Israels around the globe, because, everybody who says, America first.
Was it Jimmy Carter? I think it was Jimmy Carter in the Camp David peace talks between Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, Egypt, Israel, where he had to keep on telling There's some line in his book, I think, about Menachem Begin and him just yapping on about the Holocaust. I don't know. But Netanyahu loves that. He loves the Holocaust. Is that a sensitive way to put it? Yeah, it's fine.
I can respect that, but I don't think they want America alone. And if you can have allies that actually share your values and fight for them in various parts of the world, and especially in the Middle East with Iran trying to take over the world, I think that's a valuable addition. So, it'll take time for this to sink in, but it will sink in.
Yeah, the topic of America first, it's become a little bit more clear where people are being put in different groups, America first and America only, and that debate's going on right now, which is a great debate. I actually like listening to both sides make their argument. Well, you said, do you think President Trump is the type of a man that you can get?
Doesn't he blame the Holocaust on Palestinians? Well, Netanyahu actually kind of does. Yeah, he says that the Holocaust was an idea that was floated to Hitler by Hajamin al-Husseini, which is not true. The final solution was already well underway when those two met. And al-Husseini was obviously supporting the idea, but it didn't come from him, no.
Anything you want to make him do what he wants. I don't think President Trump is. But I do think Biden and others are. So the whole criticism of the fact that Israel, whatever they want, they can call America and have favors being done, I would agree with you on Trump, but with Biden. So maybe a question that I don't think has been asked yet. Putin was asked 2 weeks ago if the war between Ukraine and Russia would have happened under Trump. He said, no, it wouldn't have happened. So for you, would the war and the Hamas attack have happened if President Trump was president instead of Biden?
I don't know. It's a good question, but you said something about Biden that I should just point out the facts. In fact, President Biden supported us in the beginning of the war after this horrific massacre, and he came.
I've decided to ask Big Joel if he wants to talk about his P.F. Young appearance, because I feel like there are maybe some interesting questions to be pulled out of that conversation. I'll probably finish that debate after this, actually.
Came here, and I very much appreciate it. But as the war progressed and the vilifications of Israel, the distortions on the media began to pile on, he began to take a different course. And when we were just 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way in Gaza, I said we have to go into that last position that they had where they had organized battalions. It's in a city called Rafah in the southern part of the Gaza Strip. And he said, don't go there. And he said, if you do go there, I'll smack an embargo on you. Now, you're fighting a 7-front war, and all of a sudden you're slapped with an embargo of weapons. That was tough. And I said to President Biden, who I've known for many years, I respect the fact you're the president of the United States, but I'm the prime minister of the one and only Jewish state. And we've been fighting to survive in our small place under the sun. It's been a battle that has been going on for 3,500 years. So I'll have to do what we have to do. And then a few days later, Tony Blinken, who was the Secretary of State, came to Israel, and he said, the president is serious about this embargo. And I said, Tony, I know it's serious because you stopped all the weapons. You slow-walked them before, but now you've stopped them. And then I said to him this. He said, well, how are you going to do it then? I said, Tony, we'll fight with our fingernails if we have to.
Whoa.
But we're not going to leave. It's like the Allies would leave a quarter of the German battalions in place and not go into Berlin. And I said, would you take that? Would you take that, Patrick? Of course you wouldn't. So we didn't take it.
Again, I just forget. Just because Vinny is like a Zog fucking tomato head fumer, PBD, I don't think he is, right? I think PBD and the other guy are much more sympathetic to Israel. Who's the other guy? The other guy's name I never remember. He's always a bit husky, and he's a much more normie coded than the other ones. Who is the guy? He does whatever podcast as well. Adam? Yeah. Yeah, these guys I think are a bit more in the conventional conservative way. That's probably why he chose that. Yeah, okay.
Either we did it against the opposition of the American president. So much for Israel controlling the United States. We don't. But
have they done an episode since then? Because I want to see Vinny in the fallout. I want to see Vinny screeching and arguing with these guys. Patrick, David, have they spoken since this appearance? I don't think they have. Oh, they want to kill you for talking to valuetainment. Okay, that's next. Okay, good.
Do seek to control our destiny, and when somebody commits a crime like they
Vinny?
did on
Where's
October
Vinny?
7th,
Is he here?
decapitating our men, raping our women, and then murdering them.
At 10th podcasters, at 10th front, yeah. The war on 10 fronts. The podcast bros, they count as 3 fronts. There's Vinny. Yes. Okay, good. We have accountability culture, full force after this. Yes.
Children alive in front of their parents, taking 255 hostages, grandmothers with their grandchildren. This horror, and pledged to do it again and again and again. Well, what choice do we have? We have to fight them and their Iranian patrons, and we did just that. We did that first with American help, then with American opposition, and when President Trump came in, with great American help, which I truly appreciate. And I think President Trump does what he thinks is good for America. I don't think that. I know that for a fact. He's a great leader.
So going back to that, I want to clarify this again. So you said you don't know whether Hamas October 7 attack would have happened under Trump. So you're saying Hamas would have had the audacity, even under Trump, to have attacked, or no, they would have feared him?
Probably not, but it's hard to say with these maniacs. You can't quite tell. I think Iran would have been more careful, and Iran is the patron. Would they have controlled completely their client, their proxy? Maybe not. Maybe they would have, possibly. But look, I think President Trump has changed the posture of America. America is back on the global scene. America is resumed its powerful position among the nations. And I think that's for the good. Because I think one of the tragedies for the Jewish people was that in the first half of the 20th century, America was not the dominant global power. And the worst tragedy in the history of mankind, the World War II, took place, and I don't think it was accidental. And the worst tragedy in the history of my people, the Holocaust, took place. But in the second half of the 20th century...
Hey, Ansello, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. That's so generous of you. God. And also Vivian, thanks for the $9.99. And Barabbas Dantiok, thanks for the $5. Bibi Netanyahu talks about saving democracy, also actively undermines democracy in his own country. I know, he's such a cynical piece of shit, man. He did with the fucking Supreme Court stuff. This is why they need Joe Rogan to invite him on a podcast, but only let it be an in-person one, like the Lex one, right? It can only be in person. And then just have the Israeli prosecutors and the ICJ prosecutors hiding behind the curtain so that they can come out like fucking Chris Hansen on their little stools. Blasphemous Crow, thanks for the tier 3 sub. And Daniel P, thanks for the tier 1. For 3 months now. Wow, that's a while.
America emerged as the dominant power on the earth, and Israel came into being. And as a result, our history has changed. We no longer are massacred with impunity. We now have the ability to defend ourselves. And we are very fortunate to have an ally, a strong ally, the United States, with successive presidents. We've had our differences, as I said. But overall, there's been a very strong alliance through all presidents. But it's never been stronger. It's never been so intimate and so powerful as it is now under President Trump.
You've been prime minister while President Clinton was in the White House, Biden, Obama, and Trump twice. Is there an element of unpredictability with President Trump that you don't know necessarily what he's going to be saying next? Or do you notice a pattern of, similar approaches that they all take?
Well,
sorry, I'm not paying attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. Vazaraka, thanks for the tier 4 sub. God, you guys are pumping out the big ones. Also, I will say that Super Chat's goal is still starving to death, okay? 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10. The fuck? Crying here.
White House, Biden.
So intimate and so powerful as it is now under President Trump.
Don't make me go content brain, okay? Don't make me spend the next 8 hours covering the Destiny Ethan drama. I'll do it, okay? Man's got to make a living.
You've been prime minister while President Clinton was in the White House, Biden, Obama, and Trump twice. Is there an element of unpredictability with President Trump that you don't know necessarily what he's going to be saying next? Or do you notice a pattern of, similar approaches that they all take.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Well, look, I think President Trump has an enormous capability. He's irreverent
That's
to
better. Well done, guys.
received wisdom, to
I am
traditional
10 toes
thinking.
down
He
below
says,
the
well,
box.
let's look at it again.
Thank you for the $10.
And sometimes he can surprise you. I'll tell you, I had conversations with him when he cuts to the chase on something, and he says something that no one before said. A lot of people felt in their gut, but they didn't have the guts to say it out loud. And he does. And I find that very refreshing. And also, I think that unpredictability is not a bad thing to have. Not a bad thing to have with sometimes with your allies, and certainly with your enemies.
I want to show you this clip. This is a clip of you and the president. You guys are standing right next to each other, and you give a look that you almost didn't know he was going to say this. And this is just personally for myself. I'm curious, did you know the president was going to be saying this? Go ahead and play the clip, Rob.
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs, and it'll be something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of.
Thousands of jobs.
Everybody feels that continuing the same process that's gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all of the other problems.
The thing is, if America does this, if they take over any administration anywhere in Gaza, who's going to be the security? It's not just going to be IDF, right? It's going to be Americans. It's going to be fucking mercenaries. It's going to be PMCs. It's just like he just wants an Iraq solution. It's so disgusting. Fuck. I feel like we learned from this. I feel like Trump supporters even are aware that the Iraq war was a total fucking disaster. But, bro, hopefully he's just yapping,
Start, and you end up in the same place, and we don't want to see that happen. So by the United States, with its stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time, I would say really since the election, I think we'll be a keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East. Very important. And we'll, again, have thousands of
right
jobs.
there. Can you pause it? You gave a look where you weren't expecting the president to say that, as if it's going to be our land.
Body language.
Were you surprised by what the president said here?
Yeah.
No, actually, I wasn't. No. But I can tell you that he said something else there. He said that surprised the world. And I thought, again, he cut to the chase. He said, why are Gazans locked in this area, which is just used as a base for attack against Israel for its destruction? That's what the de facto Palestinian state in Gaza was. It was a base for Israel's destruction. It has no other purpose. And it lived under this horrible tyranny, this terror tyranny of Hamas. So he said, why not give people
this
a
is
choice?
A beautiful respite from the shit flinging contest.
Thanks for the $10. Appreciate it. You guys are close. 9 out of 10. Wow. Vazaraka, thanks for $5. Feel like Goblin, thanks for the tier 3 sub. I'm sorry this doesn't go towards the goal. I would be sorry. You should be. Ref Top, thanks for the $4.99. Super chatting so you don't yell at me. Oh. Wow, well done, guys. Well done. Close. Could be better, but close. Not bad.
I mean, in other war theaters, in Ukraine or in Syria or in Afghanistan, millions left if they wanted to. In Gaza, they're locked in. Nobody allows them to leave. And he says, give them a choice. If they want to leave, let them leave. And for those who stay, rebuild Gaza. I thought that was actually a very sensible thing. And it's not our goal now to depopulate Gaza and all these other nonsenses that people say. Our goal is to free Gaza, free it from Hamas, free it from Hamas tyranny and terror. And we now have Gazans. I'll bet you don't know this, Patrick. We now have Gazans fighting Hamas. And they say, thank God you're here. They didn't dare do that until the final stages of this war, which we're in now, because they know that they won't be slaughtered. So they fight. They actually fight Hamas. They fight these monsters. They call them monsters.
Feli,
they're
that's
joining up with Israel. And I think that's a sign of hope, because we can have, once we finish...
very few of them are joining up with Israel. If you look at a proportion of the protesters and the anti-Hamas people that are joining up with Israel, that's a very small subset of the overall group, but wow. Well done, guys. You met the goal, okay? But just so you know, that's just the beginning. Okay, now there's a new goal. That's how it goes. Don't make me look. What's to happen? 0 out of 10. 0 out of 10 teal or above super chats. Do not make me do the Ethan Destiny pedo drama. Who's the bigger nonce? Fuck.
Of Hamas. Gaza can
What a
have a different
state.
future. Israel and Gaza can have a different future. And as far as I'm concerned, if America wants to come in and invest, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
So you would be okay if America takes over Gaza and it becomes something that we control. You'd be okay with that.
Yeah, but it's an American choice. I don't want to get into that.
But you would be okay with that. So even if America chooses,
Look, I'd be okay with any governance that civilian governance in Gaza that doesn't teach its children to annihilate Israel, doesn't pay terrorists. That's what not the Hamas do only. It's what the Palestinian Authority, the other side of the Palestinian people does. They pay terrorists. The more Jews they kill, the more they pay them, and doesn't launch terrorists. There are several ideas how to do that. But I think that America's help here is indispensable.
yeah, that would be very interesting, because if all of a sudden that becomes U.S. territory, and U.S. now has interest in making sure there's not chaos there, that could actually be very effective for a lot of people in the community. I lived in Iran for 11 years, and maybe this is a transition. I got 3 other topics I'd like to talk to you about. Is when I lived in Iran for 11 years, I was born in 78. The Shah was leading Iran, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. And when you look at the stats from 1941 when he took office to 1979, that 38 years that he was in, not a lot of wars. It was fairly peaceful. You have some numbers on the low end of 17,000 people that died due to war in Iran during that 38 years. High numbers, 50,000. In the Middle East, not as chaotic. Of course, there was issues, but not as much as they have now. Then from 1979, Khomeini comes in, IRGC, which I had the former founder of IRGC here. We had a conversation with him. Khomeini comes in 79. From 79 till today, if you look at the numbers, the low end, 600,000 people died in Iran, 2 million people. In the Middle East, 4.5 to 5.5 million people have died. Of course, some of the words are different places, but still, when you go back to Iran, you have Houthis, you have all these other things that they control. How much do you think...
I'm sorry, do you know what else is just so minging about what Netanyahu was saying about civil administration in Gaza and just kind of like brushing off the idea of America wanting to... Remember, Trump wants a bunch of Palestinians to leave Gaza and never come back. He even once said not voluntary. Netanyahu, propaganda boy, always says, oh, voluntary. But again, there's nothing about whether or not they'd be allowed to return or where they'd get to go to, because they're probably not going to get to go anywhere they'd like to go to. Libya, but in any case, the worst thing about this is like Netanyahu does this thing where he compares Fatah and Hamas, and just says that he acts like they're the same. He says it's either going to be Hamas-stan or Fatah-stan, which is like, he says all that at the same time that his government has been overseeing this total unilateral fucking squeeze on the PA with no attempt to exchange anything. No attempt to, even if they take like the bits of the PA you don't like pay for slay or whatever, not even saying, oh yeah, change this and we'll give you this or whatever. Nothing like that. They're just squeezing, right? They're just, if you look at the state of the PA after October 7th, even as stats, it's fucking horrible. Because the way it works with Oslo is that Israel collects taxes for transactions that pass through Israel into the West Bank. And then those taxes are transferred to Ramallah, and that's how the Oslo Accords work. So Israel collects the taxes, and then they transfer the money to Ramallah. And that makes up most of the PA income. But if you look at the monthly average that Israel allocates to the PA, before October 7th, it was about 220 million. Do you know what it has been since about last year? It's been 55 million. It's been quartered. They've quartered the amount of money that goes to the PA, and they have to be the ones administering Nablus and Jenin and Tulkarem and Ramallah and all these places in Area A, and B as well for civil administration. To the point now that the PA can't pay people their wages. There's revenues that they're owed that are just gone or massively diminished. The local revenue that the PA collects because of the economic ramifications of the lowered income is that 50%. They've lost like 50% in local revenue. And also that means people in the West Bank have had their work permits revoked. They've got less freedom of movement, which means they've got less money that they can make, which means there are less businesses that they can support internally. International donations are dropping as well, because obviously all the money is going to fucking Gaza, right? Or because of like donor fatigue. And even with the corruption of the PA, like, why is the revenue fallen? Because typical economics, right? If the PA has less money and they're hiring less people, then less people are spending money internally. And if less people have work permits, they're also spending less money internally. So less people collect money, or less people can sell goods, and then those people pay less in taxes. And it's like a vicious cycle. So their deficit has exploded, and they, as a consequence, are struggling even harder to establish security in areas that are controlled by PIJ and Hamas, places like the Jenin camps or Nablus or Tulkarem. And then that means that Israel comes in and says, well, the PA, you're not even doing you can't even do a good job of policing these areas, so we're going to come in, even though part of the reason is because they lack the funding that Israel's supposed to give them. And this is Smotrich. This is Smotrich's policy. Meanwhile, Smotrich is using Israeli money to start the fucking settlements administration, which has its own budget for building new settlements and demolishing buildings that are constructed without permits. And he's also the finance minister, and he's been largely in charge of this withholding of PA money. So you look at the result, which is that the PA are just resorting to more and more authoritarian measures and passing everything by executive decree to get anything done. Abbas's popularity is even lower and lower now, because he can't even do the things that he would usually do competently, or relatively competently. And then Netanyahu uses that to say, oh, the PA are fucking useless. We can't. It's so disgusting. It's like just like a manufactured fucking failure. But obviously, the number one reason is that he doesn't want a unified Palestinian national group. He doesn't want that. Ever. He thinks it's always going to be a threat, so he'll never allow it to emerge. And that is his fault. It's his government's fault. And all despite the fact that Sinwar expected an uprising in the West Bank to follow October 7th, and he didn't get one. He didn't get one. Like, the West Bank let Hamas down, despite their polling. They're polling in favor of Hamas and everything. Despite all that, they let Sinwar down. They let Hamas down on October 7th, massively. And Netanyahu just treated them kind of the same anyway, albeit with a lot less airstrikes. I let Sinwar down. Yes, you did. Where's your thank you? Not even a cookie. Not even a fucking cookie. Captain Dan, thanks for $5. It's like throwing marbles in the steps and getting mad at the PA for falling down them. Yeah. Well done. Very clever.
What the Middle East was like pre the
Do you think Bibi wanted an uprising from the West Bank? No, of course not. I don't think he wants like mass fucking terror, even if he can exploit it to his ends. I don't think he actually wants it. No, but he acts like the Fatah are the same as Hamas. Like, they would be the same. And he just thinks there's probably not the case in the West Bank because there's too much security or some shit.
Islamic Revolutionary Guard took over, how everybody was able to find a way to get along versus what happened after 79. I know you're a big history person. What is the difference between those two eras?
Very big history person.
The big difference is the Islamist revolution that basically took these very gifted people. The Iranian people are enormously gifted. First of all, they have a tremendous historic culture, and you won't be surprised, but maybe your listeners would be surprised that in antiquity, in the time of the great Persian king Cyrus, there was a honeymoon between the Jews and the Persian people. And that relationship actually continued.
I know you're a history person.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Khaja Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them.
context. I mean, the context is quite simple. The meeting between al-Husseini and Hitler took place after the final solution was already well underway, after it had already been ordered. It was quite clear at the time that the decision was to kill the Jews. Husseini encouraged it, or he was in favor of it, but he wasn't. He didn't spark the idea, nor did he convince an otherwise reluctant Hitler. Imagine thinking that Hitler got his fucking mind changed on one of the most monumental decisions of the Second World War by an Arab. That's what, whatever.
In modest ways,
Hitler.
but in significant ways under the Shah. When the Shah went down and these theological thugs took over Iran, they basically said, our goal, that's in their constitution, is to export the Islamic revolution worldwide. And that's what they proceeded to do. So all the mineral resources, all the economic resources were now tuned to war. In the time that when I was finance minister and till today, Iran at that time and Israel had roughly the same GDP per capita. Ours went up from $17,000 to $60,000 per capita, and theirs stayed flat. Why? Because they took all that money, all that money to arm Hezbollah, arm Hamas, arm the Houthis, and purvey terror around the globe, not only in the Middle East, against the Arabs, against Israel, against everyone else, against Americans. So, what has happened is that Iran collapsed economically. They have now infrastructure that is completely destroyed. Their water system is depleted. Their dams are empty. Their rivers are drying up because they don't take care of their people. This is a horrible sect. So I gave, in this room where I was sitting a few days ago, I gave a podcast to the Iranian people, which I do from time to time. And I had a glass of water and, a pitcher of water. And I said, we helped Iran and we're ready to help Iran with its water problems. And when you free yourselves of this tyranny, we'll do it again. Now, Patrick, how many views do you think I got for this this podcast?
How many?
It's a video, actually.
How many what?
How many?
How many?
70 million.
From
Now,
Iran?
Iran has about 50 million, we
Wow.
think. So it's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, that's half the population. And you can tell that it hit a nerve because all the Iranian leadership proceeded to respond to it and to attack it and so on, which tells you it really got to them. And that's in fact what is happening. This regime is not only tormenting and executing and killing the people of Iran, they subjugate them, but they seek to subjugate.
Talking like John Zerka. John Zerka talking about how viral he went. Yeah.
The entire world in their mad fantasies, the Muslim world and then everyone else. And of course, we're not Muslims, so we have to be eliminated because we stand in their way of conquering the entire Middle East. So Israel is fighting here not only our war, but the war of our Arab neighbors, the war of the Western countries. They're developing now ballistic missiles that can reach deep into the heart of Europe. Their plan is to develop, the next thing is an ICBM, an intercontinental ballistic missile that will reach 8,000 kilometers. You add another 3,000 and they can reach New York. Where
This
are you
little gup really wants to just be a streamer, doesn't he? Life would be very different.
broadcasting from, by the way?
Fort Lauderdale, Florida.
Yeah, they can reach Florida, Fort Lauderdale, New York, Washington, Boston, and after that, any other city in the United States. And they intend to put nuclear warheads on these ballistic missiles. So this is a fact. And the main fact that I want to say is that we're fighting in many ways the war of the West, the war of Western civilization against these barbarians. And our victory will be your victory. And one more thing. You talked about the Iranian Revolution. You remember how it started? You remember what the first thing that they did when they took over Tehran?
You talking about the toast with Carter, or are you talking about after when they took over?
Well, they took over and then they took the American embassy and held some 50 hostages.
My aunt
Remember
was in
that?
the embassy. Absolutely, yes.
So this regime began by taking hostages. And what do their proxies do today? They take our hostages for extortion. They take our hostages.
Hello, Sev.
Hello. I just wanted to ask, is there really any danger or interest from Iran to ever attack Europe?
It's That's a good question.
'Cause,
I
like,
still don't know
we
what
know
the
the main
evidence
goal.
is of them having proxies in Europe or sleeper cells or whatever. Yeah, I
The
have
main
no
goal of
idea.
Iran is like influence over the Middle East. They're like fighting with Saudi Arabia over it. That's like their main goal. Like, can we attest to what their goal would be after that? Like, I don't think anyone can really say because they've never really been able to get to that far.
Well, I know like it's hard to tell because a lot of these countries have these like intel reports where they say like, oh yeah, this month we foiled some Iranian proxies or whatever. Like, but I don't know what the fuck they're doing. I know Hezbollah have attacked like all over the world, right? But
Hezbollah
I don't
attacked
know. I
all
don't
over
know
the
why
world?
they would do that. You know?
Has Hezbollah attacked all over the world?
Yeah, there's a whole book about it. Hezbollah's global footprint. Yeah, they've been around behind attacks in like or foil
I
attacks in
know
places
they
like Cyprus
massacred.
or Greece or like
They massacred U.S. soldiers, right? Before.
yeah, well, when they were in
Like,
Lebanon, yeah.
yeah.
And the embassy, they killed like 300 people. Yeah, 200 to 300 people.
Those are rookie numbers for how many Arabs they've killed.
True.
Like,
maybe that's why they're just evening the score. It's for like
they're like, we're not anti-Arab. Look, we're killing everyone equally.
hell yeah. But no,
Fuck's sake.
I need to go a bit further into the book because I haven't finished it yet. But there's quite a few different countries where they've got like some kind of global. I think a lot.
I have good news about dealing with racism in Israel.
Yeah.
It was an Arab town in the north where someone videotaped himself pissing on a mosque and laughing about it, and they arrested him. The problem is it was in Abu Ghosh, which is a Bedouin area that all of them serve in the IDF.
Bedouins serving the IDF.
Yeah. Bedouins in the north.
Is that normal?
Yeah, there's Bedouins that serve. There's Bedouins that, like, if you look at like 48, there was Bedouins that sided with Israel against like Arab armies.
Oh.
Bedouin tribes. Because this is how you equate it. You don't have Bedouins flat like the Druze. You don't have Druze flat out siding with Israel. You have this Bedouin tribe that's against, not necessarily pro-Israel, and then you have this Bedouin tribe that's pro-Israel. Then
I guess because they're much more. They're still like
tribal. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still more tribal than national. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're very tribal. It's like, and if you notice, there's this weird thing where every Bedouin has if you insult a Bedouin, like, and he doesn't know what your fucking background is, if you're like Falah or Madani, he won't take it as harsh. If another Bedouin insults him, it's game on. They will bring their entire Hamula to fight.
Nice.
It's like, I don't know. I had this happen for. I think I told some people in the Discord about this, where we have one technician who's like responsible for all the infrastructure, who's Bedouin from down south, not Beersheba. Fuck, what is it called? Rahat, I think. Yeah, Rahat. And this motherfucker was working under like in the same building that has a women's gym, right? And obviously, you know, my town, women's gym. No, there's no mixed gyms in my town. It's either a women's gym or a man's gym. That's it. And our like network room or like a server room was in the same building, and he was working like some maintenance stuff. And then a guy, the owner of the building, told him like, what is he doing around the building, because he owns the building. And he's like, get the fuck out of here. And he's like, oh, okay, fine, I'll leave, without any confrontation. And then when he comes back to the office, it's like, oh, that guy's my brother tells him, oh, that guy's Bedouin. He's Bedouin. Immediately calls all his brothers, all his fucking cousins, like, let's go fuck him up.
Wow.
I don't understand this at all.
When the Bedouins are in the IDF, do they still get to wear the things on their head?
What things?
The things that Bedouins wear on their heads.
They don't normally wear them.
Okay. I'm just joking. Fucking hell. Obviously,
okay,
they wouldn't anyway.
Yeah, listen, you're too white to assume that you're joking. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know how much you claim of that Lebanese heritage.
True.
You're talking about the keffiyehs, right?
Yeah. But I don't know what the black thing that like the thing
but
that
that's
wraps
more
around the top.
Yeah. Fuck, I have no idea what that thing's called because we don't use it.
No.
But yeah, no, because I'm Falahi, I'm not Bedouin.
Okay.
Are we all the same group, Loner?
Yeah, it's a
Are we all
joke. It's
from
another
Arabia?
joke. I'm joking.
We're all from Arabia, Loner?
Yeah.
Maybe you are pro-Zionist Israel shill paid for thing.
Yes.
For fuck's sake. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this whole fucking podcast shit with Netanyahu is he saw how successful it was for Trump, so he's just jumping on it.
Yeah. So, okay. But coming back to Hezbollah, I know the reason that they have done some attacks. So, like, the reason that they were involved in attempted or actual like hijackings in places like Kuwait, Germany, and Congo, that was because they were trying to bargain for the release of jailed fighters. That's why they did that. Because I think Kuwait has quite a few Hezbollah dudes in jail. But I don't know why they would. Yeah, I don't know why that, if that explains everywhere. But why they want to have such a global footprint. With Hezbollah,
ever, like,
it might be
say
to do with the
anything
fact
for
that they
a
have
while?
like a drug trade, because that was a big thing. But yeah, I don't know.
Wait, what were they the same like drug trade that's going on through Syria?
I think so. Whatever that drug is called. But yeah, I
I
think they
have
would
no
be
idea
involved in
because
that.
it was a drug I've never heard of the name of before.
Yeah, but it's a big deal there, isn't it?
If it's a big deal, I've never heard of that drug.
It was a big deal
Israel,
in
like,
Syria,
ever.
and I think Captagon. Yeah.
Captain, like see, I don't. What the fuck is that? What does it do? Like what is it equated to? Like what type of drug?
What's it called? Captagon. Okay, let me see. Captagon.
The Opticon.
I don't know. Whatever.
The bravery drug?
It's like Adderall.
It's like Adderall.
Nice one. But yeah,
Doesn't
I think-
Adderall just make you laser focused?
Yeah, but obviously in higher doses, it's like fucking meth.
Oh. It's like mega meth.
Yeah, there's a whole chapter in here. This one actually has quite good sources as well. It's got like good footnotes for everything. Hezbollah's narco-terrorism, they called it. Nice one.
Oh yeah, I wanted to correct you on something, you dipshits. I was
Ah.
in the gym when you guys were saying it. Muhammad did not expel Jews from Arabia.
Oh?
It was after his death that they were expelled. It was by Umar.
Oh, it was his
Khattab.
successor. or
His
follower.
one, yeah, his one companion. It was like some fucking disagreement about them saying that they don't want to pay the deal that Muhammad had because they had the deal with Muhammad, and he expelled them from that. Although someone said that Muhammad expelled them from Medina, he expelled a tribe that betrayed them.
Oh, yeah, we know about that.
like-
Yeah, they had it coming.
yeah.
Yeah, we know.
Well, actually, no, they didn't even get expelled. They just ran away because they're gonna die.
Oh, I
Like,
was
they
good because you're
betrayed them.
Falahi. You maybe have you ever? Has any probably older people that you've known have they ever referred to that phrase "Alad al Mot"? Is that how you say it?
What is it?
Alad al Mot.
Maybe type it.
Children of death.
أولاد الموت.
Yeah, that's very different to how I said it. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, you said أولاد الموت.
I said
أولاد
أولاد.
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 Okay, yeah,
Okay,
أولاد.
yeah. Okay, I'll just elongate the vowel. It
There
probably
you go,
means
you have
fucking.
to.
It probably means can opener when I just say أولاد, right? I need to if I don't do the
No,
longer A.
I just think you saying OLED.
Alright.
Like the screen type.
Oh, what? Like
OLED.
and lad. Nice.
Our lad, Aladdin.
Okay, yeah. You ever heard of this phrase?
Aladdin? No, not really.
Okay.
Well,
Apparently, it
where
used to
does it come
be.
from?
Apparently, in Ottoman times, it used to be an old phrase that Arabs would use to describe Jews, but it doesn't mean what people think it does. It's not like a blood libel thing. It's to do with them being kind of like weak and defenseless and like kind of pathetic more than like
So a
blood
mockery
libel.
thing?
Yeah. Or I guess like the idea of death being in the sense that because in like Ottoman times, late 1800s, like Ottoman Jews just lived like in like total squalor. Like they had to.
Yeah, they
lived on
like,
charity basically. Yeah.
pretty much.
Charity from foreign donors. That's how they survived.
Never heard that.
Haluka.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that being used. No.
Okay.
As far as I remember, Yahud is like the one general term for the Jews, and obviously there's like anti-Semitic ones. Like, I think I've heard some people refer to them as like qatilun al-rusul, which is
Okay.
like killers of the prophets.
Oh, that's probably
Because like Yeah, that is pretty inflammatory, right?
A little bit.
Yeah, 'cause I've heard about that, where like they get sent prophets and they kill him. Get sent prophets and they kill him. It's like fucking. I'm not really versed on fucking stupid like Islamic or whatever the fuck history that's even before Islam was born. So yeah, I've heard that being used though, but mostly by like people in Jerusalem. Not even the West Bank is a common. Just people in Jerusalem refer to them as that.
Okay. Hmm. I was
They
gonna
didn't
ask
kill
something, but I got
Jesus.
distracted.
They didn't kill Jesus. They reported Jesus to the Romans, and the Romans nailed him to the cross. As far as I'm aware,
Fighting anti-Semitism. Let's go.
Like, they still blame the Jews for his death.
Yeah.
Or supposed death.
Is bakshish, is that still a word that you use? That people use?
Bakshish?
Yeah.
I know hashish.
No, bakshish, I think it means like bribing or charitable donation.
Bakshish. I've heard that word before, but like it's not common.
Okay, this is another old term. Okay.
Yeah.
Apparently, it was quite common to hear people screaming it at you when you walked around Jerusalem. But okay.
No, did you hear that while you were
No, this is like old. This is all old because I'm reading about Ottoman Palestine right now. I'm reading about 1800s to early 1900s.
If you want, like, you liked Fauda, right?
Yeah, of course I did.
There's a show that's like about the Ottoman times or at least British Mandate, for like people that lived in Jerusalem. It's like a Jewish love story, I think. But like the Arabs' portrayal in it is super fucking Oriental, like super fucking Oriental. Like, oh, here's the Arab Hamoud with his donkey that will lead me into the desert, or something like that. It's like super Oriental. That show's decent though. I think it's like Princess in Jerusalem or something. Maybe someone else would know the name.
Don't know.
Wait, hold on. There's a game that's close to the name Bakshish. It's like Beit Shesh. Fuck, I don't know. All the old dudes play it in the fucking cafes. The Queen of Jerusalem? Is it called the Queen of Jerusalem? I don't know, but it was a decent show. Some weird love story show.
Well,
Shesh Besh, yes, Insomniac. It's called Shesh Besh. That they fucking game. It's a Turkish game. All the fucking old dudes in my town play it in the cafes. It's basically just like not really checkers, but it's like luck-based checkers. I don't fucking know.
All right, nice one. Okay, let's finish this slop.
Yeah, finish your stupid propaganda video.
Slop o'clock. All right, take care, buddy.
Bye-bye.
I liberated 205 out of 255. We still have at least 20 alive and about 30.
How many did you kill, bro? Also, it's just like I don't even know why you'd mention this. It's so well established now that the things that got hostages back were ceasefires. That's what got hostages back, not fucking guns blazing, riding in a fucking Fauda truck into some building in Gaza and just shooting people up. Yeah, this ain't shit.
Dead, and we intend to get all of them, and that's what we're fighting for now. But it just tells you what the nature of this regime and its proxies is. It's anti-West, anti-America, anti-Western civilization. It's not good to be a Christian. It's very bad to be a Jew in Iran. And it's very bad to be either one of those in any part of Iran's proxies.
Right. I wish we had a couple hours to talk about Iran because I have a lot of interest in that topic with you. But I do want to get to the last question I have with you. This is the one challenge I personally have. My audience is not going to be that interested in this story except for people from my community. The Holocaust has been recognized by 193 different countries, right? Everybody around the world. And in some countries, if you denied, you could do jail time. Many countries, you can do jail time a year, 5 years. But for anybody that doesn't recognize Armenian Assyrian genocide, if there's any country that I would have expected to be on the list that recognized the Armenian and the Assyrian and the Greek genocide, it would be Israel why haven't you yet recognized the Armenian, Assyrian, and the Greek genocide that the Turkish did to that community?
In fact, I think we have, because I think the Knesset passed a resolution to that effect.
I don't know if it's come from you, though. I don't know if it's come from the Prime Minister of Israel.
Yeah, I just did.
Okay.
Here you go.
All right. Well, thank you for doing that. Thank you for doing that. I
So
appreciate.
wait, the Knesset has actually passed recognition of the Armenian genocide. That would make them one of not many, I don't think. Knesset recognize Armenian genocide. Because if they didn't, that's not official. In 2016, the Knesset's Education, Culture and Sports Committee announced its recognition of the genocide, urged the government to formally acknowledge. Okay, so the Knesset... Oh, wait. Is he lying? Is he lying about the Knesset's position on it? The Knesset wanted the government to recognize it. They wanted a vote, because I guess you need a vote. But am I right that this vote might not have happened? There's a street in Haifa named Armenian Genocide. That's weird. That's weird. What? Why? What? What? No, there's not. Shut the fuck. It would be like a memorial, maybe. Because I guess you got the Armenian Quarter, don't you, in Jerusalem, so... It's a memorial. Okay, but the street's not called Armenian Genocide, is it? Is it real? Hang on, wait. Fucking Times of Israel is doing the thing again. It's always Times of Israel that freezes my computer. It's just it's the time it takes to connect to the Mossad fucking headquarters where they can start feeding me my talking points for the day. That's probably why. It just takes a bit longer. It's a lot of information. It's a lot of data. A lot of CP. Joking. Joking. First, Netanyahu says he recognizes the Armenian genocide. Israel has long avoided officially recognizing the Ottoman slaughter of Christians. Now, where's the Knesset? I think we have the Knesset passed a resolution, though no such legislation has been passed into law. I just did. Here you go. Bro, you're a fucking worm, man. You're an absolute fucking snake. Fuck you. Uruguay became the first country in 1965. Wow, Uruguay, out of fucking nowhere. Yeah, only 34. Yeah, there's a very small number of countries that have actually officially recognized it. Pat accepted it. I mean, if you were saying the Knesset passed something, I would just be like, okay, yeah, I don't really follow whether or not the Knesset recognizes other genocides around the world, but most point to the relationship with Ankara, a regional power. Supporters of this position see the cry that emerged from death camps of never again as a moral imperative, meaning the Jews and the Jewish state must prioritize making sure they're never subjected again to slaughter. Okay, Turkey, never again. Relations with Turkey were an apex in 2001. Foreign Minister Shimon Peres outright denied Armenian allegations. Wait, Shimon Peres, I used to mix him up with Shamir. Peres is the left-winger, isn't he? He's the Labour guy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bro, he's just a liar, a big fat fucking liar.
You, that's important to me, and I'm sure a lot of Armenians, Assyrians, and Greeks around the world appreciate you saying that. Prime Minister Netanyahu, thank you so much for your time. I wish we had more time together. Maybe next time it'll be a sit down with a couple hours where we don't have to go. I know you have a cabinet meeting to go to. Again, I appreciate you for your time today.
Thank you, Patrick, and I'd love to talk to you again. Thank you.
Looking forward to it. So, what was your biggest takeaway? I know we covered a lot of things he hasn't spoken about before. One, October 7th, would it have happened under Trump? Number two, the
Good
money, the
question,
amount of
eh?
money they're spending on the war, 120, 130.
Oh God, why didn't he ask Netanyahu that? That would be a good question. Do you think October 7th would have happened if Trump were there? Good question. God, he actually just got taken for such a ride, didn't he? Let's see. How do you do the thing where you find people on Discord? Because if you just add friend, you'd only get the name.
$30 billion, 60% debt to GDP ratio, now 75%. Are you going to come back to America to more money? 3, the fact that, he's looked at 124 different countries, that if he steps foot on that land, he's getting arrested. And last but not least, obviously him recognizing for the first time in the history of Israel that he recognized the Armenian, Assyrian, Greek genocide, not as a massacre, not as a crisis, but as a genocide. This is the first time that it's ever happened.
Funny,
and so whether you like him, hate him, or love him, whichever one of those three could...
Probably because Patrick Bet-David might not, he might just think that's how it works. That if the prime minister just says, yeah, I just did it right now. By saying that the Knesset passed something, even though that wasn't the end of it, that wasn't an official recognition. The vote was delayed in 2018, and then it's just never gone through. And I imagine it's probably, do most countries not recognize Armenia because of Turkish relations? Because Turkey has sway, is that why? It's not because of historical debate. Countries don't give a fuck about that. Why do most countries not recognize the Armenian genocide? But because of Turkey's founding myths. Yeah, well.
Communities you're in. If you have any questions for me, we have a private circle for PBD Podcast on Monect. You can download the QR code here and talk to one another.
Okay, God, I hope he gets absolutely fucking ass blasted by, even if it's by Vinny. Taking you for a ride, buddy. Mogged. Sincerely mogged. Patrick Bet-David. Don't say gaped. It's a bad word. It's a very bad word. Horrible. The worst kind.
What I
Okay.
shared last night, I took screenshots. I want you to read a couple of these messages that was sent to me yesterday. Okay?
On X?
On X, yeah. I want you to, this is the kind of stuff that, can you put the camera on Vinny to get his reaction? Okay, these are the types of DMs I got last night.
So,
Lekri, actually, read it to yourself.
Come on, Vinny.
I mean, I wouldn't be able to say that out loud.
I want it to go so red. I want full fucking primary colors here. Come on.
I don't even want to read this.
I
don't even want to put this out there. No, I don't even want to put this out.
Death and all that.
But you know what it is? And this is times 100. Okay? And so for me, it's funny because I'm not one that is, sitting here trying to side here, side there. This is my position where I stand. I lived in Iran. I saw what happened. You're not going to be able to change my mind. That's where I'm at. Okay?
Boom. What's that going to do with Israel? You can... Okay.
Israel's got 15 million people. These other guys got a couple billion people. These guys have access to a lot more power and bots and influence than these guys do. It's just, they're going to be louder. You can't help it.
Oh, shit, bots.
So they're going to be able to show as if this is a better argument than this. Good luck winning that argument, 15 million to 2 billion. It's not 10x the size. It's 150x, 140x the size. is a difference. They're 140 times bigger if you compare the two, okay? That's the audience, 130, 140 times bigger. So you can't be naive and not realize, oh my God, but look, that person's getting this many more retweets. And they got, what is the word? There's a phrase that if somebody puts a tweet below you and they get more, views. Ratio. They got ratio. Yeah, of course that's going to happen. You think if I'm on that side, I'm not going to put 1 million bots to work? There's places there's businesses for this. But if I have someone on that Israel is furious, like let's just say if I have Nick Fuentes on, you know what Israelis are going to say? So disappointed in you. I can't believe you sold out. I can't believe you did this. They're going to say those types of things, okay? And maybe even try to actually get the interview to be flagged, okay? Like when we had Tommy Robinson on Minnect, story came out from the Times. I don't know if you have the story, Rob. Type in the Times. The Times could type in Tommy Robinson to Times and Minnect, okay? So they did a massive story, the Times, okay? With the story. They came, I don't know if people know this or not, Instagram blocked the Minnect account from being able to run ads for a year because of this Times story. Tommy Robinson charging $20 a minute out of his personal coach to the far right, the self-styled anti-Islam activist, and this is from UK. They reached out directly to Facebook.
£28 a minute to coach the far right. He's such I don't know how people can be so fucking stupid to realize that this guy's entire career is to be a fraudster. He's just like, he's funding his coke habit. That's all it is. Or now maybe he's funding his debts now. I don't know to be sure, but
anti-Islam activist, and this is from UK. They reached out directly to Facebook to have this happen in a minute. Go a little bit low, Rob, if you can go through it. Now, obviously, our lawyers reached out. Everything's getting squared away. But if you go a little bit lower, the attacks they created a fake account on Minnect to ask him questions and videos. And if you watch every single one of the videos, there is nothing that he says that's anything major. Our lawyers watch it. Everybody watch it. Go all the way down, and he talks about me and Patrick Bet-David, the founder of Minnect, and he's doing this. They're sharing all the Minnects publicly, right? Okay. So the UK woke audience wants to get you canceled, okay? Then you got Israel. They may want to get you canceled, but when you say anything that you have Netanyahu on, they want to kill you.
Hell yeah, let's go.
Messages like, we're going to find you in the streets and see what we're going to do to you. Who the hell talks like that? Who talks like that?
It's my Twitter DMs every day. Yeah, nice one.
Who you think a 22-year-old kid learned how to talk like that, or you think his parents talk like that? You think the guy's father talks like that?
He's such a fucking boomer. It's the internet. You think these people are only getting guidance from their parents? What the fuck? The Dads Council, the Council of Dads, very confused about where a young person might learn to talk like a cunt. Okay.
Who talks like that at the church? You don't talk like that to somebody. But that's the common thing. So last time when everything's done, we're talking about it. I'm asking you guys, here's what I want to do tonight. I went on Twitter. Rob, if you can go on Twitter, and this is what I did. I said the following. This is my style, guys. I said, I'm officially done for the day. Kids are asleep. Tico went to sleep. We're having a great conversation together. I said, ask me any respectful questions about today's interview with PM Netanyahu. I'll answer any questions for the next 30 minutes, fire away. I went about an hour. Let's go through some of the questions, Rob, if you can show the bottom. So how much did they pay you directly or indirectly? Zero, not offered, no received. We haven't taken any sponsorship money for 2 years.
That's right.
Both sides like to make claims that influencers get money from Qatar or Mossad. Just argue the ideas and don't be lazy to assume money is related. It's money related. Go to the next one, Patrick. Respect for taking a direct time. Gut level questions. You've grilled CEOs for one bad quarter. Netanyahu has had 3 decades of quarters, which any surprises. Fresh body counts. Rob, can you please press show more? Fix. So here's the scale peeler. If a future leak shows the IDF at heart, real-time drone footage, 347 October 7, and still waited 6 hours to scramble, will you book the PM again, look him dead in the eye, and make this recite timestamps? Dead serious, no gotcha tone. You gave me him stage. I'm asking if you'll hold the stage. Okay, here's what I said. That was a question that I wanted to ask, but Trigger Pod did a good job asking it a week ago, so I didn't see a point in asking the same question twice. Thanks for being respectful. Great. Next. Why do you think all the people who tout just ask questions are trying to cancel you for literally conducting an interview and asking questions? I think X isn't for everyone. I don't blame people for getting emotional whenever an interview is done with Prime Minister Bibi, but I prefer a respectful exchange like the one we're having so far. He's an actual genocidal and will go down in the history books as such. Do you feel dirty having hitched your name to this? Not at all. I understand the sensitivity with an active war that's taking place with many.
He's replying. He's defending himself against the people who will never accept any. Oh shit! He's going down. He's dead. He's shagged. Gaped. We'll throw in a gaped. Why not?
And lives being taken. Can't stand seeing any of it. Next, let Bibi know there's a ton of people worldwide that support him. And I said, I believe he knows that, but they're losing the digital climate to their opposition. Unfavorability rate is very high according to Pew Research. Why give him the platform? What are the advantages of that? I'm not one that goes to sleep worrying about who I give the platform to and who I don't. I talk to people I'm interested in. This isn't the first time nor the last time people don't like a guest I have on. There will be many more. Why don't you ask him if he would debate opposition like Nick Fuentes, and why don't you press him? Were you intimidated? I said, I've expressed my feeling about Nick and others. Their approach causes high-stakes situations, downs, to not happen. No one wants to sit down with someone who they know won't have a respectful conversation. He's too capable and talented to use certain words that he does. I think Nick even responded to that. Go in that to see if he jumped into that one or not. Okay, so then go back. Maybe it's a different one. Rob, if you can go back and, okay, as a Christian, as a Christian, how could you do that? You have children.
Bibi debating Nick would be funny as fuck. I would watch it. Obviously, I would be so entertained by Fuentes debating Netanyahu. Like Fuentes would definitely win, right? It would just depend on how much he wants to go behind the lesser, more defensible claims.
It's painful to see how ugly this was. I lived in Tehran from 78 to 89, saw a ton of things a kid should never see. Breaks my heart and would love to see the whole thing be done. Unfollow, I'll block to make things easier for you.
Good. That was my favorite.
I keep going lower. Does he think his approval rating will improve with Hamas defeat? I'm not sure he's concerned with that. I believe he sees himself as someone that was put on the earth to finish a job on behalf of his people. Agree or disagree, that's how I view his role. Let's see, what else is there? Was anything unrestricted? Restricted? Nothing was restricted. Anything else? Even Nick responded. If there's a Nick responded, I wouldn't even mind reading his if you can find it. Maybe it's lost in the few thousand comments. Anyways, so the point is,
as well. Wait, we got to see that.
You know, I want to have this more often. I don't think X is for everybody. I literally don't think X is for everybody.
Oh.
I think X is a place where a lot of people get.
He posts a lot, I'm guessing, so it's not going to be easy to find. Governor Newsom. Okay. Oh. So he's got a few here. Patrick by David replies, oh, shit. Okay, Nick, great to see you here. So I guess this would be the, okay. You platformed Andrew Tate, who uses the exact same kind of, wait, context, okay. I'm officially done for the day. Kids are asleep. Ask me any respectful questions about today's interview with PM Netanyahu. I'll answer any questions for the next 30 minutes. Why didn't you ask him if he would debate any opposition like Nick Fuentes? I love that they're like, oh, that's what they mean by opposition. Why don't you debate... Mr. Prime Minister, why don't you debate fucking Fuentes? That's the opposition. Okay. Huh. That's Israel's opposition. Based. Why didn't you press him? Were you intimidated? I've expressed my feelings about Nick and others. Their approach causes high-stakes situations, downs not to happen. What? No one wants to sit down with someone who they know won't have a respectful conversation. He's too capable and talented to use certain words that he does. You platformed Andrew Tate, who uses the exact same kind of language. And anyone who has seen any of my interviews knows I'm cordial and respectful, including on your own network with Adam Sosnick. It's your prerogative, but I don't think anyone is buying this excuse. Nick, great to see you here. Tate is half black and half white. His father is black. I believe you're white and Hispanic. I may be wrong. What does that mean? Oh, the N-word. The N-word. The N-word. Okay. By the way, you are cordial in interviews. Adam actually said that. However, you do get carried away post-interview at times when you react. Seems like the goalposts are moving around a lot. Now the issue is that I'm using the N-word as a white person, and my reaction post-interview. Was this much scrutiny applied to Tate, Bilzerian, Netanyahu, Rousseau? Of course it's your show, but the rules seem a bit arbitrary here. I think he's on it. I think he's called it. I think the problem is that the problem with a lot of these people who have leaned into the Trump populist narrative, people like Patrick Bet-David, who are still very traditional Judeo-Christian values conservatives who like Israel and all that shit, is that they know they have kind of set their audience up to be very vulnerable to people like Fuentes. He knows that. And I think he knows that it would be very difficult for him to keep his audience on his side in a debate with someone like Fuentes. That's probably where he's coming from there.
Let's see right there. Okay, so here we go. You platform Tate and use the same kind of language. Anyone who has seen my interviews knows I'm cordial and respectful, including on your own network.
Fuck that, we already seen
that. Yeah, what I wouldn't mind sit. Now the issue is that I'm using the N-word in my...
Rousseau, the Genevan composer. Yes.
Reaction? Not necessarily. I actually wouldn't mind sitting down and having a conversation with him. I'm just telling...
from Nick.
Yeah, what I'm saying to him is he's capable. He's able to improve these words. He doesn't need to do it. He would be able to put himself in platforms to debate. This approach doesn't allow you to be wider. It gets you on the smaller, younger guys. But if you want wider, some things need to change in words. What's the chances of a couple of those guys sitting in front row? By the way, even when I sat down with Thomas Russo, how respectful was that guy the way he spoke? Rob, how would you put him in the level of the way he spoke? And you think I sit there and I support the Patriot Front? No. But the guy spoke in a very interesting, respectful way. We had a great conversation together.
Sorry, it's not the Genevan composer or the guy who wrote the social contract. Shit. Sorry. Disinformation. I'm really sorry.
I'm very comfortable talking to anybody. I grew up in the streets. I'm not uncomfortable with it. But for those who enjoyed it, awesome. For those who didn't and would never want to follow up seeing the interview, there's a few things that Bibi said that he's never said before. One, when asked about Trump, would the Hamas attack happen without if Trump was the president? That's one. Number two is when asked the question about the finances, because their debt to GDP ratio went from 60% to 75%, they've spent $130 billion on this war. And U.S. only gives them $3.8 billion a year. I think U.S. has given them $30 billion in weapons that they actually have to buy, so it's actually money coming back, that they got the weapons. But for the most part, when you're looking at something like, hey, this debt thing, are you going to come back and ask us for money again? Is that going to be taking place? Tom, what was your thoughts? Because I know you watched the interview apparently a couple times. What was your takeaway?
So there's a couple things that stood out to me that were maybe not directly related only to Bibi. His comments about Biden saying, okay, you can defend yourself on October 7th, but don't go into Rafah. No, I don't want you going into Rafah. And then Blinken calling him a week later and saying, Anthony Blinken, the real president, calling him and saying, hey, we told you about the embargo, right? You can't go in there. And he said, look, we have to do it. If we have to fight with our fingernails, we have to do it. You're not the one that's at war here. It just showed how much.
That's not what happened either, though. Netanyahu, if that's how he phrased that, then he lied, because again, the condition for going into Rafah was the fact that Israel didn't have an evacuation plan to begin with. There were like 1 million people stuck in Rafah, and Israel just wanted to go in without making sure that there was a sufficient evacuation corridor to get most of the civilians out. And then, thanks to fucking Biden, I'm trying to make a salute with noise, convinced them to do it, and then they actually did succeed in evacuating quite a lot of people. But how the fuck would things have gone? Bro, stupid.
Biden was kind of out to lunch, and Blinken was really the guy that was in the back there.
Yep.
So I saw that. Also, I didn't know, and I looked it up, where he said there are Gazans now fighting against Hamas in their own neighborhoods, and we have helped them. And I looked it up, and I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Is this 1 or 2 guys? Is this 3? I wanted to see. And guess what? Right? Multiple sources that are not just the Jerusalem Times were saying that they are arming the individual groups that are out there fighting, and that they're helping the clans, like the Abu Shabab clan, giving them weapons, and like hundreds of guys that are in these clans that are trying to fight for their neighborhoods. I didn't know that. And so I think there was a lot of here, I could sit back and, how do you judge Bibi? How do you not judge Bibi? But when I saw this, there were some things that came out there that he said some things I was able to go research, and I was satisfied that there was, truth behind it. Like I didn't know Gazans were actually fighting for their own area against Hamas and these clans that are armed. Overall, I thought he was pleasant. I thought he was direct. I thought it was, a good interview. There's only so much you can do in 40 minutes. And the soapbox at his ex, everybody everybody say, why don't you ask this? Why don't you ask that? Why don't you ask that? I'm sorry, it wasn't a 6-hour miniseries, right? So we can only go so far.
It was great, though, Rob. This is the one thing I asked him. I don't know if you guys remember about 3 months ago. We reacted to this clip, and I wondered what he was going to say. Remember when Trump's like, yeah, we're probably just going to take over Gaza ourselves, and we're going to do this? So watch this reaction. Go ahead, Rob.
He welcomed
us. Certainly with your enemies.
I want to show you this clip. This is a clip of you and the president. You guys are standing right next to each other, and you give a look that you almost didn't know he was going to say this. And this is just personally for myself. I'm curious, did you know the president was going to be saying this? Go ahead and play the clip, Rob.
As far as Gaza is concerned, we'll do what is necessary. If it's necessary, we'll do that. We're going to take over that piece, and we're going to develop it, create thousands and thousands of jobs. And
Beautiful
it'll be
jobs.
something that the entire Middle East can be very proud of. But everybody feels that continuing the same process that's gone on forever, over and over again, and then it starts, and then the killing starts, and all of the other problems start, and you end up in the same place, and we don't want to see that happen. So by the United States, with its stability and strength, owning it, especially the strength that we're developing and developed over the last fairly short period of time, I would say really since the election, I think we'll be a great keeper of something that is very, very strong, very powerful, and very, very good for the area, not just for Israel, for the entire Middle East. Very important. And we'll, again, have thousands of jobs.
Can you pause it? You gave a look where you weren't expecting the president to say that, as if it's going to be our land. Were you surprised by what the president said here?
No, actually I wasn't, but I can tell you that he said something else there. He said, and that surprised the world. And I thought, again, he cut to the chase. He said, why are Gazans locked in this area, which is just used as a base for attack against Israel for its destruction? That's what the de facto Palestinian state in Gaza was. It was a base for Israel's destruction. It has no other purpose. And it lived under this horrible tyranny, this terror tyranny of Hamas. So he said, why not give people a choice? I mean, in other war theaters, in Ukraine or in Syria or in Afghanistan, millions left if they wanted to. In Gaza, they're locked in. Nobody allows them to leave. And he says, give them a choice. If they want to leave, let them leave. And for those who stay, rebuild Gaza. I thought that was actually a very sensible thing. And it's not our goal now to depopulate Gaza and all these other nonsenses that people say. Our goal is to free Gaza, free it from Hamas, free it from Hamas tyranny and terror. And we now have Gazans. I'll bet you don't know this, Patrick. We now have Gazans fighting Hamas. And they say, thank God you're here. They didn't dare do that until the final stages of this. They're joining up with Israel. Gaza can come on.
Bibi, live and learn when.
That's a good thing. It's not a bad thing.
So you would be okay if America takes over
Bibi, Wick panel, when? Hey, when? The people demand an answer.
for Gaza and it becomes something that we control. You'd be okay with that?
Yeah, but it's an American choice. I don't want to get into that.
But you would be okay with that. So even if America chooses,
I'd be okay with any governance that civilian governance in Gaza that doesn't teach its children to annihilate Israel, doesn't pay terrorists. That's what not the Hamas do only. It's what the Palestinian Authority, the other side of the Palestinian people, does. They pay terrorists. The more Jews they kill, the more they pay them, and doesn't launch
pause
terrorists.
right there. So that was interesting. So Vinny, can you visualize a day where Gaza is a U.S. territory? Do you see that happening?
With Trump, I think anything's possible, honestly. Because like he said, okay, because my thing is this. And by the way, today, and I told Adam, I had to get another key fixed, not fixed, but another key made for my truck. And the guy came out and he had a Star of David. I'm like, hey, he's like, what do you do here? What do you guys? And I'm like, valuetainment. And he goes, and I showed him, I go, dude, we just interviewed Bibi Netanyahu yesterday. He's like,
there's no fuck, because the problem with them doing that is that it's not just that it would make lefties or even people in the middle angry and give them ammunition. It's also that this whole America first isolationist narrative would also come into odds with itself, right? Because Trump is trying to balance two things now, where he cultivates a huge support base of fucking contemporary, not very traditional conservative fucking populists, zoggers, and isolationists that he's not going to be able to keep. I think they would be, that's the kind of thing that they would have a proper internal revolt over. Is him occupying territory? Yeah.
Like what? And he showed it to me. I'm like, yeah. Like he's like, yeah, I'm not a big fan, but he's like, all we care about. He's like, all we care about, the real is like the ones that are protesting in the streets. He's like, we just want our people back. He goes, we want our brothers and sisters back from the freaking the tunnels, and then do whatever you want. But Pat, if you think about it, if Trump's in during it, because I don't know how long this thing is gonna last, I could see America having something to do with it because they want security, right? They want to put in a government that's not going to be Hamas. But I think if Trump is gone, it's not going to happen. I don't think that they would do it.
I just want to know from Patrick, David, how does it feel to know that you've interviewed Hitler twice? You've interviewed Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Ooh. Double Hitler.
You're just out there Hitlering up. Yeah. Here's my take on what Bibi, the interview from Bibi. I've said this many times before. Benjamin Netanyahu is the Trump of the Middle East. He doesn't care if you like him or not at this point. He literally doesn't. Just like Trump does it. This might be his last term ever. We'll see. He's the longest standing tenured prime minister of Israel. And much like Trump, he's
Depends
there to
on how long
GSD,
that term
get
will be, yeah.
stuff done. So what he's doing right now is sort of combating the lies, the hate, and the propaganda that's been sullied against the one Jewish state, which he kept repeating. But just look at the results. You talk about people. Just look at the scoreboard. Yeah, approval ratings are down, but every single combatant that they've played against has lost. Iran is weaker. Syria has been captured. Basically, they're done. The Houthis, let's see what's going on with them. Hezbollah's done. Hamas, what's left of Gaza? And I truly think that Bibi doesn't care what people think. So we can have all the American podcasters and the woke right or the woke left criticize Israel all they want, but you know what they've not done? Effectuate zero policy change whatsoever. Trump and Bibi, it would seem, are tighter than ever. And here's the last point. People are saying, I can't believe you would talk to Bibi Netanyahu. Can't believe you would talk to Tate. Can't believe you would talk to Nick Fuentes. Friends, enemies, get used to one thing here. We're going to have a lot more of these conversations here at Valuetainment.
I want to know, Adam, what you think. Do you think United States would be involved with building and policy change and government, like leadership, putting some, like, I'm trying to figure out how that would look like if America would go there and build and make it into something, not like Vegas, I don't want to be like make it like that, but make it how much
drinking.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is how much involvement do you think, Tom, that the United States could have in Gaza, which I don't know timeline wise, like everything comes down to what? It's the hostages getting back. That's the number one reason Israel could keep doing whatever it's doing, because of the hostages.
I think we know anything about Trump. They'll just throw something out there and see who bites.
Go ahead, Tom.
Bibi used the word governance. Yeah. And he said, but I don't want to get into that. That's U.S. choice. So I think at some point in time, someone has to be kind of the calming force. And this usually happens after natural disasters, not wars. You have natural disasters, but you also have UN peacekeeping forces and things like this to kind of keep people at bay. We have the DMZ that was in North and South Korea. And so the U.S. only has so many territories, and they're island territories that we usually ended up kind of assisting economically. U.S. Virgin Islands, St. Thomas, St. John's, St. Croix.
You got Guam, Puerto Rico, you got a few of these places.
Samoa, and the one that everybody forgets about, which is the Mariana Islands up there by the Marianas Trench in the Pacific. But those are all things that we did at certain times, kind of helping them out. It wasn't like this kind of a fracas going on. But I could see the U.S. with Trump saying, look, we're going to make investment, but we're also going to put some things in place here to be something of a peacekeeping force. If you can't...
Israel captured Syria. I mean, they have parts of Syria, don't they?
Terminate yourself.
Yeah, where's
and there is
the Vinny rage has kind of been contained, though. I'm kind of surprised by that, because I'm pretty sure Vinny was like a full-on fucking Zogger, isn't he?
Precedent in the Middle East, Egypt and Israel came together on the Sinai Peninsula after Egypt attacked, and then Israel pushed them all the way back and further into their land. And so they did come up with a way to kind of create this demilitarized zone. And I think when Bibi says governance, I think he's welcoming the opportunity of someone like a Trump that says, hey, we'll play a governance role.
Scoping fucking Vinny. Nice one.
Like,
well
get
done.
the peace and help get this thing on its feet. But I don't see us governing.
You know who I would want to talk outside of Bibi? I'd love to talk to the leader of Hamas, whoever's there. I'm being actually very serious with you. I'd love to go to Gaza.
Bro, who's the leader of Hamas now? Obviously, there's people like Khalil al-Hayya and Ghazi, but these are all people in Qatar. These are all people outside of Gaza. Who's the leader in Gaza right now? Mohammed Sinwar died underneath the hospital, by the way. But who's their leader now? It's not Abu Ubaidah. He's the spokesperson. Who? It's not Khalid Mashal. He's outside of Gaza. You can name a lot of the leaders outside of Gaza. They live longer. Who is the current Hamas leader in Gaza? Do they even have one? The leader in the Strip, Izz al-Din al-Haddad. He's the military commander and the leader in the Strip. Oh, he's the guy's got a fucking big CV. Izz al-Din al-Haddad. Is he named after Izz al-Din al-Qassam? It's appropriate. He's old. He's got the experience. I'll have a look about him in a minute.
I would love to go to Gaza. We get protection, go to Gaza. I want to see what's going on there.
Hell yeah.
I'd love to talk to the leadership of Egypt and Jordan, why they're not receiving anybody.
Ooh.
Even Trump, some people said he begged Egypt and Jordan to take some Palestinians. Rob, can you verify this from telling me?
We know why, right?
Did Trump ask Egypt and Jordan to take some Palestinians and they rejected? Like,
that is correct.
Who has agreed to take Palestinians?
Europeans.
Who has agreed? Oh,
Macron.
good for them. Can you go to ChatGPT, Rob, and just ask that question you just did right there? It's much faster. Yeah.
I can help you out, Pat.
No, hang on. Let me just see it here. I got you.
No.
Oh, no, but do they not know that ChatGPT, they might make stuff up? Remember? ChatGPT was making shit up. 300 Yemenis. Yeah, where'd you get that from? Beep, 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 beep.
No, but because what I want to do is I want to ask who's interviewed the Egyptian leader or Jordanian leader and ask, why are you not accepting them?
I think the Jordanian
So yes,
King said that he would take in 2,000 sick kids at the most.
President Trump did suggest that Jordan and Egypt taking Palestinians, particularly those from Gaza suffering. And then what happened? I didn't say the last sentence. Here's what, okay, got it. On January 2026, Trump stated that Jordan and Egypt should take in Palestinians from the war over in Gaza, suggesting it could be a temporary or long-term solution to the humanitarian. He emphasized that Gaza was a mess and I'd love for you to take on more, addressing Jordan's king with the appeal. He also remarked that U.S. contributed significant aid to both Egypt and Jordan. And although he did not explicitly say he would hold aid, he implied pressure by noting they're going to do it. Jordan including King Abdullah II and foreign minister, firmly rejected the idea, stating that Jordan is for Jordanians, Palestine is for Palestinians, and that they oppose the displacement. Egypt similarly rejected the proposal, insisting Palestinians must remain online, equating displacement. Okay, so have either one of them been interviewed? Can we reach out to both of them? Why are you not willing to take Palestinians?
I want to look at this. I want to see who the new dude is. Unofficial sources based. Izz al-Din al-Haddad, veteran commander and Israel's most wanted operative, is now in charge of the group's military wing in Gaza. Among all the masked militants who were watching as 3 Israeli hostages, including the joint British national Emily Damari, were released from Gaza. Excuse me. He survived 6 assassination attempts, okay. Charged with rebuilding its civilian and military infrastructure during a brief lull in the war. Okay, so he was quite soon after Mohammed Sinwar. He took over the military wing from Mohammed Sinwar, okay. Controls the group in Gaza, and the intelligence sources said the man known locally as Abu Suhaib, is holding Israeli hostages and has veto power on the proposal for a ceasefire deal put forward by Trump's envoy, Steve Witkoff. This is back when they were rejecting it, right? Or changing terms. Just so you know, back when they were rejecting the Witkoff deal, they weren't rejecting it full-throatedly back then either. They were just adjusting terms. So they said that they would accept... Israel wanted to release 125 prisoners with life sentences. Hamas had 200. Israel wanted to keep a buffer zone around the outside of Gaza Strip, and Hamas wanted them to shrink it drastically. And Israel also wanted the GHF to keep functioning. Hamas wanted them to abolish it. They dropped all 3 of these demands just recently, after Israel had already said, we're done with all these half-measure ceasefires. We're just going for the full haul now. So that's the timing there. Hamas said it accepts the deal in principle. Unacceptable backwards. International mediators say Haddad is now the last obstacle to a truce. Israel's most wanted operative, evading assassination attempts on 6 separate occasions since 2008. Wow. They sent troops into a house where he was supposed to be hiding, but nowhere to be found. Okay. Coordinating the penetration into Israeli territory on November 7th, rallying commanders under his charge the night before with a written document of instructions to carry out the attack. The document outlined 3 main goals: mass kidnapping, live broadcasting, and the takedown of Israeli communities. In particular, al-Haddad managed the takeover of Nahal Oz military base, where more than 60 Israeli soldiers and 15 civilians were killed, many others spirited into Gaza. Previous bounty of $750,000 for any information on his whereabouts. Al-Haddad is known to be extremely cautious with his communications, largely avoiding appearing in public or the media. Interesting. He initially worked in internal security alongside Yahya Sinwar, hunting down Palestinians who collaborated with Israel. His oldest son, Suhaib, and his grandson were killed in an Israeli airstrike in January. Second son in April this year. Lead negotiator keeping a low profile. Abu Omar Hassan. Oh yeah, this is Darwish. Yeah, okay. Has never been inside Gaza. Jesus. I did not know some of these leaders have never been inside Gaza. God. That's quite wild. Yeah.
Have either one of them done a podcast or an interview or long form on why they don't want to receive them? They're neighbors to them. Why don't you receive them? I know Europe is saying yes. Why are they not saying yes? It's a valid question. Who else would it be that would be opposing Bibi there to talk to? Like Vinny, who would you like to see interviewed that opposes Netanyahu?
On the world stage, you mean?
On the world, specific in the Middle East. I don't want to talk to anybody else that's not directly impacted by it. I want to talk to people that are there.
I mean,
know the people.
If you could, I don't know who's the leader of Hamas right now.
That's the point. Is that Hamas isn't doing interviews? They're not doing podcasts.
But I'm saying
they're a terror organization.
They do actually. Well, the Qatar leadership does interviews. They did one with Dropsite, and actually it was quite revealing. Because remember, Ogre Boy tried to show it to me to show me how they were amicable to a ceasefire, but what it actually showed was them saying, "Yeah, we're not giving up our weapons. Fuck you. Like, we need the weapons." Senior Hamas official interview Osama Hamdan. It's so weird. You've got like Scahill just placating the fuck out of this guy. A land without a people for a people without a land. This is about the weapons. I want to ask you about Hamas's proposal for a long-term truce, but just one follow-up on the issue of disarmament. There have been suggestions in the media that Hamas would consider temporarily storing weapons monitored by a third party. Is there any truth to that whatsoever? Well, no one suggested that directly as part of the arrangements. Maybe it was an idea by someone, mostly in the media. I will go back to the same idea. What about Israeli weapons? Are they going to store their weapons too? What's the meaning of storing weapons? Well, such an experience happened in Northern Ireland, but there was a real political arrangement which is accepted by both sides. If there were political arrangements which can be accepted by the Palestinians, which the bottom line of its creation of Palestinian independent sovereign state, well, we'll talk about weapons in a different way. If we get a state, yeah, thank you. If there was a Palestinian state, those weapons would be handed over to the Palestinian government. Even the fighters, they will turn to be part of the army or the police of its government. This also happened in South Africa when the armed forces of the ANC became part of the modern military. He's literally just fucking placating the fuck out of this guy. Do you not understand that, like, when Hamas says this, when they say, give us a state, creation of a Palestinian state, then we'll talk about weapons in a different way. They're saying that they want an independent Palestinian state. Who would be in charge of that state? Who would be in control? It would be Hamas. They have the popularity. They would get much more popularity if their actions and their negotiations got them the state. And again, when they say they want a state, it's not a two-state solution. It's just two states. It's two states for now. We will never relinquish our desire for all the land. This is not what they did in South Africa with the armed forces, you fucking moron. God. There's like a Western journalist, dude, talking to this guy and like actually just fucking giving him the talking point. Ugh. But yeah, the point is you can... We are ready to have a long-term ceasefire, which is called a hudna or truce, for 5 to 7 years. Okay.
And nobody. They hide their faces in masks. They're not there to give interviews.
I got you.
Yeah, but we're just saying if we would want to, that'd be one of them.
Whose side of the argument would you want to hear, Vinny? Whose side? Whose side of the argument would you want to hear? Who would you like to see interviewed and ask questions about this?
MBS.
I was going to say MBS.
MBS is with Bibi.
Saudi.
Can you
interview? Like, so
Rob, can you ask MBS what is MBS's position? Does he defend Palestine, or is he shouting his position on Israel, Palestine, Iran? What position does he take?
Oh God, this guy was not prepared to do an interview with the Israeli Prime Minister. What the fuck? Computer mainframe. Does Saudi Arabia support Iran? Where are they? Saudi Arabia, are they pro-Iran, anti-Iran? What's their position in all this? Saudi, Iran. It's a really good question, Bob.
Because MBS does not want what's happening there. MBS wants peace in the Middle East. He does not like what Iran is doing.
Exactly.
At all. No, he's not. Firm support of Palestinian for a Palestinian state. MBS says, report emphasizes Saudi Arabia will not normalize relations until it's recognized. Based on 9/11, he condemned Israel's Gaza reaction, and then he changed. While he acknowledges Israel's technological advancement strength for normalization, MBS is leveraging Saudi Arabia's regional influence position.
He wants normalization with Israel in exchange for a Palestinian state and the war to end. That's it. He's mostly bricking it at the fact of Saudi locals becoming too unruly with Saudi's complacency towards Israel.
The kingdom as a mediator, go a little bit lower after years of rivalry, relations of diplomatic has occurred in March of 2023. No, but recently, when he talked about Iran, he was considered condemned. There's a recent interview that happened with MBS about Iran.
Yeah.
That he does not support what Iran is doing. Because even MBS, he's taking a hit on what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, the thing with MBS, if I may, publicly what they say is a lot different than what he's whispering. Publicly, he's going to stand with Palestinians.
I'd love to go to
he's
Saudi.
whispering behind the scenes that he's very
MBS,
not much in favor of that.
I mean, like
I'd love to go to Gaza.
Erdogan, Turkey.
I would love you to sit down and talk to El-Sisi, who is the president of Egypt. Because Egypt you go from Sadat to Mubarak, you have a series of presidents there. Yeah, they have their tensions, but that reached the Camp David peace accords, and their Coptic Christians managed to live in Egypt with some persecution, but not getting exterminated that I've seen. If there's articles out there that say something different, okay, I'll go that. But Egypt has seemed to be trying to get its place, and so I'd like to see you talk to El-Sisi. Say, look, you've built you signed the Camp David peace accords. You have a tradition of détente that's dated back, and cooperation dated back to Anwar Sadat in 1970s, so it's 50 years now. And
by the way, Sadat
you've got
was
this
the only one
huge
that supported Mohammed Reza Pahlavi to live there when he was in exile.
Yep, and Sadat then paid a cost for it politically.
Yes,
he was
he did.
assassinated in his own country. President Jimmy Carter went and walked the exact place where he was assassinated and broke down and cried there. And I'd love you to see El-Sisi say, look, you got this big wall, but you got this history kind of cooperation. Why not one? And you've built, when you talk about building walls, you're at the Olympic level, man. You guys have built a wall.
You know what? I'd love to do that, Rob. Can we put that to the list? I'd love to go to Egypt and see if we can speak with
Is he actually going to do any of this? There's no fucking way Sisi's going to do this. I don't know enough about El-Sisi to be... No, I know enough to know that he won't go on a fucking podcast with Patrick Bet David. Would he? I think the Egyptian position right now is to just hope that no one pays any attention to them. I think that's the Egyptian position right now. Egypt does not want people to know what they're doing at the border. They don't want people to know about Camp David. They don't want people to know about the refugee. They don't want anyone to know anything about anything that they're doing. That's it. They just want to keep their heads down, and they're really just sitting there praying every night in a very secular dictator way for things to end so they can get on with their shit. Burying their heads in the Sinai.
Just want to see what is the position of some of the people. And by the way, anybody else that's watching this right now, you have any other recommendations, go to Connect Circle. By the way, that Connect Circle grew by 1,000 yesterday just to see Tom doing the pushing the weights. If you guys didn't see Tom doing the pushing of 135 pounds, and who did more, Vinny, Adam, we went through the whole thing, go to Connect Circle, make any of the recommendations. There's 3 tiers. There's a freemium, they just get the notes and see what's going on. There's a second tier where you get to comment and network with others. And number 3 is you can do video, anything else you want to do, the full package. But go to Connect Circle and let us know if you have any recommendations on who you'd like to see us interview next on this specific topic. I'd like this thing to stop, but I also think a lot of people are confused because all they see is, where it's such an easy country to hate. Once a year we get together. I can't wait to see everybody this year. This is going to be the biggest one by a mile. Record-breaking attendance coming to this event here from all over the world. 3.5-day strategy session, business, all the stuff that we'll be doing. It's a very unique experience if you haven't been to it. Orlando Gaylord, if you want to get registered, go to thevolconference.com. This year's sponsor, the title sponsor of this entire event is Goliath Ventures. Founder Chris Delgado. We've spent a lot of time with these guys. They've come to Yankees games with us. They've been coming to Vol conferences for the last God knows how many years. Goliath was founded in 2019, a private global equity firm focused on blockchain and decentralized finance, built on 3 pillars: technology, opportunity, and community. Core belief, blockchain.
Okay, well done. Blockchain. Don't forget your blockchain. Don't forget your freedom coffee and your gunpowder coffee beans ground. Don't forget your supply boxes. Don't forget to buy gold. Don't forget crypto. Don't forget your ammunition. Oh. Okay, I'll finish this debate between Joel and Thingy. PF Jung.
The Gaza genocide wouldn't be happening. And I think there's a real danger to it. I think it's a danger to it because Nick Fuentes had dinner with the president. I think these people are extremely prominent and destructive. And I think that every moment that Nick Fuentes speaks on the internet is really quite damaging to people on the right who could otherwise have a more normal, non-idiotic take on Israel and Gaza. It doesn't involve them becoming antisocial cretins who hate and apologize for the people who exterminated the population.
This is exactly how I feel about Hassan Piker and the left-wingers.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
And that's my point is we don't seem to have the same emotional outrage. Like I don't understand.
No, I don't think Hassan Piker does sort of champion a movement of hate in the same way. I really don't think.
Really?
His
Oh no, is he going to get Houthi bombed? This is what we missed. He's the USS Liberty, and PF Young is ready to drop the fucking Houthis on it.
His entire movement is founded on bigotry in the same way.
I think it's founded on resent, and if a lot of Hassan Pikers, well, don't want to say this. There's a lot of people in Hassan, just as there are a lot of people in Nick Fuentes' audience and who like Nick Fuentes who absolutely do want to kill Jews. That's for sure. I do not deny that for one moment. Okay, there's a lot of people in Hassan Piker's audience who would love to be the first one to put people on the guillotine.
Oh, it's just because of Hassan's hatred for rich people. Okay, he had a really good opportunity there to. Okay.
Look,
and they'd feel more justified doing it.
Love to put people on the guillotine.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's not
but now you know how I feel about Nick. You're doing exactly what I'm doing with Nick Fuentes.
Well, no,
like yeah,
moronic.
maybe these guys like, do they want to kill the Jew? Like, does Nick Fuentes like?
Maybe PF Young can't bring up the Houthis and Hezbollah because he doesn't really care about them. He just thinks they're kind of like, oh yeah, they're just firing rockets because they feel bad about Gaza. Like, is that? Oh no.
His primary, like, how many of these groypers would, if you could only choose one, genuinely have a healthy relationship with a woman, be able to start a family, live your trad life, versus go be a Nazi camp guard? Like, which one would they really pick?
Yeah, I think
Some of
they'd
them would
rather
pick the
have the
Nazi camp
girlfriend.
guard. Right, so that's my point. Like the pearl clutching is like, I don't know how much of it is LARP. Some of it isn't, but a lot of it is.
So are you extremely defensive of Hassan Piker? I'm a bit surprised, actually. You seem to hate him quite a lot.
I think if do I hate Hassan Piker? No, I don't.
Yeah, you
hate
seem
Hassan
like
Piker.
really negative.
I think
toward him.
I don't like Hassan Piker. That's for sure.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm not trying to criticize you. I'm just curious because he's also very anti-Israel.
Yeah.
Oh wait, now Joel's got him. Now that PF Young missed his chance, now Joel needs to say, so you'll tolerate Fuentes' anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial because he hates Israel, but you're a lot less tolerant of Hassan's nonsense, even though he also hates Israel.
Yes, and I think, well, this is, so the question is but if you, I don't like Hassan Piker.
And it's because, by the way, enlightened centrists are just right wing. That's just what they are.
You could ask me, is Hassan Piker a net negative or not?
Yeah, you'd say positive,
well,
right? Yeah.
Why can't he do that?
Probably.
Hassan is obsessed with fucking. How often does Hassan talk about guillotining the rich anymore? Every time Hassan talks about U.S. politics and the rich, he relates it back to fucking Israel half the time. He talks about how it's like AIPAC money or whatever. Yeah, he's obsessed with Israel. It's all his content now. So why would you care about his positions on capital? Yeah, PF Young has no excuse here.
Although I do think the key difference is most of Israel's support comes from the right. And so Nick Fuentes undermining right-wing support of Israel is a little bit more important than Hassan. But whatever. Yes, I think I'd roughly say the same thing. I think Hassan...
He feels reluctant, though, isn't he?
Yeah. I think I view Hassan and Nick as roughly equivalent in the level of sociopathy within them.
That's a lot. I mean, it's a big kind of claim against Hassan Piker. I'm surprised.
Yeah, that's...
I mean, you really fucking...
Have you seen what Hassan Piker has said about...
Henry College is like doing one good thing, which is that like if you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean? Like taking these guys and putting them in a pen with one another is ultimately getting them away from the broader society. I'm not stating that it's a good thing that date rape is happening.
It wasn't October 7th that I was referring. It was the rape comment from a utilitarian perspective. It's better if women are raped if they're rich than if they're poor from a utilitarian perspective.
Okay.
All right.
Which
So,
I think that was the October 7th comment.
Yeah. I mean,
we'll fact check after the fact.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't
Big
October
Joel
7th,
has
it was
been
that,
very
like,
generous with his time, Paul. So I think we should probably wind things down. If you have any,
Whoa. We're just taking an intermission,
Let's keep it going, JJ. Let's keep this going. It's already going all night.
Big Joel, do you have?
Dude, I always.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, like, if because normally, not just for your benefit, Henry, but also for the benefit of the viewer as well.
Yeah.
We don't want it to just balloon into some endless, stream about nothing.
No,
but I was, no, it's fair, and we try to keep things high and tight, much like Paul's hair. So I was just going to say that if you had any thing that you wanted to bring up with Paul that you haven't previously, I feel like now would be a good time to do it.
So there's one thing that I want to bring up that I didn't. So thank you so much for the question, JJ. Which is that I thought it was interesting looking through your comments. There's a lot of them that are mad at you for maligning Nick Fuentes in their eyes. There's people saying, why are you tone policing him? What's wrong with the JQ? What's wrong with denying the Holocaust? Like, a lot of it, right? And I thought it was interesting. I wondered about your thoughts on this. That I couldn't find a single comment from anybody saying, you know what? I was on the road to being a really extremist. And filled with racial hatred. I was on the road to being absolutely jam-packed with racial hatred, but luckily for me, Nick Fuentes interceded, and now I still have my feelings about the white ethno state, but I'm not filled with racial hatred. What do you think that there's nobody like that in the whole comment section? Even though that's like a big part
Well,
of
I
how you
think
see
based
Nick
on my YouTube analytics, a good chunk of the people who found that video came from YouTube searching the name Nick Fuentes, so it's mostly Nick Fuentes fans that were
But it seems like they're
parading
pro-hate,
the comments.
right? Like, seems like they think Nick Fuentes is a figure of tremendous hatred and vitriol for these ethnicities. They don't seem to think.
Do you have a
he's
particular comment that you're like? What's
like he opened my eyes to the JQ, and it's not bad to question
That's
the
not hate,
Holocaust.
though.
Yeah,
That's just questions about the
when
Jews.
people say the Jewish question, that it makes my hair stand up on the back of my neck, but
yeah,
that's a term that pre-existed Hitler. The Jewish question.
Course,
It's like a Palestinian question. It's like that's a gross way to refer to it, but it's like.
But Big Joel's question is really interesting, though, I think, in the way that he framed it. And I think it's interesting to engage with. It's like, could you imagine such a person existing that Joel was describing? Like, could you imagine somebody saying, like, I was on a bad path, and then I started watching Nick Fuentes, and now, I'm a much better person for it.
He's taking people from the far right into the insane.
Absolutely. I would bet, I couldn't give you numbers, but there's definitely a number greater than 0.
I think it's 2. I think 2 guys.
Hold on. No. A number greater than 0. Probably more than 2, but I can't guarantee. But certainly a number greater than 0 of people who came across Nick Fuentes, liked what he had to say, young, racist, degenerate kids who started going to their Catholic church as a result of Nick Fuentes.
Well, bully for them, but if they want to kill, if they hate the Jews, that's no consolation to me.
At least they're Catholics, though.
In a Catholic church, actually,
it could absolutely influence. A lot of these.
I suspect that's probably true. That there's a lot of people who because Nick Fuentes, it's like Nick Fuentes is such a terminally online figure.
Yeah.
Like even like a super like a pro Nick Fuentes fan. It's like they go to Catholic church and they meet like surprised by someone who's black there or Hispanic.
Yeah.
And they become friends. Like
that seems different from like what Nick Fuentes says or how he discourages hate. It feels like it's more like he says you should do a social activity, and that's good. I'll give Nick Fuentes
but that reduces hate. I think that does actually reduce hate.
Sure.
Yeah,
but his project is the one that there's nobody who just with Nick Fuentes.
Does he really think that social activities and getting married or whatever, does he really think this is what reduces hate? You know that a lot of people who, especially if you're like a tradcath or whatever, or any of these kind of like right wing, especially in America, it's actually quite easy for a lot of these Christian types to get into a community that's just completely insulated, like a very homogenous, like white fucking community that you just never see any foreigners. That reduces hatred? No, it doesn't. What the fuck? Where did the Nazi vote come from? Middle class, rural dipshit fucks who were like probably the people who saw the least Jews, to be honest. Like the people who didn't see that many Jews, who just who had lived in kind of like very homogenous communities, lived kind of like longed for the idyllic lifestyle and lamented the loss of the monarchy, and they thought the times were changing too fast, and that was at least where it started. Places like fucking Bavaria and shit. Yeah.
Goes like, I get it now. I don't hate black people. I just hate how stupid, obnoxious, and cruel they are. I'm free from my racism. It's a fictional kind of entity, right?
Well, I think do you think when black conservatives make that criticism, you think that white people are made less racist?
What?
Like if a black person says like, there's all kinds of serious problems with black culture and we need to be honest about it. Like I think that actually reduces racism.
Okay, so I don't know. I don't think Nick Fuentes says there's some serious problems with black culture. He says I'm way more extreme.
You, Nick Fuentes. Oh, sure.
He says that, but he says like really extreme.
Not the Catholics. Well, Catholics did eventually, obviously. You're being sarcastic, probably. Not autistic. Yeah. Yes, the Nazis did in fact court the Catholics in more of a marriage of convenience than anything else. The Catholics were later to join the ship compared to the rural Protestants. Yes.
Extreme, like they're stupid, and the race IQ stuff really encourages this idea that they're developmentally not all there, right? So, I'm happy with that answer. Though we can cut it off.
I have a question. I have a question, Paul. Just as your status as a Nick Fuentes scholar, because you were sort of saying
no, don't even. That's not even a good meme. I'm severely undereducated in Nick Fuentes, and I constantly get trouble for saying he said this or that he did not or did do this. It's very fraught territory I'm operating in.
I'm curious, just as a matter, just because when you said that, one of the sort of the net positive things about Nick Fuentes is that he brings people to the Catholic Church, and that's puts them on the right path. I'd be curious to know, was Nick Fuentes like a great fan of Pope Francis and his message of sort of grace and compassion and generosity of spirit?
I think he's all of that. Which is Pope Francis the old one?
He's
the one who just died.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
We've probably yapped enough about these issues one way or another, but I
don't
think
the audience enjoyed that at all. I always enter these conversations thinking that I'm going to be very calm, cool, and collected, but then the second I enter them, I'm like the most animated, fucking like I'm like so intense about things. So I hope that didn't come off as over the top.
That's fair. Well, I did accuse you of pearl clutching several times. So
many times.
Welcome to this side of YouTube.
Extermination of the Jews too. Pretty intense stuff. Anyway,
I'm assuming that you would not be willing to talk to Nick Fuentes, correct?
Can you imagine what if Nick? Okay, probably not. I'll be forthcoming about it.
Are there any conditions on which you would?
Okay, I would personally chat with Nick Fuentes to his heart's content, but I don't really want to sort of like drum up a lot of like support and like talk to this, have a whole political.
You could destroy him. He puts forward Holocaust denial.
I think what Nick Fuentes would say is that Holocaust denial is actually pretty cool, and then I wouldn't be able to convince him otherwise, right?
Well, so you could point out all the ways in which he's peddling particular falsehoods.
Yeah, I think Fuentes used to dodge Holocaust debates with the Ask Yourself Discord, I believe. People like Avi and shit like that, they've spoken about that for a while, how he would dodge debates with them. He would rather have Holocaust debates with ignorant podcasters who can't defend themselves, right? The problem is when you get into a Holocaust denial debate, as long as you know the Irving arguments, basically, if you're talking about Fuentes, and you've got some archives, like they're fucked. Like there's no way around it. Like there are so many things that they've said in the past as well that are just like the hardest pieces of Holocaust denial to defend. Yeah, there's no way.
Yes. Well, maybe.
What if we had Nick Fuentes? We had Nick Fuentes in the middle, and then around him was a bunch of bread tubers, and they could all sit.
I will say, that would be a phenomenal idea, JJ.
It'd be fun, yeah. Okay, I'll leave you to it. I'm sorry for taking so much of your time.
No, thanks so much for joining us, Big Joel. It was a delight. It was also fun to finally chat with you in person.
Yes, that's right. Was I everything you dreamed I'd be, JJ?
And more, I must say. All right.
Well, hey, thank you for watching. Join us next time when we bring the next person that texted JJ that I'm problematic, and we do round 2.
Yeah. Okay. I'll see you next time. Thanks.
Godspeed.
Bye.
Wow. Well done. Wow. Soy. Something smokestack shadows biscuits wooden doors. Yeah. I would probably have to do a bit of prep if I was doing a Holocaust denier debate. I have to do a bit of prep just to make sure you got all the archive shit in the right place and just get familiar with each one. It would have to be like documentation though. They'd want to see documents. They wouldn't care about whether a historian said this or that, which is annoying. And you just have to play by that standard, otherwise, You want to watch Pac-Man responding to dark money allegations? Yeah, he did get those, didn't he? And he did respond to them. There's Ethan Hassan or Destiny Ethan. Oh, God. Is this about transparency where people who have never watched any of the people's content just say, oh, but they've never made it transparent? And it's like, they've probably said it 1 billion times. Is that it?
Watch this guy Pac-Man.
Oh, yeah. But I think this, unless I'm missing something, I don't know if this organization is actually connected to PV or not.
All right, I was not even going to talk about this because I hate participating in the drama. I hate the circular firing squad that often builds on the left. But it's really important that my audience know what's going on. So I am going to talk about it. I was named in an article in Wired yesterday. And the article is about a so-called dark money group on the left called Chorus. And I'm named in the article along with other creators as being part of the group. And since this article came out, I've heard from a bunch of you. David, did you sell out? David, is the DNC telling you what to say? How could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof. And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience, is the most important thing. And so I decided to do this segment. I also was told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hassan Piper, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating falsehoods about what is and isn't
There's
going
no
on.
way
now,
they would
I
do
can't
that.
speak to the motives of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it. I can't get in their heads.
I can. They're cynical and retarded. That's it. Done.
All I can do is tell you what's going on, and then you can judge and you can make an assessment of me. Now,
And insecure about their age and intelligence, apparently. We're talking about Taylor and Hassan.
I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And so I'm aware of that, but it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. For years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying, the Democratic Party is telling people what to say. At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say.
Yeah.
I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus. I don't tell Chorus when I'm going to be doing an interview. Not a single segment I have done, not a single question I've ever asked a guest has anything to do with Chorus.
That's crazy.
They don't tell me what to talk about. They don't tell me who to interview. They don't tell me.
If it's anything like Progressive Victory, the way it worked was that they would there would be someone Well, I won't say who. I just don't know how much they want to reveal about what they did there. Yeah, there would be like an agenda. There would be like a bunch of things that's like, oh, here are some stories that are happening. Here's a story about Trump and the veterans. Here's a story about Biden and Gaza. Or here's a story about fucking trans rights or whatever. And there would be a huge list of this. And you didn't have to choose any of them. You could just give them your own thing. And I sometimes did that. Or you could choose one and then you would stream it or make a video about it, and then you go to PV and be like, here, you can take this. And it was generally what they wanted was like a 60-second TikTok clip, one a week. That was it. So you would just, they didn't tell you what to say. They didn't tell you what opinion to have over it. They didn't tell you anything like that, okay? They didn't tell you anything about what to say or do or what positions to hold. You could just make the video and you send it to them and you're like, oh, there you go. Done. That's how it worked with me. And pretty much everyone else I knew who was doing Progressive Victory stuff. And you can tell because the stuff that they uploaded on their channel is still public. It's still all there. They've even got playlists of mine. AOC, November, fact-checking Trump and Biden. I think this one was one that there wasn't a prompt. I just chose this one because it was already happening. Waltz, DNC, one unavailable video. Oh no. Right-wing attacks on Harris. I think this was over the BLM thing. Bail money. Yeah, this is the dark money. And they also did shorts as well. These are the longer ones.
How to cover a story. There are no restrictions of any kind on my content. I've never covered a story because Cora suggested I do it. I've never not covered a story because Cora suggested I not do it. There is no content relationship of any kind. So what does Chorus do? They run technical trainings, how to produce content, how to make your operation more efficient. How do you take a small shop of 1, 2, or 3 people and...
Do I want to watch this? What's he talking about?
Wage, but an ordinary job.
This is news. This isn't Ethan. AB. Oh no. Drama. Okay.
Put content out on multiple platforms the way I've been doing successfully for decades. They set up mentorship relationships between larger creators like me and small up-and-coming creators who are looking to do content, which is something I've said for years we need to be doing. They do advocacy trainings. They do media trainings. How do you deal with adversarial media, reporters with bad intentions who contact you? They do legal training so we understand how is the right-wing machine potentially going to come after us? How do you organize your business to be protected? That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear, and I know that 99% of my actual audience knows this. If this was a group or an organization that required me to get permission before saying things, or fed me talking points, or told me, David, talk about this and not about that, or anything like that, I would never be part of it, period. Anyone who knows me would know that. Now, I'm one of the larger creators in the current cohort. I want to help others grow. I want to mentor people. I want to grow the left media space. That's something I've been advocating for years. And now the circular firing squad is getting going. You look at TikTok, you look at these different platforms, people going after each other, most of it based on misunderstandings or misreporting about what's happening. What? Now, let me go to another aspect of this. I've seen messages like, oh, David, when you said X in 2024, that must have been because they told you to. Oh, David, this explains your take on Bolivia from 2017. Now I get why you said that. Or when you did that interview in 2022, it must have been because Chorus told you to. Even if you wrongly believed that I was now completely compromised by my participation in this group, this thing is brand new. It's like 8 weeks old or something like that, maybe 10 weeks old, something like this. So the revisionism of going back and going, now I understand why David, not only are they not directing content today, this thing is brand new. So that's just like impossible. One other thing I want to mention. The article identifies my friend Brian Tyler Cohen as the co-founder of this group. And now he's being...
If this is a new thing, does that mean this has nothing to do with Progressive Victory? And people who are claiming vindication because of this art, that cannot be the case. I'll have to read the Taylor article. I'll read the article tomorrow and then see what people were saying and then see, because I know quite a few content creators have responded to this who are directly implicated with Chorus, but...
attacked as well. His motives being impugned. Brian worked on this as a volunteer. He has spent hundreds of hours for not a penny on this project, solely because he, like me, believes we need this type of organization on the left. They're killing us on the right. He doesn't need to be doing this for himself. He's trying to do this to build up left-wing content creators, as am I. And so the framing of Brian as some kind of villain in this entire thing, it's just farcical and pathetic. So the bottom line is, we need more of this on the left, not less. We need more organization and infrastructure and people understanding, how do you build a content machine? How do you produce a podcast? How do you grow an audience? How do you distribute it? How do you organize your day? What's your YouTube setup like? The article is designed to attack and degrade. I can't speak to the motives of the people behind it, so I won't even speculate. My involvement is as I've described it here. There's nothing more and there's nothing less. It's up to you to decide whether you trust a particular creator. It's up to you to decide what sort of structural organization the left should pursue. But what I can tell you is that the circular firing squad is how the left loses, when we start turning each other over what at the end of the day. So I'm sick of the losing. I'm trying to win. Join me if you also are trying to win. And then maybe we can have some better outcomes in future elections.
Wow. Cool. There's no fucking way it has nothing to do with me. Like, with PV, I mean. That might be a new project. I'll probably read that article tomorrow and then just document everything that everyone said about it. That'll be a good project. We'll do that tomorrow. Maybe start tonight off stream as my little reading memer. What's going on here with Ethan Klein announcement?
Listen, all right. It's been a
that's well timed.
Fortuitous? Is that a word I could use here?
Is there no chat? What the fuck?
Chance rather than design.
No chat. What'd you do? Oh, it's there.
I could use it, but that's not what I'm looking for.
Is it slop o'clock?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do some slop o'clock.
The last week, been a lot of stuff going on, okay? We've been fighting in the trenches. There's been a lot of stuff that has been happening and everything else, okay? I would like to reiterate, I don't think, I'm pretty sure, nobody involved here is an actual pedophile, child molester, anything like that, okay? I feel like my points spoke strongly enough the way that I intended them. I think enough people have understood what I'm trying to say. Obviously, there was some more meme stuff that was kind of dug up yesterday that people are running through. I'm going to reiterate something I said. I think I said this at the beginning of my thing. What did I write down? I don't like doing this content, okay? As much as I used to, all right? It's a little bit fun to indulge every now and then, I'll be honest, okay? But this is not what I want to do. This is not my current forte. I think that I have other stuff that I...
Oh shit, Dilute Mule, thanks to $5. When is the next Hagari impression? Don't know, maybe after many goals. Meme, thanks for the $4.99. 10 toes down in the super chat goal. Wow, nice one. It's actually only 4 toes down so far. We need 6 more toes. Or $5, either or, really. How much could you sell a toe for? Consciousness, thanks for the £5. Captain Dan, thanks for the $5. And Dilute Mule, thanks for the other $5. Why do I have to lower myself to their level of ignorance to debate them on Holocaust denial? You don't have to. It's just that sometimes people want to, right? You don't have to do anything.
Enjoy doing a lot more now.
It's a free country. For now.
Don't particularly like doing the whole back and forth nuke after nuke after nuke bullshit. It's just not, this is not the kind of content I want to do. I've been sucked back into it, okay? Because they killed my dog, all right? But yeah. I'm sure that Ethan and the crew are probably getting a lot of attention, negative, whatever. My community is not supposed to brigade or harass. I think I told all my mods, okay, we're done Ethan posting, we're done H3 posting. I'm not looking to pile on for the next like week or 2 weeks. If you understand how like the waves of the internet shit work, obviously we had our stuff yesterday, and there's probably going to be
How did DGG manage to get so much more shit about Ethan and Hila compared to the snarkers who have been doing this for like 2 years? How did they manage to do that? What happened? Willie Max making another video. Okay. It was from Snark. I don't think it was all from Snark. What, the Reddit history? A lot of that new stuff is not from Snark. That's new. At least I've never seen it before. Like what, him talking about Israel like 15 years ago? Like, none of the posts I saw were him saying anything particularly like faulty about Israel. Just, you can tell he obviously, his stances on the conflict are a little bit more solidified in Israel's favor back then than I guess he makes them out to be now, maybe? Like it's weird that he's arguing about genocide 15 years ago. I did not know that came into the discourse at that point. Some of it is from Snark, I know that. Like a lot of the clips. Pedo troll. Well, I don't know anyone who was a slave, but friends of my grandparents were able to compare their personal experience of the labor camps with Gaza. What? Palestinians are not treated as subhumans. Why don't you come to Israel instead of repeating talking points that, honestly, you really seem to know nothing about? There are reasons for what the Israelis do that are more complex than what you may see as genocide or hate. Come to Israel, talk to an Israeli. You have no first-hand experience, no knowledge. Talking points. Come to Israel and talk to a Palestinian for that matter. Palestinians living in Israel are not shot and killed in the street. They are not harassed, abused, etc. They're integrated into society on almost every level. I live in Tel Aviv. I live in an Arab neighborhood. All the shops in my neighborhood are owned by Palestinians. I work with and live next to Arabs, Palestinians. I have Palestinian friends. There are laws that discriminate against them, yes, and I do not like that, and I want it to stop, but try to see the reason for why Israel does it, and it may be the start of understanding that can actually solve the problem. You do nothing but spit hatred and ignorance. Nothing you know or think can be used constructively to help the situation. This doesn't seem too different to his positions now, right? Like, he maybe bites more bullets on fucking genocide and shit like that these days, but you know, that's his loss. It's pedo troll account. This is really funny. When I read stories about how Gaza is a death camp and how it's being deprived of essentials and about ethnic cleansing, this statistic comes to mind. Life expectancy, 73 years. That doesn't sound like Nazi Germany or apartheid to South Africa to me. This speaks volumes. Am I correct in thinking this? -6. China. I don't know if China is smooth sailing or whatever you mean by that, but I also don't compare Chinese living conditions to ghettos in Nazi Germany. China has a relatively good standards for most of its people, healthcare-wise, from what I've read, so I don't think it's a fair comparison. You're comparing the second most powerful country on earth to Gaza, so I don't really see your point. This is an outrageous statement you made. It's 2010. They aren't going to just outright gas a bunch of Palestinians. Brackets, they would if they could. Okay. I guess that person didn't know that, like, you know that people in the world still use chemical weapons and commit mass slaughters and all this kind of shit. Anyway, well. Yeah, none of those takes are particularly shocking. In 2010, so around the flotilla time, I guess the blockade in Gaza was pretty bad back then. It was that was the worst of it. 2007 to 2010. Oh. Okay.
Ripples from, I'm sure, Hassan and others today, if they haven't already, or people around him, and then the commentary people will pick it up and they'll do all that shit. Yeah. So I'm good where I'm at. I don't care. I don't mind if people make like measured criticisms of me. If somebody wants to say I'm a Coomer, or somebody wants to say I can be whatever, you know, I don't care. But if you're gonna go hard into the paint and sound like some creepy predator pedophile who has a history of doing all this shit, and you're gonna continue to lay on that point, then I'm gonna obviously lay out my points as well, and that's what we're gonna do. We can do that. I don't mind it. I think I can still do it. I feel like we've shown that we can still do it. I just am not interested in that per se, but okay. So, did you offer him a ceasefire? No, because I don't have any direct communication with him at all. I don't communicate with him directly. We don't communicate directly. I just see him shoot Instagram stories at me, and then I launch tweets at him. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, I'm done talking about it. My community is gonna be done posting about it. Yeah, that's it. This includes the Willie Mac stuff. For the rest of the commentary people, I don't give a fuck about them. I don't care. If you guys want to shit on them, go for it. I don't care. In my mind, I think one of the most upsetting things about everything that happened, there's two really upsetting things. One is that it gave two huge communities this whole kind of weird lefty apparatus, and then all of the snarkers / anti-fans / Kiwi farmers, this was like their gold mine of attention and shit. And while I'm sure there are some H3 snarkers or leftovers people, I'm sure there are a whole bunch of people who are probably happier with me or enjoy me more than not right now because of everything that happened. I don't like those types of people. I don't want to foster those types of people as an audience. I don't want my audience to know those types of people, so I don't give a fuck about those people, okay? Fuck them. I don't want that audience. I don't care about them. I don't care if they like that I did this or whatever. I also don't, well, I would imagine that Ethan probably doesn't want to engender too much Kiwi Farm support because that also leads to a bunch of like weird, horrible, stupid stuff happening. So, yeah, so that, it sucks that like the weird lefty communities and then the snarker communities all have their stuff. They all have their day in the sun, which is annoying. Oh, it's also annoying because I think that me and Ethan's content is pretty different in terms of what H3 does. I think that their audience, I've said this before, their audience is like heavily women. I think it's actually 60-40 woman versus man versus woman. I thought it was 40-60. I think it's 60-40. And I think my style of content and everything else is, it leans much more masculine or whatever debate, whatever the fuck you want to call it. So I understand there's not necessarily an organic crossover there, but I think we were like the only two like left-leaning places on the internet that was still not hardcore fucking anti-Semitic, burn all the Jews in hell, kill every single Jewish person, which every other fucking left-leaning community has gone that direction of. So I think it's like a little bit sad if our communities are literally trying to destroy each other's, which my community is not going to be destroyed. So yeah.
You know what's funny is like my thought was just being like, is someone going to come out and say something like, listen, guys, this isn't good for the Jews? Again, because it's like, it's the two big fucking, like Zio, but not far right communities saying fucking, accusing each other of being pedos. And I'm like, damn, there ain't no way the Mossad paid for this. The Mossad wants its money back, bro. What the fuck? Think of the Jews. Stop fighting me for the Jews.
Yeah, I just think that's like really, it's a bad fight. I think it's a stupid community fight to have. I think that there are.
Is that this community? I think my community is probably too small for him to mention. I don't think he believes that my community is talking about burning the Jews or whatever the fuck, right? My community is nice and small. It's cute. It's going to be a lot smaller now that I think a lot of the DGGers have kind of realized that no amount of, oh, look at this thing that Pixie did, this dirty fucking whore, is going to get me back into the good graces of Destiny, or rather to get Destiny back into my good graces. I think they're realizing that, and they can fuck off, and that's good. All right, that's fine. We'll either just plateau, and that's cool, or we'll branch out somewhere else. Who knows? I don't mind. I once told myself a few years ago that if I could broadcast my thoughts and my opinions to like a few hundred people every day, or even 100 people, or even 50 people every day, as long as I make enough of a living for it, which I definitely do, then it's worth it. You know, I don't care.
I think I've said this before, even before today. People are, what did I say before today? Oh fuck, I read something in chat in my mind. How about something else? Oh, I think I said before today. I know I did. I don't know why I said I think I did. I know I said this before today, that I think Ethan and I were two of the only people to make the jump from being very edgy in the 2010s to being like pretty progressive-y and wokey in the 2020s without being soy as fuck. Like a lot of people failed that jump. They either quit content creation or they are still edgy and they turned into lolcows, so your Keemstars and your Boogies and all that, or they became woke but they also lost their comedic edge, right? So like Ian is a really great example of that, who became super fucking soyed out and is no longer funny or entertaining to watch, even though he became ultra woke progressive. So yeah, I just feel like it's so stupid. I just feel like that conflict between Ethan, especially over.
If I recall correctly, you were yelling at Ogre Boy and said I would rather stream to 10 Sevs and Sundowners than 10,000 Ogre Boys, or 100,000 Ogre Boys. That is true, but the problem is that 10 Sundowners would mean that we would get 100,000 N-words. I'm sorry.
Something as stupid as like, are we pedophiles? Like, there must be something better to fight on. I'm not saying nobody can criticize me. If you didn't think I give a dumb take on something or do something stupid or whatever, I think that's totally fine. I've called out Ethan for doing stupid things. I think ironically, I guess, or not unironically, I guess, most of his like call outs when he's trying to get people like fresh and fit, or even the Noah Samson thing. I think the pro Jared thing, he tends to miss the mark on that sometimes. And I'll call him out when he does dumb stuff like that, okay? But just the ultra unhinged, like, this person is a murderer, pedophile, predator, like, I just don't, unless you want to go like full fucking snark coded, I just don't see the, I just don't see the purpose for that, but. Okay. Yeah, I think that's all I got. What happens if he makes 3 more videos about you with the worst? Oh, if he keeps making content on me, I keep making lots of content. If you want to keep making content, we can do it. I mean, who's your audience at this point? Like, who are you making the content for? Like, if we want to become Snark Kiwi Farm streamers, we can do that. Like I said, I don't mind. If you want, we can do it. I just feel like it's not. I feel like it's not a productive use of either of our times. But yeah. Can you please give a recap of how this even started? I feel like you got money from playing Not to Die, and then suddenly decided to nuke you. Is that accurate? A quick recap is basically
someone needs to make a meme, and you know what? The only person to do this would actually be Sundowner. Fuck. Someone needs to make a meme.
PLO leader Yasser Arafat decided to pursue the path of diplomacy.
لقد جئتكم يا سيادة الرئيس بغصن الزيتون في يدي وببندقية الثائر في يدي.
It's like, it's this sentence. I come with an olive branch in one hand and a freedom fighter's gun in the other, but it should just be that with like an olive branch in one hand and I guess like a new snark folder in the other. Because they look kind of similar as well, don't they?
فلا تسقط الغصن الأخضر من يدي.
That's like the gist.
لا تسقط الغصن الأخضر من يدي.
لا تسقط الغصن الأخضر من يدي.
لا تسقط الغصن الأخضر من يدي.
In November 1974, Yasser Arafat received a standing ovation at the General Assembly of the United States.
Okay, wow.
Hassan said some unhinged crazy shit like 2 weeks ago, and then I was typing in chat that basically like if
Hassan,
not
that guy.
I want to repeat shit because everybody spam reports my shit right now, okay? But like basically like this is the standard. We're saying people like you can justify basically killing any like person if these are the standards, these are the rules we're gonna apply. Like you can argue like you could kill people for tons of stuff. It's not good. And then Hassan specifically in this context. And then I think that Hassan, who is petrified of literally any criticism whatsoever relating to his conduct or his political positions, he sees my message and he tries to make me an out where he just cries about how mean I am. Personally, I don't think almost anybody bit on that. Hassan kept trying to force it and cry about it. But then for some reason, Ethan and Ela jumped on and they're like, oh no, like we almost had Hassan and now he has an out. It's like, first of all, you don't almost have Hassan. Hassan has been saying unhinged crazy shit for 2 years. None of this is going to be the thing that takes him down. And then 2, why would anything I say even matter? The only reason why it could matter for you guys if you make it matter. Just know, even if you disagree with what I said, then just say that, you know? Destiny said shit, I don't know, we don't agree with that necessarily, but who cares? This has nothing to do with what you said. We don't communicate. Listen, the thing that frustrates me the most on this is that people are making all these assumptions that I'm like puppet mastering Ethan or that I control Ethan or that we have these conversations behind closed doors. And then I feel like Ethan acts like we have these conversations behind closed doors with the way that he acts because oh shit.
Is this big? Are they gonna be referring to?
Yeah, because when he tries to do these things, he's like, no, I swear I'm not controlled by Destiny. No, I swear he's not puppet mastering me. It's like, oh, that message, that was a really bad time to send. Sorry, he was not like he was doing it. Sorry. Yeah, no, when he's so like, when he's so excited, like, oh no, look, I can prove Destiny's not controlling me. He's like, well, bro, you're literally making it seem like I'm controlling you by showing how desperate you are to show people I'm not controlling you. Like, if Ethan and I were actually in communication behind the scenes, then I would understand a little bit more. It's like, okay, bro, I understand. You got to throw me to the bus for this one, so that people don't think we're gonna get it. Fine, let's fucking go, bro. But it's like, we don't talk at all. I'm gonna be honest, okay? I think I might have already said this on stream. I feel embarrassed because I have tried to message Ethan, I think 2 or 3 times in the past, but it was to his fucking Twitter account, and somebody said something in chat about him not using Twitter. I'm like, oh yeah, shit. And I realized, and I looked at those messages. These are like over a year ago. I'm like, oh, I'm literally just shooting these DMs out in the fucking void. Okay, like a fucking loser. So no, yeah, I don't know. It's dumb. I think there's better people to go after. I think there's better issues to focus on. I think there's better people to attack. I think there's better stuff to talk about. You know, if shit comes out in the future after my court case is over, or after the Willie Mack shows up with all his federal buddies, hey, cover it then and talk about it then. But until then, yeah, especially the whole like digging through like past clips and stuff is just, I think, it's super wacky. Could it be possible that Ethan got lured / tricked into this by his team or other people? I do think, unfortunately, there's a lot of pressure on Ethan by his crew, because his crew, based on what I've seen, I don't watch H3 a lot, and I don't mean that as a burn. I don't watch any content. Anybody that has watched my stream for any period of time knows I don't watch any content. I just don't have time or the inclination to do. I just don't. But it seems like most of his crew are like Hassan Simps. I know that AB Star Killer guy, I think it is, right? He's the same guy. And there's a few others who are super, they were whatever, I don't know if they're just lefty pro-pallies in general, if they're big Hassan Simps. So like whenever Ethan's talking about Hassan, they just like nervously sit there, not saying anything. But then when they're talking about me, they're giddy with joy. Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't care. I actually don't care. I don't give a fuck what the reason is. I don't care what the reason is. I don't care what the rationalization is. But yeah.
Twice in a row, Destiny watches J-Stock every night. I mean, I know he used to jump in there and scream at them, so that would imply that he was watching. Yeah. I find it weird that streamers watch me before they go live. Like, I've seen that a few times, or they'll just in pure chat. Like, was a Queeman yesterday saying that he was watching a bit of me before he went on stream, and then he was like commenting on his impressions and shit. Yeah.
Any chance to talk with Ethan live, or you just don't care? I have no idea. I don't think Ethan wants
He goes
to
in chat.
meet me ever live, because it's like a moment of like, I think Ethan is genuinely really petrified of not being able to shake the Destiny puppet allegations. Like if he wants to, sure.
Willie
but I
Max
don't.
in here, yeah.
I don't even know what we would talk
Kraut.
about at this point.
Ryan
But
Beard?
I would always go on H3H3, obviously, whether we're talking about Israel Palestine or current events or whatever other fucking meme shit. Yeah, I would always do that. But not, but to debate
What are these memes? Okay, new meme. To sum up, Ethan made edgy jokes. Okay, now why did you tell Willie Mac you kept porn made by a girl you were told was underage? Sweat. Old edgy jokes. Yeah, okay. Who knows, eh? Emails my family are getting. Wow. Anthony Fantano. Warning about your... Is it this? This isn't actually Fantano. It's like a 4. Okay. Recently, your Ethan Klein's older posts were posted to the internet. These posts include Ethan saying he wants to molest his nephew. I have no idea if you have children. Seems like something his family should know. The chances proof of it. I will attach the post. Ethan has just admitted that it came from his Reddit account. Pray this isn't true. I know you should be alerted just in case. What, Anthony Fantano? What? That's not actually Fantano though, right? Horsing around. The fuck? Hello.
Yo. All right, I got like what, a couple questions, okay, motherfucker? All right. So, I'm gonna ask you first question. Do you think, due to the recent drama, do you think overall Destiny's a pedo? Yes or no?
A pedo? Probably not, no.
Probably not? Okay. 2, do you think it's like, do you think it's kind of cringe of like Ethan and Destiny bring them all close to each other? You think like they should just focus on like the recent shit that Destiny, the recent shit that Destiny got himself into?
Yeah, I think the two things that you would, I think, are actually quite worthy of public whatever would be the Pixie thing and the and the fact that it does seem like he was just kind of willing to believe Rose, even though there were quite a few reasons not to. Probably those two.
Yeah, I mean, because like I see people like in Lone Court and same for YouTube chat, because they bring up like old Destiny clips and saying like, oh, Destiny always been like this, oh, like all these clips over the years, like, you know what I mean? I feel like that's kind of like a character assassination, because like, would you call him a predator then without the bro shit? I mean, I feel like people should just like focus on.
I don't think to make any of those two claims I just did, like, you don't need any of the previous stuff, because again, with the previous stuff is like there is stuff in there that's like that 15-year-old thing. I didn't know about that until fairly recently. Things like that are just like, unfortunately, the way a lot of people used to talk in a way that they weren't actually like serious about, or like in a way that didn't really imply any intent, but just the way that like people spoke. Like pre-2016, people were fucking mental, okay? Like people who would say all kinds of shit like that. But yeah, like so for example, like if that was just that and nothing else recently had happened with say like Rose or Pixie or anything else, then I wouldn't think anything of it. But it's like the actions that actually hurt people or actually show like a very clear reckless like disregard for I guess like people's fucking safety or consent or whatever. Like that's the worst. That's like the much worse thing, I think.
Yeah, I don't know why people are like hammering on like the old Destiny clips, the old Ethan clip, because like we could do fucking back and forth whataboutism about the whole Ethan clip, Destiny clip. I feel like just focusing on the whole Pixie situation and the Rose situation. I feel like those are probably the most like heavy hitters. I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel that people are saying, because you know you're like pretty close with like Ethan and you know used to with Destiny? How do you feel that people are saying that like, oh, you gotta pick a side or some shit?
I mean, if I have a side, it's like I would say Ethan like quite easily, but obviously I think Ethan, and I've said this about him since the beginning, when he does these like drama attacks on people or whatever, like he's scuffed. He's like Dan, you know, he will throw like everything at the wall. Some of it might be accurate, and quite a lot of it is just he'll just see something and jump on it before he even has a minute to fucking think, right? Yeah, I do. Yeah. So as far as picking a side, I can say like I'm definitely leaning much more on one side, but yeah, it doesn't mean I support like every fucking decision that Ethan makes. You know.
I don't know. People were calling me like a Destiny defender or some shit. Cause like I'm like, bro, like bring up old clips. This is one quarter. I feel like bringing up old clips while this shit is coming out is like kind of cringe, low key. Cause like you wouldn't say, cause if the old shit didn't came out, you wouldn't call him a predator. So I don't know why. I mean, it's kind of cringe.
Yeah, most of like pretty much all the kind of like deal breaker things came like November, December last year. Yeah, that was when, and that was when I disconnected from Destiny as well. Yeah, even the fucking cherry thing. I like as far as I know. Obviously, I haven't seen the evidence or like the footage because you can't really show people that publicly without violating someone's privacy massively. But I mean, based on the people I trust and people I've heard talk about, like I'm pretty sure that is completely true. I just don't know like where that's going, but yeah, even that.
What's your thoughts on the old like Scooter? Not Scooter? I mean, what's your thoughts on the recent shooter stuff?
The recent shooter.
Yeah, apparently had like what?
It's just that thing. Every time there's a shooter, people just say like, "Oh, like they're really hoping for an opportunity to make it about the political ideology that they care about," right? It seems like what I've seen of them definitely leans far right for them, but people will just, I guess, because some people think the person looks trans, so they're using that to say that it's a left wing thing. I don't know. It's just, I think I got very blackpilled after the fucking Jewish museum shooting, the Elias Rodriguez guy, because it seems that even when it's very clear that they are completely in sync with the people that espouse the same ideology, and when their manifesto can get fucking love hearts in in Hassan's chat, but no one really seems to care, so it's just whatever.
Yeah, it's pretty normal to say that like every YouTuber's community like is like a reflection of you, right? Like, your community is probably a reflection of you somewhat, right?
To a degree, yeah.
Do you think like you're too like non-confrontational? You think you're like a non-confrontational person?
Not really. Sometimes, depends on the situation. I'm always worse with interpersonal stuff than facts of the matter or whatever else. Just because interpersonal stuff, I generally find it harder to make like a fully rounded judgment on someone, I guess. So whereas with history or politics or whatever, I feel like it's all more simple.
Lonerbox, he's trying to bully you. Motherfucker, if I was like straight up blunt, I'm pretty blunt with Lonerbox, bro. I can call him, I'm pretty blunted. Let me see. What's my third question? Do you think you can take criticism, bro? Like, you think like some of the criticisms of you are somewhat valid or what? Or
I mean, I'll
no,
take good criticism well,
valid?
but if it's bad, then I'll go fucking then I'll spurg out. Yeah, why not? Then I'll get triggered.
What's like the
Which
most
criticism
like,
in
common,
particular
like,
do you think is good? What?
people are saying that like you're a fucking genocide defender, what the fuck,
Yeah, well,
or
those people.
you're not too what's the word? You're not too critique of Israel a lot. You don't like cover Palestine a lot. You know what I mean?
Nah, I don't buy that. There might have been a phase when I was like particularly fucking bugged by the whatever Free Palestine crowd that I have like on occasion like leaned more instinctively to one side than the other than I should have. But that's like, as far as I know, I don't think I've actually been caught ever doing that. Like all the instances on me are like most of the things that people get mad at me about or clips that circulate about me are me saying things that are 100% true. Or just me reserving immediate judgment because they obviously want me to interpret every possible thing as like evidence of the genocide or whatever. So no, yeah, even there, it's just I am yet to see particularly good critics. Like I might see people catching me on maybe like one factual error or something, but even then, it's like they'll just use it to make it about something else. But I correct course and just move on.
I mean, like, why not like just like hammer that shit? Like, why not just like instantly shut that shit down? Like, why not? Why don't you want to be like fuck you? Like, why not be confrontational to people?
To who? Who am I not being confrontational to? I feel like I am quite confrontational
In general
about Palestine.
Come on.
What?
In general, like, just like, why not be like? So you're not a debate, bro. You're more of like a nerdy, quiet motherfucker, right? So like, why not be like, oh, you talk shit? What's up? Pull to the VC. Like, why not be that person? Okay, why not be? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I feel like I do
why
that.
not-
Are you worried that? Are you bothered that I haven't done as much of that recently?
yeah, I feel like you're too. What's the word? I feel like you're too non-confrontational. Don't want to get into fucking like arguments and shit. You know what I mean?
No, not really. I don't. I mean, obviously, I've kind of like slowly given up on a lot of the Free Palestine debaters because most of them just don't want to debate, or the ones who do are people I've already spoken to, and it's just like I feel like doing it too many times with the same people, especially if they're just going to be obsessively fucking bad faith with me, is just not worth it. Like I feel like you get most of an impression out of someone from the first one or two goes. I don't know what else. I mean, I can debate different topics. We did Russia, Ukraine with the lactoid guy. I'm supposed to have one on the UK and refugees quite soon with someone. I just need to get them to confirm when.
Is next week, right?
Maybe. I
Apparently
don't know
next
when
week.
it is. It's
Okay.
someday.
What's your thoughts on like Wick? I think he's hosting Destiny. What's your thoughts on like Wick hosting the Destiny thing today, right?
I don't care.
What's your thoughts on that?
I don't care. He can.
Do you think like people who like fucking do like moral grandstanding on like on Wick, who he's a fucking hostess, right? Do you think it's kind of cringe like people are shitting on Wick?
Well, I
for
mean, the
not,
people
like,
who have that position are just like they're never going to be satisfied. There's always going to be, unless Stephen kills himself, right? Like there is a level of like it's a thing that happens with all kinds of mob justice. Because like if someone said like, "What do you want, Lorna Box?" It's like, well, what I want is I hope that there's like there's like a level of vindication for Pixie, and I guess if the cherry thing is real, which I don't have any reason to believe it's not, then her too. Like that's quite clear. If he ends up streaming afterwards, and there are people who still want to watch him, and he doesn't go to jail or whatever, then it's like because that's what the court determined. That's like yeah, whatever. Like what am I going to do otherwise? Just try to keep on chugging until he's like serving fucking fries. Like no, I don't care. Like that's not really where I come from. But I think with some people, they don't really know what they're hoping to achieve from all this kind of stuff. What they're hoping to achieve when they attack people, or even when it comes to people like Hassan. Like what I hope for when I do that is that like there are at least more people in the world who know how to respond to the things he's saying. I'm not trying to destroy his career or anything like that. That's not like.
Do you think like I agree, but I feel like do you think like if Destiny came out, instantly came out when the shit got leaked, because the person Sunday, red ass. Do you think like if Destiny like fucking instantly made an apology, went public, you might see like a different light or a different view of Destiny, or like you might have like
say that again.
Do you think if Destiny went to apologize on YouTube, public, on a stream, wrote a fucking apology, said, "Hey, you know what? I fucked up." You think like that situation would not blown up as much, or like the criticism that he got wouldn't as overblown?
I have no idea. I mean, for me, it would be different, obviously. I don't know what it would have to do with people like with everyone else. Maybe some people would just use it as a vehicle to add in a whole bunch of other accusations, which might not be true. I don't know. I don't know how it would affect the broader sphere. Probably, maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't do anything, but it would change things for me, obviously.
Oh yeah, question. Third question. Because I know your audience is like it's like 50% female, right? What's your audience? Like what? 53?
No, my audience is like 15, 1-5.
15?
15% female, yeah.
That seems a lot, bro. Because there's like more females in the politics somehow, right?
Wow.
What?
Tell me about it.
What's
hey?
like? What's like bringing him? What's bringing him to your content? Like, what's making him like? Hey, this Little Boss guy is kind of interesting. Like, what's? What's that?
What's bringing women to my content? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably my hair or my cheeks. I'm joking. I don't know. Women like politics, and I guess again, I'm the only one of the only streamers of my size who has no sex scandals and doesn't support terrorism. So I think they like that. You know.
Yeah, but like
more feminine quality.
Cause like, isn't on average like women are usually more smarter than like men, right? Like, right?
Smarter? I mean, they're more academically successful. I don't know if they're smarter.
Right, but like, if like you know how guys are, right? Like we're pretty like dumb cavemen, like on politics, right? Like you would think like they wouldn't watch your type of content, right? Because you're a guy. You think so? Like I don't know what's like bringing them to your shit though.
I don't know.
Can't be your politics.
It can't be my politics. Why?
Nah, hell nah, bro. Hell no. No, can't be your politics.
I'm pretty sure like a fairly disproportionate amount of women in my server are like Jews, so that probably is part of it. I don't.
Nah, can't be your politics, bro. Like,
Ask them. Bro. Do a poll. You've got standing in the community.
I can't. What do you mean on fucking Discord or YouTube chat?
Do a little survey. Do a little Reddit post, or just go and do interviews. Just go on Discord and do some snooping. I don't know.
I don't know, like women though. I mean, like specifically women watching you. I don't know about that one.
Why are you, bro? Okay, listen. You're just. This is like what's he got that I don't got? Listen, if you want to.
No. Hold on. Whoa. Hold on, motherfucker. I got Hassan. All right, Hassan. He's like what he's like towering over you, motherfucker. He's like what 6'3", like 6'2". You gotta step it up.
A couple of inches taller than me, yeah, like 2
Come
inches.
on, man. Hold on, pipe down. All right, hold on. I'm not doing no fucking incel ass. No, I'm just asking generally.
That has nothing to do with what I said.
No. You trying to do something like wishy-washy? I'm not trying to do.
It's probably the same reason that men come into the audience, right? They identify with the politics. Men and women have quite a lot of things in common, right? We're the same species and shit. We're the same race.
Don't they got like different shit like biology though?
Yeah, but not so different that they wouldn't have overlapping interests and preferences.
Nah, I feel like I don't want to be sexist, but like I feel like politics, like debate and shit. I feel like that's like a more of a guy masculine thing. Am I wrong?
That's why it's majority men, right? But it doesn't mean women aren't into it at all.
Do you talk? Do you like do any like women issues? Like, do you like talk about women issues a lot?
What besides Destiny? Get it? Good one, guys. Everyone,
yeah, go on. Clap it up.
Like what in particular? I mean, we've done abortion a few times. We've done fucking. I'm not sure what else. Not recently. We did some red pill, but that was ages ago. There's not much of that anymore. No, not really.
Interesting.
But obviously, women aren't only interested in women's issues. Like that's like saying if I've got men in the audience, I don't really discuss men's issues, do I?
Well, like you're a dude. I'm like, somewhat, kind of, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. Oh, what are like future like conversations would you like want to have in the future? Like in general, like what? Or would you like what type of conversation would you want to have?
I would have liked to probably yap to Big Joel about the fucking PF Young debate, although I don't think he'd want to talk on my stream. It's probably too toxic for him. Maybe talk to PF Young about it. I want to talk to people about Stop the Boats in the UK, although they seem not that easy to get a hold of. I'm trying a few. There's someone who wants to talk to me about UK fucking Muslim shit. That'll be another thing. Might try and see if any of the higher profile Israel Palestine guys want to talk. Because I guess I've never spoken to people like Omar Badar or anyone like that. Maybe I can try them.
I feel like,
who knows?
I mean, like, cause you went to Israel and like you spoke to like, you know, like not like well-known. You spoke to well-known people, but like they're really like integrated with Israel, like the Israel society and like the government and shit. I feel like maybe if I don't know if you have connections or not, you could probably like you could probably like speak to like a fucking Kahanis or the fuck or fucking like or maybe like a guy from the West Bank or something.
Well, I could maybe push Yishai for that because I did get him sort of hinting towards a debate, but then I sent him a message back and then I didn't hear from him after. So I might chase up, maybe. Might have to just badger him. That would be good.
Instead of debates, would you want to do like more interview, kind of like what Hassan did, like what the fuck? I don't know who you interviewed. But would you want to like do that more, or if you could?
Yeah. But right now, honestly, I'm just trying to kind of like readjust because obviously the last year has just been very fucking difficult mentally and interpersonally, and it's bled into my private life quite a lot, like way more than I wanted it, any political stuff too. So there's still just going to be a little bit of adjusting in the stream content in general, and also just exploring other topics that are not Israel-Palestine. And so, yeah, I think before I start yapping to other people for a while, I'm probably going to focus on that primarily.
What other countries would you like to visit?
What other countries would I like to visit?
Yeah.
I don't know. Been to America. For Syria would be an interesting one. Damn.
Oh yeah. Also, yeah. Why didn't you do like content in like Lebanon? Why are you in Israel?
Why don't I do content on Lebanon?
No, like in Lebanon. Like, why didn't you go to Lebanon?
Because even before I went to Israel, there were, I'm not going to elaborate too much on this, but there were some people who were being very fucking weird in my DMs with things they were saying, and it's kind of made me not want to go to Lebanon ever.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe if Hezbollah gets disarmed, like if that actually succeeds and there's like a peace deal with Israel, like yeah, maybe. But then I'd go back any fucking day. But yeah, right now, it's a small country. It's just, it would be like a very unlikely thing, but there is a tiny, there's like a non-zero chance, which is a bit fucked for me. That yeah, there are a couple of people in Lebanon who really, really don't like me, and or maybe they're not even Lebanese, but they say they are. So I don't know. Fuck.
Jeez.
Yeah. I make Hezbollah too mad with me. Yeah, I would not like to be in their hands.
Yeah, sure. I mean, like maybe Sundar was probably in Hezbollah, so he might get some connections.
Yeah,
but
too,
do you think what are like what are like? Would you ever go to like like besides Syria and besides Lebanon because they're fucking cooked? Would you ever go to like Saudi Arabia or like the UAE?
Saudi's a boring country.
Oman.
UAE's a boring country. Oman's boring. Been to both of them. Been to
Yemen?
UAE and Yemen. I mean, there's just no way you would get security.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But if you could, yeah.
What about like not Afghanistan. That's fucking crazy. What about like Asian countries?
Maybe Ukraine.
Like
I don't know.
Japan.
Fucking Ukraine or Poland or something like that. One of the border places to the war. That might be interesting.
I think
Qatar.
Did
Maybe.
I ask Dylan Burns?
Although with Qatar,
I
like,
think
why would you
Dylan-
go there? It's like I'm gonna ever get to interview fucking officials in Qatar, right? Like it's too authoritarian and they're yeah. Go to Qatar and meet
like,
some fucking Hamas officials, catch them. I'd have to fundraise
you
for
could probably get
I'd have to
the-
fundraise for a 5-star hotel for sure, and just bump into them in the saunas.
Yeah, fuck no. What are like would you ever go to like Asian countries like North Asia or the fuck or Southeast Asia?
Taiwan would be very
China.
interesting. Taiwan, Vietnam, yeah. But this is more like just tourist stuff rather than politics.
I mean, you could probably talk to a fucking like a communist or some shit.
Yeah.
Or fucking ask what's their view on fucking Israel Palestine.
Just go up to people in Asia and be like, "What's your thoughts on?"
I could. We could Colombia. Fuck nah. Fucking weird shit. Man, I'm just kicking rocks right now. Fuck. Oh, do you regret any drama that you were recently in, or like do you regret like how it played out, or no? Like just like any like drama or some shit, like in general.
Not really.
Okay. Shit. I feel like chat is kind of. How you feel about chat? Like, how you feel about like YouTube chat?
They're good. What about them?
Like, do you feel like they're like kind of like what's the word? What's like a more respectful word? Do you think they're kind of dumb sometimes?
I mean, some of them are.
You feel like I'm not dumb. I'll cook your ass in the VC or hamburger. Pipe down. You feel like your chat or YouTube chat is probably a little bit more radical than you?
Maybe they used to be maybe a year ago, but not anymore. No, I think I've kind of shed because there was definitely a thing where, and I've noticed this phenomenon now. there was this phenomenon where there were people who were like, oh, I wish Lorna wouldn't do so much of the slop content. I wish there was more research and all that kind of shit, like those kind of people. And then I've realized now that I've shed them, and I had the suspicion, and it turns out to be true, because now it seems a lot of those people were saying that not because they didn't like the slop, but because they thought that if I did more research, I would be more in line with their politics. Like they thought I wasn't left wing enough. Because now, I'm not going to name names, but a lot of these people are just, I see them in drama channels. Like they're just regulars in fucking drama channels. Like, why were you telling me to stop with the slop and do more research when you're now in a fucking community that does less research than me? But it's because they're more left than me. Yeah.
Wait. So the people who don't want you to do research or the drama slop, but they want you to do research, but like wouldn't the research like line towards your like ideals compared
No,
to
there are people who I can tell this now, is that like they thought that if I just did more research, then I would be more in line with their opinions. Yeah.
That's kind of like a dumb low IQ like tactical play.
Well, it's not really, right? They're like, oh, if this guy if I recommend this news or this fucking paper to this person or this topic, then the more they learn about it, the more they'll be like me, you know? Yeah.
Oh, I think you meant like just like very centrist like research. I mean like fucking like with the wikis or shit. I thought like wouldn't they like just like give you like their like
no, they just like they are just that fucking arrogant that they just think that any amount of research project that I do would just lead me into a conclusion that I wasn't already holding. Yeah. Whatever, bro. Anyway, are you just kind of like circling the drain? It sounds like you're making up these questions on the spot now.
Yeah, I should I asked ChatGPT, bro. Fucking it's almost like dog shit questions. Like what the fuck? Maybe I can make some tomorrow, maybe. Yeah, I'm asking on the spot.
Okay, well, fuck, I need to end stream and eat food soon, so
Hello, bro. I asked fucking chat or YouTube chat to make up questions, okay? So if you stream tomorrow or not. So
well, good luck.
Be safe. And you're 6'2", okay? You'll never be 6'3", and I think Hassan's taller than you. So
if I grow my hair enough, I'm already 6'3".
Yeah, and yeah, also do something with your hair, man. You need a haircut.
My hair is cute. What are you talking about? Why would I waste this
Nah, bro. You need some like conditioner or some shit. Your shit looks fucking dry. Like it's just you need some like conditioner.
You should have wet hair. You might have wet hair. What do you mean
no,
dry?
Like, no, you need some like curl cream. You know what curl cream is? Probably don't have that at Scotland, huh?
Curl cream.
Yeah, curly hair. It's for curly hair. People with curly hair.
Isn't this for like? Isn't this?
No, it's curl cream. It's a thing.
Isn't this the stuff that black people use?
Oh my god!
No, I'm thinking of the comb.
Way.
Okay.
No,
I'm looking at pictures of curl cream. It's people with fucking really curly hair. This is not. I'm not curly. I'm wavy. I am not this. This is not me. You think my hair is like this? The fuck?
Pause. Wait, you thought black people only had curly hair?
I'm thinking of this. No, there's like, but obviously, fuck you. There's a difference between like.
Such a male. This have like curly hair male, dude. Dude, have you seen? Aren't you like Arab? Aren't you like half Lebanese or some shit? Like, don't they got curly hair? in Lebanon?
They have wavy hair. Are you telling me that Lebanese people on average have the same kind of hair as someone from like fucking like an African American? No, these are different fucking hair types. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about curly hair, little bro.
What does
the
your hair
fuck
look
are
like?
you
Give me
talking about?
a picture of your hair right now. I won't put it live, okay?
Hold on, my shit kind of fucked up though. Hold on, actually, you know what? How about this? How about this? Okay, not today, but if the N-word debate is coming up, I'll fuck it. I ask every black person that's currently that have in my fucking chart, and we're gonna do fucking face cam, all right? For the
Listen,
debate,
people.
all right?
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, well, you need to, right? Because otherwise, otherwise we're not
I'll
gonna
do it.
trust anyone.
I mean, I got the fucking camera. I got the fucking camera. I mean, I
Yeah,
got the
good.
fucking. I'll do the debate.
But I'm just saying, okay, these people with the curl cream, this is not what I have, okay? This is not what I have. I don't have this
But
kind of
don't-
curly. This is broccoli curly. I don't have broccoli hair. I have wavy hair. I have Arab hair. Different.
It's just like curly wavy, dude. You're fucking
Yeah,
half
curly
Arab, bro. You got
wavy,
curly
which is
hair,
not
bro.
just curly.
Wait, what's with like this shit like with like Lebanese people are kind of zesty? Like, it's like a meme or what?
Yeah, it's a meme, but it's also kind of true. I don't know.
Oh, shit.
You think that if I grew my hair, I would look like this, don't you? You think if I grew my hair out, it would just do the exact same thing as this guy. I'm not saying it's like completely different, but it's not. It's a different kind of curly. Okay.
Bro, what in the fuck is that? That's like
That's when I
What
think
the fuck?
curly hair. I think of this, not wavy. Wavy and curly are different.
Bro, mashallah, inshallah, what is Lord Box on about? Okay, bro, that is like, that's like picking out hair. You picked it out. I feel like okay, for me to like dumb it down for you, I think you need like a woman with like curly hair to like explain like, I think you can't like fathom like curly hair. I don't know, man, like.
Oh, breaking news! Breaking news! Obviously, Israel have been upping their strikes against Yemen as a deterrent on the Houthis. They are claiming to have targeted a gathering of Houthi leaders near Sana'a. Outcome of strike not immediately known. Chat. We'll update you with further information if it arises. They're claiming to have got the Houthi chief of staff or to have aimed for him, Muhammad al-Ghamari.
Wait, didn't the United States do something similar?
The United States
Like,
wasted
there's
a
a-
shit ton of money on bombing Houthi positions. Don't seem to have achieved anything. Apart
No,
from
there was like a
Houthis to
viral
say,
clip.
well, the Houthis were like, we'll stop hitting American ships, even though they were barely hitting American ships anyway. Yeah, but they didn't stop in the Red Sea. They didn't stop hitting Israel. It was the biggest waste of time that America's ever. Yeah, Trump.
But you know what clip I'm talking about, right? Like, there's like a fucking there's like a group of Houthis and like.
Yes,
they got
I remember the
fucking,
group.
JDAM or
Yes, they
whatever.
did target people, but those weren't like the core leadership. And it didn't damage the organization enough to really do anything. They didn't get any. The concession they got from the Houthis in that exchange was tiny. It was nothing. Didn't really affect their activity at all. It just meant they're going to stop hitting American ships. It's like the Houthis don't need to hit American ships right now. They've got smaller fish. Hello.
Wait, what?
guys.
Aren't you like Iraqi or some shit?
Yes.
All right, so I got two questions for you. Okay, first, do you have curly hair or what?
No, I'm Ukrainian. I like Ukrainian Jew.
Oh.
No, wait, I thought you said you're Iraqi.
No, I was joking. I just said yes because it's like a random question.
Oh. Wait, you actually like Ukrainian Jew?
Well, I was born in Israel, but my parents are Ukrainian. Yeah. You know, I'm interested in Ukraine as well, but I don't talk about it that much. Yeah.
Whoa.
That's some like Ukrainian Jews, like in general. Like, what your thoughts on them?
I don't like they're pretty chill. My colleague girlfriend is Russian. Sometimes it's a bit awkward in the family table, but
Didn't the Jews get massacred in Russia or some shit?
there were pogroms. There were pogroms in Ukraine as well. So it's not really.
But if it's your parents, they would have left during the post-Soviet era, right? 90s?
Yeah, when the Soviet collapsed.
Yeah. They couldn't leave before then, as far as is that right?
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. They suffered anti-Semitism there. Like there were, you know, they told me stories. Caps hard to get into universities. There were caps on Jews. To be honest, but in the army for some reason they didn't send them to fucking Afghanistan because like they only sent like the the Far Eastern people mostly, and the Jews were like, you know what, you could stay here and stuff like that. So I don't know, but there were a lot of anti-Semitism in the USSR. But
Interesting. Are you like religiously Jewish or what?
No, well, in the USSR, you weren't like practicing. It was,
That's about you.
Me? No, I'm cultural. I'm not. I don't believe in God. I'm culturally Jewish. I mean, I celebrate the holidays and everything, right? But
so like you're like
and I do the Sabbath stuff, but it's like culture, culturally.
So you like Hassan, basically?
Well, I do the Sabbath dinners and the prayers, and sometimes I do the prayer myself, even though I don't believe in it. But it's like a cultural thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh wait, I have a question. Just for Warthog.
Wait, fucking hang out. You were
All right, go ahead.
Warthongs was going to tell us stuff that he's learned about IAF airstrikes. Apparently, you're allowed to say on stream, but okay.
I think so. Like 99%. I asked him. He told me, yeah, but that information is not secret. So okay. So and I think it's like you can ask like other Air Force people, like from different. I think the US will have exactly the same system. It sounds like. Basically, how it works is there are two types of targets: land, basically targets, and like targets that are like you just see something like let's say like you're overwatching like a force, and there's a guy with an RPG gonna shoot the force. You're obviously gonna strike him without like any approval. You don't need approval for that. You're just like, okay, there's the target, you need to strike it right now. Or there's like a launcher, aiming towards Israel, ready to launch. You don't need approval. You don't need like to do an analysis of like how many civilians there are. You just strike it, right? There's like, it's like I don't know. There's an acronym for it. I forgot it. It's like a target that's like, it's hot. You need to strike it now, no matter, if there's obviously you're not gonna strike, kids nearby, but it's like. If you see it now and you don't need approval and you just strike it, okay? There's one target like that, and then the other one is.
Wait, how does that work? If you're saying you don't need approval, but what if there are kids near the rocket launcher?
Well, you cannot strike. Well, obviously you cannot. You have to divert the missile if you launched it. Like you cannot. If there are kids near the rocket, you'll have to divert it.
Okay.
If you launched the missile already, if you didn't, then you will wait for them to leave.
Wait. So, but this is just for, is it targets of opportunity? Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. There's like an acronym for that. Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Targets of opportunity.
And this is basically when it's like it's so immediate and so urgent that they just get to do it without a whole chain of command being like check.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. But obviously, fucking shitloads of kids have died in airstrikes. So I'm guessing for the ones that do make it up the chain of command, there are levels of like numbers of kids in the area that they do think is acceptable, right?
It's not like there's like the other targets are intelligence based, all of them. Like they're like there's a team working on targets all the time. In war it's more urgent than like normally, but like they're working on targets all the time. And it's basically when it gets to the final stages of the target, it can take like from a few hours to like a week or, a few weeks to the whole process of like getting the intel and all of that and how you strike exactly. And then it's once you get, the plan, there's like a meeting between three people. It's like the intelligence is 3 officers, I think. It's like the guy who supplied all the intelligence, the guy who chooses the ordinance, and an international lawyer, like a lawyer specialized in international law. And the 3 of them discuss. The intelligence guy says, "Okay, this is the target. This is, the location. We think there might be, X amount of, civilians there." The ordinance guy will tell you this ordinance we're going to use. It's going to have like this effect. If there are civilians like in this room, they might die, stuff like that. And then the lawyer needs to approve it. And there's not like, okay, for this rank you get 6, for this rank you get 7, for this rank you get 8. It's not like that. It's based on the type of target, the importance of the target, and the precedents in previous international wars, and that's how he makes the decision.
He makes the decision based on previous wars, like case law.
Yeah, on precedents of case law. Yeah.
So they don't. So they're not using NCVs, or
to be honest, I don't know. Like I cannot tell you 100% certainty that it's like how I told you. It's like a general stuff, but I don't think. From my understanding, I think it's a case by case, like the type of target and the urgency and the precedents. Yeah.
Okay. What percentage of do you know what percentage of strikes are targets of opportunity versus this one with the lawyer present?
I think targets of opportunity are way less.
Way less.
Yeah, way less. Way. Like every house is not like if you bomb a house, like a guy walked in, it's not a target of opportunity. Like it's every house, it's just like very urgent. Like I told you, like it's like clear danger. Like there's a rocket's going to be launched at a force, or there's going to be rocket launched in Israel, or it's stuff like that. Like very, there's like a group of soldiers like in the open, like nearby a force. It's going to be like that. I think. Again, I'm not like 100%. Again, I'm not from that area in my service. I don't know like much about it, so I cannot tell you with like 100% certainty. But I think my opinion, which is not an expert opinion, it's that it's the vast majority of targets are going to be like planned targets.
And what when they talk about types of targets and different targets that are worth more, or how important it is to the operation, like what would be an example of a type of target? Would they just say like, whatever, this many soldiers, there's like a tunnel, there's a weapons cache? Like, how does that?
Yeah, it all depends. Like it all comes into the calculation, like everything. It can be like, let's say if there's a Hamas commander just walked into his home, and okay, well, we cannot take the whole house down. We'll have to take like. A room, or maybe if it's like a more important commander, you don't want to risk it, you take the whole house down. I don't know. It's like, it's stuff like that.
Is that an example that you gave or that they gave you?
I don't want to say.
Okay. And was there anything about numbers? Was there anything like an example of numbers of like a target versus number of people? Okay.
No.
Did you ask and they didn't tell you?
Yeah.
Okay. Because it's classified.
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Interesting. Was there anything about the fucking, what was the Where's Daddy example that people give of like a junior
okay. That's
home?
Okay, yeah, I know. Like the whole AI stuff. That's so bullshit. That's like the that's like, okay. So yeah, my friend uses that system. Like that's like complete. Like he used this. It's like complete bullshit. It's like the most like retarded. Like he saw the news article and I showed him. Like it's the most retarded thing ever. It's like he thinks like the people who they interviewed, they know nothing about the system. It's okay. So think of it logically, right? Like before AI, right? How do you think it was done? Do you think they did everything by hand, and or like did everything like they check the cameras and all that, like whatever they do, like themselves, and just do it by hand?
Well, they probably use computers with like algorithms
or
programs.
Exactly. There's going to be an algorithm, right? So an AI is just a better algorithm that like uses like data that you don't fully like neural networks and all that. There was also like algorithms that incorporated AI before, but now it's like more to the AI stuff. It's really like nothing insane, right? Like it's just a scary word, AI. I feel like, before that was algorithms that help him, and actually like AI makes less mistakes. Like the algorithm got better. Like it's less mistakes.
Yeah, but I think the issue was that it was at least what the article suggested was that people were just. You don't know what I'm about to say.
Yeah, I know. It's just a stamp that they just like, oh, this is a mail, and yeah, that's okay. It's not work. It doesn't work like that.
Okay, so they're not just using the AI to pick a target and then they just say, look at it for 10 seconds and say, okay, fine, go.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't work.
What part of that's not true? Do they debate it longer?
Everything.
Or
It's like it's one of the systems that collects intel. It's you have a lot of systems that collect intel, and then you kind of make the target.
So I'm guessing AI like presents you with a potential target based on whatever surveillance footage they've got or anything else, right?
I don't know the specifics, but there's a lot of different systems that you verify. You don't just put a stamp on it and say, yeah.
Okay. Based on this conversation, let's give you an example. Let's say there's a Hamas, just like an Al-Qassam soldier. Maybe he's like a commander of like a troop of like 5 people. It's like a squad commander or whatever the fuck they're called. And he goes to his family home, and his family has like 10 people in it. 5 of them are kids. Do you think that's the kind of thing that they would okay a strike on or no?
It's hard for me to say. Like, I know today, no. Maybe at the start of the war, yes. I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to say how it was at the start of the war and how it is today. 100% no, they wouldn't. I know this because, again, I don't want to indulge too much information, but like, there are also roles like in the IDF that try to listen for kids to prevent such cases, like how you
try to listen. What do you mean listen?
Like, well, not okay.
Or look.
Like look, listen, whatever. Get the intel that there's no kids in the area before doing such strikes.
Okay. Spider, do you have any questions?
Oh, I was about to ask, like, no mean shit. It's actually a serious question. For your AI, do you like because do you guys like feed the algorithm towards the AI or what? Or like, does it like when you feed it to the AI, does it like based off like clothes or like
You're okay. You're asking such specific like I'm not in like I'm like a regular guy, right? I just talk with people who use that, right? I didn't, and also I cannot, say everything that I know, and plus I don't want to ask stuff that I'm not allowed to know from these people, right? So it's like you cannot ask me like specific questions.
So, are you currently in the IDF or what?
No, I served in the IDF, but all my friends like do reserve duty. I have friends like in Gaza, obviously, like tank commanders and like soldiers and.
Interesting. So you know a guy.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys.
You got him on the ropes now, Spider.
Warthunks. Hold on, Sweater. Warthunks. How do you know what they're telling you is true?
That was a question.
From my experience, a lot of people in the IDF will just straight up lie about what they do at their jobs or what their jobs are.
Well, in my experience, so the IF guy is my closest friend, and the other people are like close friends. Yeah, I trust them 100%. Like,
and their stories line up, or do they ever contest with each other?
They do different roles. Like,
from the information you heard, have you ever heard information from each of these
I've
people?
I've never heard somebody who contradicted another person. No, like I have friends who, like in so many different roles, like from electronic warfare to like intelligence to cyber to everything, and no one ever contradicted someone. Like I'm sure, like the thing is, like I'm sure, okay, I'm sure that happens, right? Like that there are soldiers that like, do a war crime and it doesn't get like punished.
No, I understand.
I'm sure that happens.
I'm not talking about that right now, though. I'm not.
My friends are generally like center, in the political spectrum. They're not crazy. They're more educated, and
I understand. That's not what I'm going for here. I'm saying like for the amount that like death we're saying, like for the technology that you're describing that they may or may not have, or may use or may not use, or however the fuck it works, like Hamas would have to be holding some of these fucking kids hostage inside of a building when Israel
like you can say that there's like, again, it's on precedence of international law. Like you can say that the precedence is bad, and Israel should care a lot more about Palestinians when they do the strikes, and like they should approve many fewer. Maybe there's like a culture in those tables
Listen,
at the start
I'm
of the
of
war
the
where it
belief
was.
that soldiers on the ground are much more likely to commit war crimes than soldiers.
No, I'm talking about the
who are
IAF. I'm talking
yeah,
about that.
the much more likely than
Yeah,
a soldier in a
maybe
fucking
there's a
jet
culture
or a patrol room.
in the start of the war. Like there's a culture of like you had to approve strikes that are like very iffy in the international law stuff, and like they approved it anyways because of like obviously like it changed. It's very subjective. Like everything is like stuff changes where the judge eats his meal and doesn't eat his meal. Like the sentence changes.
What about the instances where you've had commanders who are like fucking like without ordering for evacuations or waiting for evacuations and just has like a free fire zone, like that happened at the beginning of the war, for example?
I don't
like the thing is like, has there been a commander like that in control of a room like that, like the IAF?
No.
Because like obviously the fucking like
But generally, I will tell you like the culture of IEF as I know it's the people who work in the command center, right? There's like the people who work there, right? Sev? It's like gonna be mostly left-leaning people, very like
they're not necessarily
Ashkenazi.
They're not necessarily more left-leaning. They're more educated most of the time.
Yeah, but they're also more left-leaning than the rest.
Is it not the case usually that people who are more educated are usually more left-leaning?
Yeah, that corresponds. That but it's not always the case. Like there's some correlation, but it's not always the case.
No, but I'm saying like
less educated is like
if you know the people who serve there, it's like I know a story of like a long while ago where like one of the intelligence guy who like it's 2012 or something like that, right? He like did a building. He tried to get a Hamas commander in one of the wars. He did like the whole intelligence stuff, and when the strikes happened, he wasn't home, and his whole family died. And the guy who got the intelligence, he like cried because that happened, right?
Yeah, I
like
understand, but like at the end of the day, from some of the things we've heard that they have like gadgets and like information like far beyond what we could fucking like guess or imagine. Like for mistakes to happen like that to be this common, because here,
what do you mean like mistakes? Like a lot of mistakes happen at war, by the way, like a lot, like 20%. You understand? Like 20% of the IDF losses are from friendly fire.
My issue is when you have something like the World Central Kitchen bombing of 3 trucks and then the double tap recently. How many times has this happened when there?
Yeah, a lot of times. Like a lot of times. Like
but that's the thing. Hold on, but that's the thing.
I don't know why you're arguing with me.
I'm not arguing with you. I'm saying that this is a problem I have right now with this.
I agree with you. IDF.
How many times has this happened that we don't know about, and the IDF
punishment
pushes along and doesn't care?
The punishment isn't enough for when stuff like that happens. Like I agree with you. But it's not what I'm talking about. It's like a whole different. Like you're talking about different stuff.
The punishment is something else. I'm talking about
the punishment will prevent other like if you have stricter punishments, people will be more like there's more discipline, and people are going to be more afraid of like doing a mistake, right? Like
that is not my contention. My contention, like usually, if they're for us talking about for them to get punished, we already know what they did wrong. What about all the fucking times we don't know that they did wrong?
I don't know. By the way, the Gaza, the hospital stuff, I don't know, did they release I think they were supposed to release the investigation. Did they release Lauren Boss? I didn't follow up. I know the
initial
hospital stuff. Yeah, the hospital strike. You heard about
the second strike was from a tank shell, apparently.
Well, all 3 were, so...
Yeah, the first one was supposed to, from my understanding, supposed to be a drone, but for some reason we used the tank shell. Like we strike, by the way, strike on a hospital that gets approved by the highest. Like they have special thing in the international law. Like hospitals are like the highest approval that you need for like a strike, I think, because they have like this most protected status under international law, and like. I don't remember the ranks. Like the highest ranks of the IDF, the 2 highest ranks can only approve them. Like the chief of general staff and the one below him. That's it. Only I think they can approve a strike on the hospital.
Wait, so really? Only Zamir or just below him can?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, on hospitals. Yeah.
So why did Zamir? Well, it wouldn't have been Zamir in this one, right? Because I don't think
I'm not
the
sure.
way he spoke, it sounded like he didn't even Oh no, yeah, he did. He said the target was a surveillance camera and not the 6 terrorists. So
yeah. And so if they were
Yeah,
supposed to
maybe.
use a drone for some reason, I don't know why exactly they used the tank shell, and that I think the first one killed someone, right?
Killed 3 people. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the rescue team got up. Then the tank commander saw, movement and thought, something was strange and shot another shell. And then, which he shouldn't have, because he needs to get like every strike needs to get like the highest approval. And
Did the IDF say anything about this tank commander's punishment?
I don't know. The investigation was not. I don't think they were. It's still ongoing.
WCK, it took them like a week to publish the investigation. The other one, the
WCK were like, oopsie.
The one with the buried people, that was like that took like 2 or 3 weeks. It took a while, yeah. So I don't know how long it's gonna take. They said they've broadened it though in the last day, so might be.
No, but like I'm saying, for the WCK thing it was like, oh sorry, whoopsie.
Well,
like,
with the WCK, what they did was that they found
demoted
like 2 or 3 people responsible, and they demoted one and fired 2 other ones. Yeah.
I mean, it's
any
what
precedent for jail time for these people, like ever?
No, but you I don't think you can what. Seth, think about it. Like, there's friendly fire. Like, how many friendly fire incidents happens in the ID? Like, 20% of the casualties are from friendly fire. From like you misidentify someone. Do you think you're like, if a friendly fire incident happens where you like kill your own like soldier, you think you're gonna put the guy who did it in jail? No. Obviously, no army does that. And again, if it's like gross incompetence where like this guy amounts to a war crime, yeah, you put him in jail.
Shooting your friend on accident and then putting the guy that shot in jail is like weird. I understand, but
yeah, but it's the same. Like it depends if it's a war crime or not. Like if it's a war crime, like yeah, then you should be put. If the guy did it on purpose, like let's say, oh, these are like WCK, let me just like do one drone strike on that. Like yeah, obviously he needs to be put in jail. If it's a mistake, then it's not like a gross incompetence, which is like on like the highest level. Then no, in a war you don't.
Well, what if it's like negligence? Because my understanding with the WCK was, I don't know if there was evidence that they were actually trying to just target health workers or aid distributors, but what they were doing was that they were cutting corners. They didn't double, triple check with the WCK that it was actually them, and they skipped, I think, a couple of stages of the procedure for approval. I think that's what they did. That's why they were found responsible. But like, would you say that level of negligence, but if you're going to be that negligent, obviously if you do that at your job, say at work, then you might lose the company some money, or like a customer will get angry or whatever else. But obviously if you do it in war, then you're like being negligent with people's lives. So that's the question, is like, do you jail people for that, or do you just demote them?
But here at some point for me, it's like, is anyone that's gonna like fucking like maliciously do this shit admit to maliciously doing it?
No, obviously not. And I agree with you. Like, and 100% like stuff like that happened, right? Like, I think at least like that's my like stuff.
Yeah.
Again, I don't have proof to that. I just
maliciously targeting innocent targets has most definitely happened. The issue here is like the IDF can always claim bad intel. Negligence. They can always claim it.
No, but
it's just like there's no third party to verify or not. Like, the IDF doesn't have accountability for.
It's never like an army. Listen, I will tell you one thing, Seth. Like, in like there's no like the whole like as an Israeli, right? And like I'm sure that like most Israeli thing was like the whole world hates us. Like us, it's like so much intel that the IDF doesn't share. Do you think like if we share all like the intel that there's a tunnel here and there's a vet there and there's the intel for vet?
Hold on.
No, I'm just saying. Hold on.
Taking a soldier to a
no.
military court for his negligence.
Hold on. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish. So, if we present all the evidence that the strike was like okay to do you think like people would care like that? This is fine, or do you think like if we punish that soldier like who did that and stuff like that, do you think people would say, oh wait, that like kind of this is the point where Israel kind of like the people in Israel, and obviously it's going to be the officers and everything, they kind of like lost faith in like proving what we're doing is fine.
You have 2 million Arabs in the country that you could actually appeal to by holding your soldiers accountable.
Wait, I have a question, Warthongs.
Wait, before you do, I want to just summarize, because it seems like I don't think like, so the argument that I think Warthongs is like it would probably be better making is that it's not to do with the fact that the rest of the world is shitting on Israel and they're just like, oh well, we don't care what would we bought. That's a dumb reason. The more like plausible internal reason that most countries are, but the reason that most of these countries actually are probably more like this is because if you are a conscription army, which the IDF is, it's mandatory if you're Jewish and you're turn 18 and everything. If you are doing that, then the dynamic there is that these politicians have basically told people that yes, you are going to fight for this country and defend us, and we are going to force you to risk your life for us as politicians who are not having to do this, right? So, or we did it in the past, and that relation obviously is a very uneven one. It's a very in a lot of countries, they would consider it like a violation of some kind of like personal sovereignty to a degree. But that's the deal that you have in Israel, right? Like if you're a Jewish citizen in Israel, you have to do that service. You have to risk your life for these politicians who are older than you and safer than you and everything else. And the problem is that when you put people in that position, then it's quite difficult, or at least they feel it's difficult to say that if we're forcing you to do this job where you risk your life, then we're also going to put you under a standard where you are in a life-threatening situation, like a war, and you also have this overarching thing over your shoulder where you don't want people to be too jittery or too far looking over their own shoulder because they think that something they do to defend themselves might get interpreted criminally or something else. So they don't want to have like the punishment standard to be at such a threshold that people are just going to fuck up their military performance or anything else, or put themselves at risk in fear of violating it. So there's obviously that dynamic that's very problematic. But then I guess like someone like Sev would answer is that that does exist and that's kind of undeniable, which is why it's not the same as like prosecuting a murder in the fucking street. But the other issue is that you are also politically interacting with a population like Palestinians who are intertwined with you regardless. They're intertwined with you in Israel, like they're 20% of the population. They're also intertwined with you in the fact that they are always going to live close to you under one condition or the other in Gaza and the West Bank. And that's maybe where something's missing. And that's probably why when America came home from Iraq, loads of people got very fucking long sentences, like decades-long sentences for war crimes. Some of them got pardoned, obviously, but it's not, you don't get quite the same level of it in Israel. And I guess maybe that's...
I agree with everything you said, but 100%, and Sev is right that like not enough is being done. I will like agree with that, but I'm telling you that what I said, it's not like the reason why you don't do it. I'm saying that this is... I'm trying to explain like the feeling that the Israelis have right now in this current like it's a culture, it's also like it's affecting, it's gonna affect like people in a certain way. Like there's a feeling that no matter what you'll say or do, like people are just not gonna believe you, or they won't care, they will vilify you anyway, so like why bother? Like I'm sure it affects like stuff on the ground as well, like the whole genocide stuff, right? Like it's great, like it's like a detached from like for people in Israel, it's like detached from reality, right? Like because everyone serves, everyone like knows people who serve, everyone knows like what the stories they tell. Like there's no like people just going out and like baiting people with like packets of food and then shooting everyone like, aha, we got you, like you fell into a trap, and then we're gonna kill all of you. Like if wanted to kill civilians, it's like the argument obviously that we're trying to hide it and like we're doing it just enough to be under the threshold of genocide, and we're just trying to get as many civilians as we can when we can do it. Like that's what the other people are arguing, but it's like crazy, right? It's like conspiracy theories and all that, and you know it's just insane, like the vilification. And again, I don't want to like sound like a victim here, but it's like it's affecting the culture also in Israel to a certain degree.
You know, unironically, this is the
Just
same
out of
justification
curiosity-
I heard for violence from Palestinians. I was like, why do you support violence from Palestinians? Like, because that's literally what they believe. I was like, whether we do it or not, they fuck us over. So why not do it? That's literally like it's just the other side of the
bad.
coin.
I agree. It's bad. I'm not saying it's like a just. I'm not saying it's a justification or something like that. It's bad. It's not a good thing.
I understand, but the violence from Palestinian isn't from like a structured.
I understand.
Army. It's from terror groups, and the other side is a fucking professional military. Like it's quite like here at the end of the day, I can say the violence for Palestinians never achieves anything. Like it never does it. But people will still fucking do it because there's wackos in society. But you have an army with a structure in it that has court in it, military court in it. use it. That's like it's there for a fucking reason. You've persecuted, prosecuted before, like soldiers for doing crimes, but usually these are crimes are against other Jews. Or like,
I agree. It's only if a camera, only if a camera gets it.
Saturday.
Only if a camera gets it.
Speaking of which,
it's punished, basically.
My question for you was, what is the threshold for criminal negligence within the IDF?
I don't know. It's like it's such a.
As
It's
long as it's
basically.
a
I will tell you. I will
Palestinian-
answer. If it got on, if somebody took a video of it, I think that's the threshold.
Well, that wouldn't be for. That means we need like a military prosecutor, or we can just look at cases, because we do know that the soldiers have been jailed by the Israeli military court in the past. We can just look at some cases. The problem, I guess a lot of these cases don't get publicized that broadly, do they?
No, and also like again in this war, it's like such like it would be. Again, like the people, let's say, who raped or whatever, like if it's prisoner, right? Like if it's still an ongoing case and stuff, and like obviously, like Israelis are discussed, but again, I'm seeing like discussions online, but like we're all rapists and we try to it's just like so. It feels like so hopeless. Like if
I live in the country where we're all fucking terrorists to you. What? Okay. Like
yeah,
I said this before. If I make a car, like, do you know how fucking nerve-wracking it is for my dad to tell me, if you get in a car accident, make sure it's in an Arab town because you might get shot.
No, I understand. Like it's fucked up.
You guys are going to be fighting forever, and no one. Yeah, good.
No, it's
fucked up.
How many civil wars did you have in Lebanon, dipshit?
One, and it solved everything. Okay.
Yeah.
So
right.
Now we're having a second one,
very
and Hezbollah will be gone by the end of the year. Okay, that's what Trump said. Inshallah. No fucking issue.
Inshallah, mashallah.
We just concentrated all our fucking 150,000 deaths into 15 years. Got it over and done with. Now
we've only caught up with your numbers recently.
Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy. Imagine losing 4 air wars. I would never.
Fuck's sake, man. All right.
By the way, Lower, how do you feel? I want to ask you just random. How do you feel about like the whole Wikipedia stuff and like rewriting stuff?
I mean, it's not that different to what a lot of the academics do in their books, right? Or like some of these even like Middle Eastern studies modules, they're all kind of like that. So I don't know, fuck.
I saw the Yom Kippur War. It like it's just because of like it changed from like an Israeli victory to undecided. It's
a draw. It's a draw.
Wait, but didn't the Israeli won though?
Yeah, they won.
Yeah, well,
they won bigly. Yeah, but Egypt did hold some territory by the ceasefire.
Yeah, it's like it's not like again Israel wouldn't be able to like conquer Egypt or something like that. Like obviously they were like spread thin, but it's like it's Israel pretty much.
Just for clarification, so after pretty much the aftermath of the Yom Kippur War, did Egypt got some of Israel held? They got Israeli land, but like do they still have it today or what?
No. It's like in the Sinai.
Okay.
So how it started, they crossed the Suez Canal into the Sinai and then like invaded like the Sinai, and then Israel drove them back and routed a few armies and like encircled an army, but one force was like still in the when the ceasefire happened, was still on the side of Israel, but Israel was like also crossed the Suez Canal with much larger force and was encircling like armies. But again, Israel wouldn't be able to, get go into Cairo and like siege it or something. They were kind of spread thin at the time, I think.
Well, it's also because the Soviets intervened, and they said that they were going to militarily intervene if there wasn't a ceasefire. That's why they kind of forced one. They made it very unavoidable. They were going to send troops in, weren't they? They warned that they were going to send troops in. They did the one phone call. They ended it with one phone call. That's actually probably a more accurate. But yeah, they were like what? They were 30 kilometers from Damascus. They were less than 100 from Cairo, bro. But to be fair, okay. You should probably just keep that up, because as soon as Egyptians start realizing that they didn't actually win the Yom Kippur War, then Camp David might just fall apart. So be careful.
Every Egyptian, by the way, every Egyptian you speak, he's 100% sure he won.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they make documentaries about it. Yeah.
It's interesting. I had a few conversations with them. Yeah.
Well,
situation in Iran. Did you speak about Iran recently? About
I
the
know
water
Khamenei
stuff?
said that the Israel's a cancer that should be removed a few days ago. Yeah.
No, about the water stuff, about the water shortages and
No. What?
well, yeah, it's getting worse, and there's like no from what I said, like there's no solution that's being worked on from Iran. Like I don't know what's gonna happen. Like it's just getting worse and worse. They're already having like water.
Oh, this is because of climate change. It's too hot,
Well,
right?
it's no, not only climate.
or
Well,
the
yeah, there
Taliban.
was like 3 years of drought that contributed, but it's not only climate. It's like mismanagement and money. Like they were supposed to like open like treatment plants for salinity water and stuff like that. Like they scratched all of that, and it's also how they manage the agriculture and who they send the water to. Like there's like factories that like use like so much. Again, it's like bad management of the water. Basically, that's like the number one stuff. And then the drought is kind of.
They're saying it's also because the Taliban built a dam. Is that right?
There was I don't know the story about that. There was like some issues with the Taliban not like restricting. The dam was already there. I think that just the Taliban started restricting their work.
Before I leave, I just want to say, if you want to be reminded of how little the Hassan fucking dipshits actually care about Palestinians, just watch the clip of him scoffing down food as they show starving Gazans.
Oh,
on
I
his
seen
screen.
that. It was
That
so
is the most
bad. It was
disgusting
so
shit I've ever seen. This motherfucker gives zero fucks about any of the Gazans or Palestinians. And I hope he rots in hell for the fake Muslim he is. Dirty fucking kafir.
By the way, the situation today in the hunger of God, like it's like I try to keep updated with like talking to people from there. Like it's slightly better. Like I think a month ago it was like the worst it was ever, I think, have been. On the verge of like people were actually dying, and it's not just like Hamas propaganda or stuff like that. Like people were actually dying from hunger, not like from malnutrition, and like obviously they had other diseases because of it, and people were dying, and I think some people are still like having the effects from that today, and health is bad, but things are getting slightly better. But again, it very depends on where you are in the Gaza Strip. Some places are much better with food, and some places are still not great.
Well, I think Gaza City's only going to get worse, right?
Yeah. But yeah, still they still like I don't like what's your opinion like in terms of like from my understanding, like as of now, like Israel does not restrict any aid, right? Like they said, yeah, go for it, like go ham. Like there's no like restriction other than like the security stuff where they check the trucks. But other than that, like there's just like go ham, right? With the aid stuff, I don't see any restrictions.
Yeah, I mean it's the same issue. There's you can find mountains of aid on the Gazan side of the border, but that's just the side of the border. As far as groups like UN or UNRWA or anyone else actually having the security guarantees to go and spread to distribute, then I don't really know where that is or how much the IDF needs to do to facilitate that, because GHF is. There's no use letting we'll just let 8 billion trucks into the Rafah crossing, but then if people want to actually collect aid, then they have to meet the 1 hour window at the GHF where they might get shot, you know?
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, man, I don't understand why don't you just. Well, yeah, I guess.
It's like this fucking retard, this guy, this Cam Higby asshole with his fucking. He actually got to do a real Hasbro trip. He got to go to the aid site.
Is Gaza about?
Look at him wandering around. This is I believe him on the Gazan side of the border. Looking at all his fucking aid trucks with his little helmet, checking all cans of food and being like, look, there's so many of it. And it's like, and this food is going to get fucking packaged into a tiny little box that some poor soul has to walk through the fucking sun and in the desert with fucking tanks and surveillance spots everywhere. And they got 1 hour to go and pick it up on some American dipshit with a gun, bro.
People in Gaza only do that if they're like super desperate. Like because it's dangerous from like Hamas side, and also it's dangerous from like the Israeli side. It's like they do it only if it's like super desperate, very super desperate for food.
What, going to the GHF?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, they don't go unless they're. Yeah, makes sense.
'Cause
Okay.
it's very dangerous. It's you know, they hear all the stories. They know Hamas doesn't like them going to the GHF. They know if it, you know, one wrong move and you get a bullet or well, maybe I'm exaggerating a bit, but it's like
Well, okay, guys. I'm gonna.
Oh, a quick question. Last question. That's it. Last question. That's it. Okay. All right, War Dog.
yeah.
So,
That's my first
so,
question.
not really Jewish question, more of a military related. So the intel that you get, all right, you're just a grunt, right? Basically, pretty much, like you're just an ex grunt in the IDF.
Yeah, I was repairing
cool.
tank engines.
Okay, cool. So like the intel that you usually get, right, from your friends or people you know inside the IDF currently, do you ever try to like what's the word? Try to do research on that confirmation or you know? Like research on
Okay,
it
so I will
sometimes?
like information security still goes like they don't tell me stuff I'm not allowed. Like you don't just say stuff. They don't tell me in details. Like they cannot tell me secret. Like it's just it's stuff you don't do. Like you don't even your closest friends. You don't tell them like details and stuff that can be.
I don't know details, but like the vague.
I cannot verify those stuff. Like
No, I know, but like on your own, like on your free time, like you know, when people that are telling you vague posting about like, hey, this happened, do you like sometimes on your own, like try to like confirm that so-called vague information or what?
I mean, the only thing I can do is like look for, like Seth said, he asked me if like there's like inconsistencies in stories or something that doesn't feel right or something like that. This is the only thing I can do. I cannot like verify anything because I don't have the information. The only thing like I can verify is like stuff that they told me that you know is on the news, and sometimes it happens, but it's like yeah, okay, like. So sometimes they like my friends tell me, yeah, you know, maybe they shouldn't tell me stuff, but and they tell me, and then I see it on the news. So stuff like that does happen.
Okay. Well, I think that's my questions for today. Hopefully, I have some tomorrow. That's pretty much it. Learn about your fucking dog shit, bro. Okay, lock the fuck in. All right, little dude. All right, stay safe. I'm fucking out of here.
Yeah.
This fucking stream is kind of need some hype. Okay, more drama slot, but yeah, I'm gonna piss off now. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. Yeah. Nice conversation. I'm gonna drop as well. Unless you have anything else.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, kettle, cup, water, and tea bag is everything you need to make a cuppa. Cup of tea. Okay, rock, diamond, snare, like a drum or a rabbit snare trap. Snare, well, snare, steel. No, it's not items for building a snare drum. Okay. Tangle. Cantab. This is a weird word. This is going to be like a homonym, or half of the word means something or some bullshit. Makeshift, make shit, more like prick. Cantabile, like a song. It's no way. It's nothing to do with that. Nails, snails, scantab, stangle, polar ice caps, polar net. I don't know. Wait, tangle net. Oh, cyber, like web, tangle, net, web, cyberspace. Something to do with web? Ah, wait, what? Because tangle doesn't really have that much to do with net, web, but like internet, net, web, cyberspace, and what else? What else have to do with any of it? Don't know. I'm going to definitely do cup of tea. Net, cup, diamond. No, not diamond. Net, cup, kettle, water. That's what you need for a cup of tea. Fuck you! No, wait. I'm so retarded. That was a mistake. I didn't think it was fucking net. Dipshit. Oh, God. How did I make that fucking mistake? Oh, it's so cringe. We're one off now. Damn. Oh well, it's okay. We just gotta get the rest of them properly. It's tangle net. I'm slightly hungry. Brain's feeling fucking weird. Do I have? Oh, deafen. Fuck you, headphones. Ugh. Diamond, rock, web, steel. It's not like kinds of drum, is it? Steel drum, snare drum, rock drum? Wait! What's a tangled cantab drum? Is that real? Is that a thing? Maybe. Web, net, cyberspace, tangle. It could be that. It's all just... But what do they have to do with each other? Makeshift. Makeshift, steel, nails. Can't. Is there something to do with what'd you call it? Like DIY? Do it yourself? Cyberspace, diamond, hard. Fucking, I need to go to the bathroom. Ugh, should I just brave it? Should I just stay strong? Well, wait. Is it the what the fuck is the net for? Net. If you were mining, you'd need all these things. Steel, rock, because they use the nails to break up the rocks, right? It's all involved in mining. You'll find them in a coal mine. Hardness, oh that too. Oh, hard nails, rock, steel. Okay. Just as well? Okay. Hardest bastard you ever saw. Okay. If it's tangle, net, cyberspace, web, then it would be ice cap, snare, cantab, and makeshift. But it could also be something to do with wires, right? Because like snare wires, tangle, fucking wire, web of wire. I don't even. I need to go to the bathroom. Jesus Christ. Okay. What the fuck is a fucking cantab? Ice caps. Melt. Polar. Wait, we haven't. Oh. Second words. So there's angle or tang. Angle, tang. Snap. R. Not really, no. Can't. Tab. Cyberspace. Make and shift. So angle, shift, not snare. Okay, so it could be ice or caps, Caps, angle, shift, tab. Oh, fucking keyboard. Caps, shift, tab, and space. But what's this? Tangle, net, snare, web. This is all like snare, like a trap, right? Like tangled up nets, snares like a trap as well. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Good one. Good one, boy. Fucking boy, man. Yo. 62% win. Is that good? Wait, I still don't know what the order of difficulty is for connections. You know that? I don't know which colors are. Wait. Colors, order, difficulty, connections. MIT. Purple's yeah, I know purple's the hardest. Yellow is the easy, is it? Yellow, green, blue. Oh, blue is second hardest. I thought green was second hardest. Okay. Ah. Wait, yellow is the last one I got. Okay. Listen, let's do a few more, okay? We need to get our connections chops up. June 10th. Let's fucking go. Wait, donos. Barvas, thanks for the $2. Spider is bald. True. Amanda, thanks for $5. It's Christopher Murray, thanks for $5. Tell Spider the old showbiz aphorism that the best time to leave is before the audience stops wanting more. Sincerely, YouTube chat. True. Barvas, thanks for the $5. Have there ever been any instances of IDF soldiers fragging their own commanders? I think this is a fair question. What, like IDF soldiers killing their own commanders? What? What do you mean fragging? Like they put a grenade in them when they're sleeping? What? Okay. Chill. Image. Moderate. Radical. Oh, political. Table. Judge. Civic. Chair. Jury. Word. Text box. Customs. Psych. Chart. Heavy. Mediate. Okay. Text box. Word. Chart. Table. Is there anything extra there? Could it be too many? Image. Oh wait, no. Because if there are like 5 things that it could be, there's like things you put in a document, but no, there's. We'll leave that. Okay. Moderate, radical. What else? These are probably not. I don't think these are actually connected. Maybe. Judge, jury. The chair? Do they have psych in court? Like they have a... Where would image go otherwise? Well, it wouldn't be word because word could go somewhere else, but you can insert an image, you can insert a text box, insert chart, and insert table, but you wouldn't really insert a word because word is the software, right? Nice. Okay. Now, synonyms: moderate, mediate, chair. You can chair a meeting, right? There's no fucking way it would be chill. I'm gonna chill these guys out. Could be judge, but then customs. You can chair a meeting, you can moderate a meeting, but you wouldn't really moderate a meeting. Mediate. I think it would. Chill just seems really out of place there, but you never know. Otherwise, it would be judge. You're judging something. You're judging, you're chairing, you're moderating, you're mediating. Yeah, okay. Arbitrary. Okay. Now, radical. Oh, slang. California retard. Right? No, wait, it's not psych, it's word. Word, chill, radical, heavy. Yeah, and then judge, jury, civic, customs, like judiciary. No, fuck me. Wait. Jury, customs, civic. Is it psych? But what would it be replacing? Word? Radical? Heavy? Psych? I don't know. Never mind. I was like words that people retards from California say. Psych out, chill out. Jury duty. Civic duty. Heavy duty. Ah. Customs duty. That's chill, word, radical, psych. Hey. Heavy wasn't the obvious one. 80s slang. Okay, dude. Okay, kill yourself. Jesus Christ. All right, yeah. That's what I get from being Scottish. Okay. Well done, folks. Well done. Will you ever get to Britpol? Probably not. Waste of time. All right. Okay. Good stream, guys. Good stream. See you tomorrow, potentially. Is it Friday tomorrow? Yeah. One of the Israeli settlements in Gaza was Bedouin. Nice. All right. Love you guys. Take care. Bye.